what would happen? So because all the permission, so what would happen if somebody just delivers stuff and doesn't get the permission before? So is that like a very big thing, or is it really like necessary so that our government can stop everything? So like,
yes,
so they can. What would happen if somebody
re-export of arms is complicated.
Martina, just a quick note, Dolman. You have to understand, Germany is a big military industrial country.
Huge.
Everything they sell to other countries are binded by the agreement that no other country should sell that material to other countries. So we have a lot of examples of countries that wanted to deliver, but they wouldn't. The Germans simply didn't allow it, and that's a disgrace.
Okay, so like one person, which is more or less Mr. Scholz, right, can block like all the goodwill everybody else wants to do. Like I feel like everybody wants to help, and then there's this one person who just delays and blocks. That seems to be, for a democracy, like super inefficient.
Oh, very much so. So when it comes to re-export of armaments, there's lots of rules that are very common. And that basically means that the country of manufacture, when they export something, there's an end user certificate effectively, right? So you can't just jump over that. And then if they want to move it onward, it always needs to be approved by the initial country of manufacture. That's quite common. What isn't common is countries standing in the way of re-exports when the re-exports are going to other allied countries. And this is, this is, let's say, the sort of situation where they really should be authorizing the re-exports immediately rather than dragging their feet on them. And that's really where a problem is. And you're right, it's paralysis that then covers everything more or less permanently. Alex, good afternoon. Alex?
Good evening. How are we? Are we about to talk about... No, go ahead. You are well?
We are well, and I think we're going to move to some Riverine talk, aren't we?
Does it involve end-user license agreements?
You can talk about end-user license agreements if you'd like, but no, I thought you were going to talk about Crimea, perhaps. There's something interesting that's going on with regards to Crimea.
Yeah, so mildly, just to wrap up the arms thing, there are ways and means of moving arms across borders in such a way that they can get where you want them to and still comply with the relevant legislation. It is literally since World War II. There are well-established systems and patterns of export and trade to allow that to occur. And so, as Diamond says, if there's a will, there's a way. And that's really all it comes down to. Crimea. So for those who don't know, the Crimea platform was held, I guess, over the last few days. This is a forum to discuss all things Crimean and mostly just how Ukrainian it is and how not Russian it is. The platform was slightly different this year in that it mainly involved heads of state or foreign ministers making brief statements rather than any sort of discussion or ongoing sort of debate. A few different things. Australia obviously reaffirmed its position, and our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Penny Wong, noted that we've been on the bus about Ukraine and Crimea since 2014, and reiterated our support for the Crimean Tatars and their plight under the Russian jackboot And some interesting things that struck me. And I was wondering if Axel was around. If he's not, I'll put this to you, Darman. Do you think it was a coincidence?
We're both here.
Oh, you're both here. So is it a coincidence that Mr. Trudeau was in Berlin visiting Mr. Scholz at the same time they were both due to address the Crimea platform?
Of course not. It's the joint social democratic effort of convenience.
So, do you think it was Scholz trying to garner some of the what do I want to say? So Canada obviously is pretty much the most strident and the most supportive country in the Anglosphere of Ukraine, and possibly even the world. Do you think Scholz was trying to, capture some of that magic, or do you think
Exactly right?
That was
you're spot on as always, Alex. He wanted to have a little bit of the Canadian stardust.
Is that maple dust?
You have to ask our Canadian friends whether organic syrup plays a role.
And of course, when we say Canada is the most supportive country of Ukraine in the Anglosphere, this is a political, diplomatic support, not in total armsmanship, because obviously Canada can be no match for the US in that regard, because of a smaller size and smaller military and the like. However, politically, diplomatically, as far as efforts are concerned, Canada has consistently been at the forefront. Canada, together with Poland, was the first country to recognize the independence of Ukraine. Jointly early on what was it, December 1st or December 2nd, 1991. And Canada ever since has been immensely supportive of Ukrainian independence and Ukrainian territorial integrity and the like. So it's always very much at the forefront of making sure that Ukraine is in a good, also in a good diplomatic situation internationally. I believe Canada was also the country that never mind. Sorry, wrong memory. Alex, was there anything particularly agreed at the Crimea platform this last 2 days?
I haven't got too far into looking into it. I've been quite busy. I saw Zelensky's address, and the defense minister's address, and of course the Australian foreign minister's address. Interspersed with shots of Scholz and Macron. So I unfortunately don't have too much substantial to say on it. If other people do, that would be lovely. I'm not sure if him or anybody else. And I think Ben might have more to add. I don't think he's available at the moment.
In parallel with the Crimea platform, there's also the Kyiv initiative going on. Speak of the Ben. I'll hold my fire on that. Ben?
Yeah, somebody needs me to say something bad about Macron.
Bonsoir. No, we were discussing the Crimea platform.
Oh, damn it! I got caught. I was getting fired up. Yeah, the picture is great. I love the picture. I have not been able to read much about the Crimea platform. I thought that but who was it yesterday? I'm sorry, I forgot. Okay, I forgot who said that yesterday. Deep apologies, but there was someone, a regular speaker, who pointed out, it must have been Domin, that the timeliness of the occasion was very interesting, because as the international actors, let me roll back a little bit. What I saw personally were a lot of big words, nice words, but just words. To have Turkey and France and whoever else say, we consider that Crimea is Ukraine. Thank you, goodbye. It might make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, but it has very little in terms of consequences. Or so I thought. And that speaker, brilliant as it was, pointed out that timeliness is everything. And that by saying this, what those actors were doing, they were signaling to Russia the fact that the Western allies of Ukraine remain committed to the goal of returning Crimea to Ukraine, and that there was no point playing for time, because they supported Ukraine in its effort to recover Crimea. They supported it a year ago, and they support it today, and they will support it in 1 year. So don't play for time. Don't hope that we will change our mind, that we will be ready to compromise, that we will go, well, this has gone too long. Let's give them a bit of Crimea in exchange for God knows what. No, this won't happen. This won't work. The Ukrainians are going for the jugular, and we support them. And thank you, goodbye. So I thought the consideration of the time component of that decision was particularly interesting, and I would like to thank that person, whom I forgot to know who it was, but that was I thought a very, very good point.
And of course, it was roughly coincided with a joint statement to the General Assembly of 40 nations as well.
You mean for the Rammstein? There's been for the Rammstein support?
No, there was a joint statement in the General Assembly.
Oh, of the
UN.
Okay.
No, the General Assembly.
I didn't see that.
Again, condemning again Russia's actions. So I get the feeling there's been a bit of a coordinated diplomatic offensive over the last, last few days that has sort of slipped under the radar a little bit.
I would like to say something, if it's possible. Okay.
Oh, Christopher, sorry, we just didn't know you were wanting to say something because your hand
sorry,
was up. I know you're probably new to this. There's just a heart with a plus in the bottom for next time, and it authorises you to raise your hand. Go ahead, Christopher.
Option to take a hand up in the moment, so I don't know why. What I want to say is something general. As I'm German, and I apologize for the embarrassing attitude of my government, and I think we could have done so much more to support Ukraine, and failed to be a shining example for Europe. Just to promise to send 5,000 steel helmets early in the war was a slap in the face of Ukraine. And I think in the federal government, we want to finally to avoid a tank fight in which a Leopard tank meets a T-72 or another tank. It may be that we have a historic debt with Russia from World War II, but when in the same way applies to Ukraine, because everybody knows what German soldiers did in World War II. And I don't know why, but in addition, some SPD politicians seems to seriously believe that relation with Russia can be normalized in a few months. And given the unspeakable suffering in Ukraine and the threats of war on Russian television, I think we cannot return for the status quo anytime soon. And I don't know what it is, why my own government is so Russia friendly, and it could be better, but I'm deeply ashamed of it because it is a worst image for all neighbors, especially for the Eastern allies.
Absolutely, and then Christopher, the amount of this isn't just a one government thing. This has been going on for a long time, right? This has been the consensus almost of German politics for decades, to not take into appropriate account those countries between it and Russia that were actually committed allies of Germany, both economically, politically, as well as militarily, and instead take the wishes and desires of Russia into account before and actively ignoring these countries that were committed, reliable democracies in between it and Russia. So this isn't just a question of the current government. This is a question of issues of German foreign policy going back decades at the very least. So but it is currently in an acute sense, in a very acute sense, while there is an invasion of Ukraine ongoing by Russia, it is very much a problem of the current government and the current governing structures.
Yes, of course it is, but I'm not happy with it.
No, of course not, right? And you've heard plenty other Germans, right? Be that Crypto or Martina or Lime Juicer, or indeed Axel, very unhappy about it as well. Or Luis, I don't know if you have a German passport or not. I'm guessing probably not, but you've lived in Germany for decades, right? Who likewise decidedly unhappy with the actions and behaviors of the German government in a time of need, because usually such times are what should we say? In such times, decisions become easier, and the reality crystallizes, right? When it's forced to by a big shakeup, such as an invasion of one country by another. Yet somehow that seems to have been resisted by powers that be in some countries, including crucially in Germany.
Okay, thanks.
Dermot, would you like to hear some good news coming out of the UK?
I'd love to hear some good news. I think it's time for some good news. Okay, Tim, if you're not going to give us good news, we're going to...
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I was just finding the tab. Now, for the first time since records began, from June 2022, the United Kingdom imported no energy from Russia at all. Now, this is particularly interesting. Now, the UK was not a major importer of Russian gas. As we know, the UK has its own gas fields. The UK is a slight net importer, but it's also a major exporter. Around 10% of imports of of gas to the United Kingdom were from Russia. That has completely gone, and so has oil. So I believe the UK had imported around 25% of its refined oil from Russia, and around 6% of its crude oil. and sorry, around 5% of gas imports were Russian, not 10%. And the United Kingdom from June 22 has imported absolutely none from Russia, no energy products of any kind, according to the Office of National Statistics. So I thought that was a fun bit of news. Doubtless Ben, who is keen on gas, may have something to say about this.
Okay, I'm gonna sound like a slacker, but I keep dropping and I cannot follow the conversation. If you can restate the question, I'm delighted.
Tim just said that while the UK didn't ever import a whole lot of energy from Russia, that they got Russian energy imports to zero as of June, I believe. And I think he was asking you for any other commentary you might have on gas or energy sources.
Yeah,
To clarify, sorry, just to cut in there, to clarify, 25% of the UK's refined oil products came from Russia. So a lot of oil. Around 6% of crude oil, around 5% of gas. But as of June, that's going to be completely phased out.
But Tim, in absolute terms, crude oil imports must have been a lot higher total than refined oil products, right? So even though it's 25% of the refined oil products, I would presume that the refined oil products are much smaller in quantity than the crude oil, because the UK does have quite substantial refining capacity, and most countries prefer to import crude oil and then refine it themselves anyway.
Don't know is the short answer. If you say that's true, then I believe you, Dermot. I don't know.
Yeah, it's very likely Western European countries tend to favor transforming and refining their own oil products, if nothing else, because it's a major employer in many a place. Special shout out to our friends in Sardinia. But what's interesting is that Tim, you must be doing something very right, because your two other homes away from home have done the same, namely Estonia and the Netherlands have entirely cut last month. I think I just read it. Their imports of Russian oil. So it dropped. So in both cases, it dropped from quite high. So that's very good. In the case of the Netherlands, I assume it's net imports and not re-exports through the port of Rotterdam to mostly to Germany and to the rest of Switzerland and places like that. But it's at least it's a trend. It's a trend, and I think it's going to catch up. I hope it's going to catch up. The slightly concerning thing is that, well, there's two slightly concerning things. The first one is that the rest of the world is happy to pick up the slack. Quite a few other countries, some of them you would not really expect, have started increasing their consumption of Russian oil. The article I just read was mentioning Singapore, singling out Singapore, which again, I don't know if it's for local consumption or for re-export towards, for instance, India or Vietnam. But the export towards Singapore has increased, and the export towards Saudi Arabia has also increased. So there's that.
Absolutely. I mean, and I don't think we should underestimate the achievement that Estonia has made here in phasing out these oil imports completely ahead of time. I believe the original government target was the end of 2022, and they managed it at I think it was in June, if memory serves. So and this is usually between $1 and $1.5 billion worth of oil imports for Estonia from Russia. So it's really quite a significant shift for an economy that is $40 billion. That's really quite a significant shift in trade. So jolly well done to Estonia for that. Mic check.
Yeah, well done to Estonia for that. What I'm kind of curious about it, Tim, is natural gas use in Estonia and in Lithuania, because my understanding is that while the bulk of gas for both of those used to come from Russia, of course, Lithuania built out the LNG terminal at Klaipėda a while ago, right? And but at the same time, my understanding is that neither Estonia nor Lithuania have much in the way of gas storage, while Latvia has vast amounts of gas storage capacity because it used to, house sort of the gas storage for much of that, nearby parts of Russia as well. And obviously, that's not going to be used for that anymore, I don't think. So, and at the same time, there's no real pipeline connector down from the Baltic countries down to Poland, anywhere else in the EU. So, am I right in thinking that the Baltics are well set up for gas as well? I believe the Latvian gas storage is 100% full at the moment, and their gas storage capacity is insane. It's like possibly more than they use in a year in storage themselves.
I would say I would imagine so. Yeah. I mean, speaking for Estonia, Estonia is not reliant on gas at all for electricity generation. Estonia generates nearly all of its electricity through shale, I believe. So it's not a very gas hungry economy at the kind of systemic level. Latvia, I've not really looked into, but Lithuania, they had the foresight to build an LNG
terminal,
yeah, an LNG terminal in Klaipėda in 2014. So I believe they have completely come off Russian gas as well. Latvia, I haven't really looked into, and I can't really recall what's going on there. But if they've gone big on storage, then bully for them.
Did Estonia ever end up building an LNG terminal? I know one was planned for Muuga, I think. Also, Tim, is Muuga the Rioja wine very popular in around Tallinn?
There's a Rioja wine called Muuga.
Yeah, big winery, big, very important, very high quality as well.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a big wine guy. In fact, I've gone off red wine completely since I got COVID. My taste has totally changed, and so I can't drink red wine anymore. It tastes horrible to me now. That's really disappointing. The same is also true of cottage cheese and yogurt products. I can't consume them anymore.
That's very dispiriting. One more reason not to get COVID.
One more reason not to get COVID. Yeah. So on LNG in Estonia, there is an LNG terminal under construction. This is in the port of Paldiski, which is to the west of Tallinn.
Right. That's the one with the lighthouse, right?
Does Paldiski have a lighthouse? I think so.
Yeah, famous lighthouse.
Okay. I'm not a big lighthouse fancier, so I'm not really aware of that. Paldiski to me is most notable as being a former Soviet submarine base, where they used to repair, I believe, repair and base the Soviet Baltic Sea submarine fleet. And what's interesting about Paldiski is the Russians left a load of reactors behind when they quit the naval station in the 90s. And so for a long time, you could wander into the old military buildings and have a poke around at a submarine reactor, which must have been an interesting experience. But yeah, there's an LNG terminal under construction in Paldiski. Last I heard about that was in July. And the completion, I am not 100% sure. How long does it take to build an LNG terminal? 1-2 years?
Depends. A floating one, you can just bring in and hook up to pipes, and it takes a few months. If you're building one from scratch, a fixed one, up to 3-4 years, I think. So it really depends on how you go about it.
Okay, so the Estonian utility Elering, which is building the LNG terminal, they say they are on schedule to complete the work by November. So yes, we have a shiny new LNG terminal opening in the next couple of months, apparently.
Excellent.
Martina.
I wanted to ask, and I don't want to come across super lazy, but if you know, you have already contacted people in the past, as Axel mentioned, you know, if you want to ask Mrs. Strack-Zimmermann or so, do you have like an email template that you use, or you know, with already some invitation or arguments, you know, what you say, or you know, a list of people who spoke already, or you know, because I'm usually not so good with putting something like that together, but if we have something in the space already, or how maybe somebody can also explain so how you did it in the past to ask people to join the space, or what did you say, or then I would reach out to
That's
people.
a really good idea, actually.
The way we tend to do this is we produce these little graphic cards. I say graphic cards. They're not graphic cards. They're graphically designed cards that we tweet out a few days before the guest comes on. We also nest those in the tweet nest just above the heads.
Tim, I think she was asking about when reaching out to a guest rather than when one is already scheduled.
I beg your pardon. I'm not sure what the SOP is on that. It's
Oh,
probably quite informal, isn't it?
It's relatively so. We usually highlight previous guests we've had, especially the likes of Generals Hodges, Hertling, Ryan, Pekka Toveri, and a number, you know, some of the other more, let's say, visible ones, and just say that, you know, we've been running this for months and months, 24/7. We like to get people to talk to us about Ukraine, and we have a very high level of very engaging conversation. That's usually, you know, fairly short. And for anyone who's already been on a Twitter space, like the German politicians last night, they already know what a Twitter space is, and they'll be maybe a little bit easier to persuade as well.
Okay, so do you usually contact them in Twitter also, or like through the official websites?
If they have a Twitter presence, usually through Twitter, if that is possible. Especially if somebody already, you know, if the following goes both directions, it shows up in the proper inbox, not the message requests inbox with the spam, and that's usually for the best. So if somebody already, you know, if a potential guest already follows someone, then it's easier to for that person to reach out, because then their message is gonna actually get read.
Yeah, that was my concern, that they would not read it in Twitter, because I'm not like a contact, I think, of any of them. But I will try something to reach out to.
Sometimes it's good to just try and then see what happens, because the worst that can happen is that nothing happens, which is now, which is the current state anyway.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Martina. But yeah, that's kind of where it ends up with a lot of the time. However, you know, a lot of the time it magically comes true regardless. So, on the point of guests, shall we talk about who the upcoming guests are a little bit?
I think that would be helpful.
Well, the next guest is today, indeed, very soon, in just over, what shall we call it, 6 hours and 45 minutes, and just under 6 hours and 45 minutes, actually. We'll be joined by Olga Tokariuk, who's a Ukrainian journalist. She's also a non-resident fellow, a researcher at CIPA, the Center for European Policy Analysis, a think tank from the US that will be very familiar to many listeners here, because Peter Dorn, an oft speaker who's currently taking a bit of a social media break for another week or so, used to run CIPA not very long ago. So Olga will be joining us today at noon Eastern. That's noon New York, 1600 UTC, 5 p.m. London, 6 p.m. or 1800 Central Europe, 1900 Kiev. and we'll be talking to her about many things to do with Ukraine, but she is exceptionally well informed on many matters. Among other, we are doubtlessly going to be touching upon the many millions of Ukrainians who have been deported into Russia from the occupied territories, political support, as well as undoubtedly some little bits about Ukrainian Independence Day yesterday. Tomorrow, Friday, we will be joined by Roman Kachanov, who is one of the fire chiefs in Kharkiv. Recently featured in a documentary, which you can check out in the Nest if second tweet from the left currently, that Tim put up. If you have a US IP address, anyway, you can definitely check it out. And it's he'll be talking about working in the city under attack as a fire chief, as a firefighter. I think it will be very interesting, and a quantity of the war, an aspect of the war that's often forgotten, but crucial, right? Limiting the damage of endless artillery bombardments and airstrikes that Kharkiv was under for months, and still is, but to a much lesser degree, of course, than it used to be when the Grad launchers were within range. So he'll be joining us tomorrow at 1 p.m. New York, that's 1700 UTC, 6 p.m. London, 1900, that's 7 p.m. Central Europe, and 8 p.m. 2000 hours in Kiev. Roman Kachanov joining us tomorrow. And then on Saturday at 11 a.m. Eastern, that's 1500 UTC, 4 p.m. in London, 5 p.m. in Central Europe, 6 p.m. in Kiev. We'll be joined again by Chef Zhenya, who's a star chef. Genuine star chef, has worked in various bits of the US for a long time, and has a number of restaurants, including the best ramen restaurant in Kiev. And now he's cooking for Ukrainian Special Operation Forces. Has been doing that for a while now already, and it'll be very exciting to talk to him again. He joined us a few weeks ago briefly to talk about, to scold me for thinking that dandelions are an appropriate food to be eating. But nevertheless, I think we'll have an excellent discussion with him. He actually put up a borscht recipe on his Twitter account a few days ago, referencing us at the MryiaReport here. And I'm very excited to try it out sometime soon.
So Ukrainian special forces, they run on ramen.
No. They run on much. Actually, ramen can be very stout stuff. Actually, ramen is fantastically stout stuff if you do it properly. Boil down a couple of pigs' heads, get all the collagen out, and But no, they run on very stout Ukrainian cuisine actually, and it's a big difference going from MREs to proper cooked food. It'll be very exciting. If you want to know more, join us on Saturday at 6 p.m. Kiev time, 11 a.m. Eastern. You can listen to it over dinner, Tim.
Fantastic. I guess I'll have to cook some Ukrainian ramen while I'm listening to it. Shall we have a quick run through the headlines?
Go right ahead.
Righty-ho. Okay, so you're listening to the MryiaReport. We are a 24-hour, 24/7 space dedicated to discussion and analysis, and expert analysis, indeed, of the situation in Ukraine, particularly Russia's aggression, and the military and political aspects of that action. We are staffed entirely by volunteers, so we will never reach out to you. Our hosts will never reach out to you to solicit personal donations, buy me a coffee, any of that stuff. But collectively, if you do wish to contribute, collectively we donate to MryiaAid, MryiaAid.org, which is a registered charity that provides non-lethal aid to Ukrainian military and civil organizations. So things like medical equipment, particularly tourniquets, night vision, drones, that sort of thing. So if you would like to support our work, we would very much urge you to donate to MryiaAid. They do some extremely effective work on the ground, and we aim to support them as much as possible. So the time is 12:21 Kiev time, and we'll have a very quick look at what's been going on in Ukraine today and kind of through the night. Now, the biggest news, sadly, is that there has been a major strike in a railway station in the town of Chapline, which is 90 miles west of Donetsk in eastern Ukraine. That's about 150 kilometers. At least 22 people have been killed and 50 wounded, civilians, 50 wounded in a Russian rocket strike on that railway station. Now, this came after the US State Department and the Ukrainian government warned of possible not retaliation, that's the wrong word, but a possible intensification in Russian attacks in light of Ukrainian Independence Day, which was celebrated yesterday. So the attack killed a number of people, including an 11-year-old child. Now, interestingly, other news, Boris Johnson was in Kiev yesterday for a surprise visit, where he announced a further package of military support to Ukraine, particularly in the drones and munitions space. In terms of detail, the United Kingdom will deliver 850 Black Hornet drones to the Ukrainian military. Now, Black Hornet is described as a micro drone. It's a tiny helicopter. It's about 6 to 8 inches long. It's particularly useful for small units in urban combat, where they can use the drone to look around corners and look into buildings without having to risk a man poking his head around the corner or looking in through a window to see if there's any nasties approaching. Other deliveries will include unspecified loitering munitions. Now, the UK operates a number of loitering munitions. Sky Striker is one of them, which is a kind of a heavier version of a Switchblade. For those who are familiar with Switchblade, it's a loitering, kind of a flying suicide drone type thing that you launch from a mortar tube. Sky Striker is a larger version of that that is launched from the back of a lorry and can deliver a 5 to 10 kilogram warhead with extreme precision. It's aimed mainly at special forces operations, and it's very difficult to detect. So possibly,
do you have a number on the range?
So it's got I'm not sure of the exact range, but it's got a loiter time of about 2 hours, and it can go 20 kilometers within 10 minutes. So it flies very, very fast. So extrapolating from that, I would say it has a range of several hundred kilometers at least.
Several hundred kilometers. That's insane.
Well, I mean, is my back of a fag packet mass correct here? So it can go 20 kilometers in 10 minutes, and it can go for 2 hours.
Yeah, but there's two things that determine the range of a drone, right? There is how far it can fly within, how much endurance it has, but also how far the connection goes, right? Because there's no point in having this precise targeting thing if you literally can't keep the connection for more than a few kilometers, right? So the communications component of it is really important here as well.
Yeah, sorry, that's true. That hadn't actually occurred to me. So yeah, several hundred, that seems like too far. But it's got a total flight time of 2 hours. So it can loiter for an awfully long time. How far the communications go, I don't know. It's not on the fact sheet of Sky Striker. So I would imagine that's a confidential thing. But it's a pretty significant piece of kit, and it does make a big bang. So you think about a 10 kilogram warhead, think about a system like NLAW, which has a 1.8 kilogram warhead. This makes a very large bang indeed. So there's a good chance, though it's not specified what the UK will supply. This is a major piece of kit this is a major British capability. So it might be this. Then John.
Yes, we just want to add to this range, unless it's connected to a network. It's got a SIM card for telecom network, or was it called this
Satellite?
No, Elon Musk network. What's it called?
Oh, Starlink.
Exactly. I don't know what the latency is there, but that's a possibility.
I found an answer. It has a range of up to 100 kilometers.
Okay, then it must have some sort of a telecoms whatever thing.
Yeah, tele means far. So.
Yeah. So anyway, this may be a system that the United Kingdom is delivering to Ukraine, but it is not specified, and it's probably not specified for a reason. So, other news: Joe Biden has confirmed a further $3 billion package of military aid, including anti-aircraft missiles, artillery, counter-drone defense systems, and radar equipment. It represents a longer term commitment to investing in Ukrainian security, because this stuff is it's being ordered rather than already being on the inventory. But it does represent a long term commitment to the security of Ukraine. Now, Moscow is making preparations for referendums in Russian occupied areas of Ukraine, according to the US. We've seen this before, of course, with the COD referendum in Crimea, which led to the annexation. The Americans are making very, very dismissive remarks about these efforts, indeed, as is the rest of the civilized world. Similarly, the United States Secretary of State spokesman Ned Price has absolutely slammed the Russian-backed authorities' plans to try Ukrainian prisoners of war from the Azovstal steel, the siege of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. Mr. Price described these as show trials that are illegitimate and a mockery of justice, and strongly condemned them. Now, here's an interesting piece of news. Now, Russia has claimed that it is deliberately slowing the pace of its advance in Ukraine. Now, this is very interesting, because at least they've admitted that it's slowing down. But Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu has said that everything is being done to avoid civilian casualties. Of course, this slows down the pace of the offensive, but we are doing this deliberately. Of course, Ukraine was very quick to hit back at that bullshit. Kirilo Budanov, who is a military intelligence official of Ukraine, has said that Russia's offensive was slowing because of moral and physical fatigue in its ranks, and Moscow's exhausted resource base. And that kind of concludes the bulletins that I have. I see Ben is coming up, so I assume Ben has a view on some of this. If you would like to come up and discuss any of these things, please request button on the bottom left of your phone, and stick your hand up using the heart function and the little hand up sign. Thank you.
Ben?
Yep. Yeah. Restarted the phone, did everything. I spoke for a good 15 minutes before realizing you couldn't hear me.
What did you speak about, Ben?
It was brilliant. It had everything: emotion, intelligence. I could never do it again. I'm sorry.
Well, we'd expect nothing less from you, Ben, than emotion and intelligence. You know, this is what you bring to the party, and palates.
Yeah, palates. For a second, I thought you were saying that I had good taste, but no, other kind of palates.
Well, we know that's not true.
No, yeah, no taste at all. No, I'm gonna make it in bite sizes, so it's gonna be easier to handle if I drop again. Did you get me on call?
Not at all.
Okay, so maybe I can start with Cole, because it's actually good news. So turns out that coal is one of the things that the West has decided to completely sever this relationship with Russia on, and turns out that it happened. So it's done. It's enacted. It's done, and the consequences downstream are actually quite interesting. Because even though Russia is often a very large producer, it also relies on other systems, or other things to export its coal. And it turns out that apparently some of the coal it was producing would be loaded on a boat, for instance. I think that's the way it works. It would be loaded on a large cargo ship, and that large cargo ship would go to, say, Rotterdam, unload, say, half of its coal, and then travel further and go to, say, Morocco. I don't know, for instance. The problem is that now it cannot go all the way to Rotterdam. So you think that it would go straight to Morocco. The problem being that the advantage for Morocco was to share the cost of transportation with Rotterdam. And now it's not possible anymore. So the Moroccans are like, we've done nothing, and we're seeing the price of our coal increase. And actually, many of the companies that so far were doing the loading and unloading and the transportation of the coal are saying, yeah, it's not really lining up for us. The price involved are too expensive, and the cost involved and the risk involved are too high. We don't want to do it. And apparently there were also some, what do you call them? Not retailers, the country of retailer, what is it? It's bulk buyers. And those bulk buyers are like, yeah, one of the point of bulk buying Russian coal was that we could then resell it to some European nations, or if we wanted, we could resell it to some African nation or whatever. But now, since we know that the European nations are not going to buy it, it is becoming too risky and too expensive for us to do this bulk buying of coal. So we won't buy it at all, neither for the Europeans, nor for the Africans, nor for the Asian country, etc. So apparently, a lot of the coal business that Russia was doing up till now through those bulk buyers has ended. And as a sort of secondary sanctions, a lot of the non-European Russian export of coal has ended as well. So that's one of the cases where the sanctions are working even better than expected. So that's what I wanted to share. Now we can move on to what were we talking about? Oh yeah,
Ben,
yep.
How easy is it to divert for Russia to divert these things by train to China?
Well, they just need to switch a button and it goes straight to China, I think. No, not at all. If I'm not mistaken, the bulk of this coal must be in the Ural Mountains around there. I might be wrong on this one, but that's I think it's over there. So it does rely quite a lot on trains, either to reach ports or to reach the customer. So it would have to use trains one way or another, and then you've got the very classical problem, mostly in agricultural economics, but not only, which is that the bulkier, heavier, and least expensive a product, the closer you want it to be from the closer you want the producer to be from the end consumer. So basically, to take a radical example, it doesn't matter where your diamond is mined, you can send it the world over. The cost of transportation will always be limited. On the other hand, if you have coal, for instance, which is relatively cheap, needs to be relatively cheap, and well, the result is that if the price of coal is, say, €1 a kilo, and you slap on it €10 increase due to transportation, it's not going to be economical. And it's likely that the transportation system between Russia and even central Russia and China is not strong enough to handle this sort of export. It might at a certain level, but then above a certain threshold, it becomes too complicated. And then we'll go back to one of my favorite things, which is the rolling stock. If you export by train, you're going to need a lot of carriage, and I don't know whether Russia is able to produce carriages. Train carriages are not necessarily the most difficult thing to produce in the world, but it very well may be the case that they can't. Back in World War II, they didn't, and not enough at least. So they might have not enough carriage. So if they try to increase the volume, they might find themselves in a situation where they need to increase the turnover of their rolling stock, and it's going to break. And once it's broken, well, you need to discard it. And within a few months, all exports has stopped. So it could be a very, very bad idea for them to start exporting towards China. Self-defeating, if you wish. Did you hear my rant about Kalamata?
Yes, we did.
Oh, good.
I was just asking because, unlike oil, or especially gas, coal doesn't require nearly as much specialized infrastructure. And obviously, Russia has a whole lot of trains, and especially loose bulk train cars, rail cars, to move coal around. And I would just think it's a whole lot easier to get coal diverted to a new customer. That's what I was getting at.
But do you know for a fact that they do have all those carriages?
I know for a fact they have many. I have no idea how many they have and if it's sufficient for one thing or another. But I mean, I know they have many, especially because I think they have some hundreds of Estonian ones as well that they kind of requisitioned because they were stuck in Russia at the time.
Yeah, the problem is with the distance involved. Just to
it logs them up for weeks. Yeah, if you send a coal train from the Urals to China, you don't see those rail cars for another 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe they stolen a few Estonian rolling stock, which by the way would indicate to me that they don't have that many, because how many Estonian carriages did they manage to steal? A few hundreds, a few thousands, even like 2,000. It's only 20 trains. 20 trains. Yeah, that's 2 trains. Not even 20 trains is not even a train a day on a rotation between on a daily rotation between the Ural and China. So that cannot be that many, and I don't think they stole 2,000 carriages. So, and again, why would you steal something you have in abundance? Like you don't see the US stealing Bradleys. They have tons of Bradleys. They don't need to steal them from people. So and on top of this, since it was very early on, I doubt that they were sort of planning a sort of long-term what's going to happen in 6 months if we're still under sanction. They were sort of hoping for the best. So yeah. That actually goes against my argument, but okay. Yeah, I would venture the fact that they don't have enough. All the more because you could say, well, they stopped producing somewhere between 50 and 75% of their cars. New cars tend to travel by train. Maybe they could reallocate those train carriages that were transporting cars towards other segment of the economy. Yeah, but no, because of course you cannot carry, or not very easily and not very efficiently, you cannot carry coal on a train, on a carriage that is designed to carry cars. So there's the reallocation is probably quite limited. I don't know to what extent it is possible to change the top and keep the bottom of the carriage. I would have to ask someone who knows, like a Craig, for instance. But I don't think it's one of those cases where reallocation from one sector to another may be seriously suboptimal. So yeah, plus the fact that we've got those secret operatives blowing up stuff, they might be losing more carriages that they can produce. And yeah, again, I don't have a very good picture, but that is one I would be delighted to know more about. All the more because if there's one thing that is probably relatively easy to count on a satellite image, it's carriages. Like, you tend not to hide them. You know where they are because they need to be on or along railroads. So there's probably someone around having a very good number to share. I'm going to look into it.
Ben, I have a quick question about the transportation cost of coal. Now, as you mentioned, this can quickly make coal an uneconomical fuel. Is there a general rule of thumb about how much it costs to move coal from place to place? I mean, is there a kind of rule of thumb you can use for that, or is it very, very dynamic?
I'm sorry, I don't know. I've never moved coal around. Tend to move sandwiches, not stuff you burn. I mean, you can burn a sandwich, but that's not the initial purpose. So no, I don't know.
All right. Yeah, I was just kind of wondering if you look at the coal price. It's gone up really quite considerably. It's kind of it was bouncing around $100 a ton for some time, and now it's all the way up at $400. I'm wondering if there's your coal costs you $400 a ton plus 10% to move it wherever you want it or whatever. But I guess that's so dynamic it's impossible to calculate, right?
Well, I guess that's the sort of things you can. It depends on what date you do it. But yeah, okay. I'm not gonna speculate. I really don't know. One thing I do know is that if you're looking to hire a new air traffic controllers, I know where to find some. About 7,000 of them.
Air traffic controllers.
Don't look disgusted like that. They can be helpful. For rich people like you, bankers who have a lot of jets, having one or two can be helpful. You know what? I'll sell you a pack of 6, and then you can give them away to your rich banker friends. What do you say?
Absolutely. I'll go back in time to 2007 when there were still rich bankers, and I'll distribute them. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fantastic. No, I'm saying this in jest, but it is true that it is one detail I had not considered. But since the European Union mostly and the US as well, but to less of an impact, have stopped their air traffic with Russia, and that the relative increase of air traffic with Turkey and the Gulf countries has been the increase is a lot smaller than the decrease. The number of air traffic controller needed in Russia has collapsed. And they are on furlough for the moment. So they're still on the books, but and they're being paid a fraction of their original salary, but they're not working. And it seems obvious that sooner or later they're going to be laid off because, well, they're not working. So apparently there's a total of 14,000 air controllers in Russia, and half of them are in furlough at the moment and are said to be laid off probably sometime around December. This sounds silly, but this is actually fairly important, and I would say for two reasons. The first one is that imagine the guys are fired, they find a new job which is okay, pays okay, and when everything comes back to normal, Russia goes like, okay, now the planes are back, we hire the old guys back, but by then the old guys, to the extent that they haven't lost skills, they may have lost interest. So out of the 7,000 they fire, they might be able to rehire maybe 3,000 or 4,000, but the rest they won't be able to. And that means that even when the Russian economy restarts, they're going to be short by a number of air traffic controllers. That means that they're not going to be able to bring all the planes, and that means that the pickup of the Russian economy that they may hope for at the end of the sanctions may not be quite as important. And this is interesting because that creates a ticking clock for the Russian economy. Right now, their system, even if it's on hold, has not been too badly affected. The key technicians are still in contact and on the books of their original companies, but this might evolve very soon, and the companies may be aware that within 6 months, maybe a little bit more, they're going to lose the key human resources that allow for their productivity. And this is the sort of thing, this is you know how difficult it is to build a team, and if you lift them, if you have to drop them for reasons that are not directly related to your business, it is catastrophic, and it takes years to rebuild that sort of skills within a company. And okay, I don't want to raise anyone's hope up, because what sort of pressure and leverage the guys from the air traffic controller union have on the Kremlin, or even the air company, the airlines. I don't think the airlines have much of a leverage on the Russian government. But still, that is interesting. That and this is yet one more example that shows that the ticking clock is working against Russia, and time is not in their favor, because this is something that we saw very commonly, especially in the early months of the war. It was Putin can wait it out. Frozen conflict is not a problem for him. He will wait it out. Yeah, he might, but he's going to destroy everything, and a lot of people are not going to be very happy. And that's the second point I wanted to get to. Air controllers are, they're highly qualified, they're relatively well paid, and they tend to be dudes who are pretty proud of their work. If they're fired, they're losing a lot. They're losing a lot more than just a job. They're losing a sense of self. They're losing a sense of purpose, and they're losing their contact with a number of friends that they make in the job, because they tend to be workaholics, and for them their job is almost everything. So firing 7,000 of those guys is politically not insignificant. I would like to venture. I don't want to put my Camille Galiev hat on, but sometimes problems emerge from unexpected places, and there's no wrong place to start a revolution, not even an air traffic control tower.
Sure. I mean, certainly, my friends who work in aviation, it's interesting. You say they're kind of losing. They're losing more than a job, right? Certainly, my friends who work in aviation are really, really keen on working in aviation. Some of my friends who are pilots, or I've got a friend who's an aircraft mechanic. I've got another friend who does reward schemes for airlines. Like, they really love that industry, and they cannot imagine themselves working outside that industry. And so, yeah, I think it is one of those things that's very much a vocation, working in aviation. And yeah, I mean, these guys will lose a great deal, not just of money, career, prestige, etc., but a great deal of their lifestyle as well. I mean, I guess it's a question of institutional memory, right? Running an aviation system is more than just the expertise of individuals. It's an enormous, great, big, sprawling thing, where that involves lots of very, very highly specialized people who take a long time to train, and take a long time to build up the experience necessary to perform. And you can't just shut it down, right? You can't shut it down and relearn that. We see that with with deindustrialization, for example, in European economies. Once you've stopped making something, it becomes very, very difficult to start making that thing again, because the people you need, who have the expertise to make that thing, have all moved on and done other things, or moved to other countries to do the same thing, or whatever, right? You lose that kind of collective institutional memory. And I would say this is certainly not the only area of the Russian economy where this is going to have an enormous effect, right?
Oh, absolutely. Again, reading about the automotive industry, which is potentially on the other end of the spectrum in terms of direct economic importance. We're talking hundreds of thousands of direct jobs, and probably millions, if not the low tens of millions, in terms of indirect jobs. These guys, they also tend to love their work. I mean, I would understand, because I hate engines and things that go boom boom in general. I like silence, but the motorheads, they love their jobs, and they wouldn't do anything else. And there's actually a whole strata of engineers who love it so much that they don't care in which country they're working. They don't care for which company they're working, as long as they're working on engines. And those guys, if they're not able to leave, they're going to be really, really, really unhappy that their live stream is being crushed. I mean, I don't. Again, the point is not for us to cry on them, because comparing this with a little girl whose actual legs were crushed and whose mother was shot is, it's not exactly the same. But it doesn't matter in a political sense. When you have those men angry, this is a problem. And if you go back to Chris Miller's book Putinomics, what he was saying was that for what it defines as Putinomics, so the general economic policy of the Putin regime, there are things that come before profit, and among those things is stability. And how do they get stability? They get stability by, well, basically giving a job to as many people as possible. Right now, the Russian government is telling everyone, do not worry, we only have 3.9% unemployment in Russia. 3.9%, which is, any Western government would love to have 3.9% unemployment. But why is that? It is because the Russian bosses know that if they start laying off people, if it's not absolutely immediately necessary, they're going to get a phone call from the Kremlin, and in some cases, they're even going to get Putin showing up at their doorstep. He has done that a few times. He shows up at the doorstep and he goes with the TV cameras and he says, "Guys," talking to the boss, "I heard that you've laid off a lot of people, and your own salary did not decrease. How is this?" And he shamed them. And in fact, it's not so much shame as veiled threats. He threatens them to the point where they just go, "You know what, Vladimirovich, you're right. I'm going to rehire everyone, and I'm going to hire an extra 10%. And so there's the second those people are laid off, or the second where even if they're still on the books, their salaries are decreasing and they stop working, and they consider themselves as good as fired, is the moment when the key aspect of Putinomics, which is stability, is threatened, and that becomes interesting. That becomes interesting for everyone. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, right, is there another side to this coin? I mean, if for political reasons the regime is telling its private employees that they have to keep workforces on, they have to feather bed their workforces, does that imply a state subsidy as well? So if such a company reaches the point where they actually can't afford to have workers on, does that mean they can go cap in hand to the regime and say, "Hey, well, you've got to bail us out now"?
The answer is yes and maybe. I have seen several times mentioned large handouts by the regime to economic actors, either directly or through the banks, easier loans and stuff like that. So opening lines of credit or direct handouts by the state. That has been seen. The dimension of this isn't clear. Is it one of those cases where you've got the minister showing up and saying, "We've aligned millions of rubles for such and such thing," but actually, if you dig a little bit into what has been said, what sort of money is put forward, you're talking peanuts. I cannot tell. But there's one thing which is for sure, and it is the fact that it's not for sure, but that is something else I've heard. By very serious people, our friends from Yale, they're saying that in just a matter of 4 months, the monetary mass of Russia has expanded twofold. If it's true, let's admit it's true. I did not see evidence that it was true, but let's admit it is true. If it is true, where does this money go? Sure, a fair bit of it might go to the Wagner guys. A fair bit of it might go to paying off volunteers. Maybe some of it paying off the families of the deceased. Apparently, of the soldiers that were killed in Ukraine. Apparently, the first guy who got shot by the Ukrainian defense was from Dagestan, and the family received something like $2 million, and $2 million, a new car, and as well a trip to Mecca. I don't think they do it for everyone, but to the extent that they do it for a lot of people, that represents a lot of money because they're losing a lot of people. So we're talking billions going to the army and to veterans one way or the other. But on the other hand, are they really deploying that much effort in terms of weapon productions and things like that? I don't know. I don't think so. I haven't seen any results along those lines. So I don't think that their military effort matches with the size that the Yale guys are saying that their financial effort is. And so the rest of the money may be going towards the private companies. So it's a very long answer to your short question. But yes, there is probably a large amount of subsidies being distributed.
I mean,
But-
this is I was just going to say. I mean, this is not unusual when it comes to the behavior of arms industries, right? I mean, whenever there's a big juicy contract up for grabs, then the government will step in and say, yeah, right, we'll give you this contract, but you have to build this ship or this submarine in this place. It had better create this many jobs, etc., right? I mean, this is not insane in an international context, right?
No, it's not insane, but the problem is that in a functioning economy, you can produce more submarines and stuff like that, but they can't. I mean, they cannot produce tanks. I don't see how they could produce submarines. So unless they're
excuse me, Ben, that is just nonsense.
Okay.
I mean, they've produced one of the largest submarines they've ever had only months ago.
Yeah, but they did this on the cheap. Actually, it's even worse than that. They used foreign parts to turn it into a submarine. So I stand on that hill.
I'm sure, Ben. I'm sure that Ukrainians would be happy to help them make some more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just for listeners who didn't detect the enormous subtlety and complexity of the humor involved there, we were of course referring to the world's largest underwater cruiser, the Moskva, which was famously sunk by Ukrainian missiles. When was that? That was in what, May?
Yes, and I mean it just shows the ingenuity, right? An air defense submarine.
Absolutely. And yesterday, I don't know if you saw, the TASS news agency released a very groundbreaking press release. Russia has produced yet another model of a future aircraft carrier which it intends to build. And as one British commentator pointed out, Russia now has the largest fleet of model aircraft carriers in the world. So that's not nothing.
Pretty cool.
Do you remember who that was, Tim? Because that sounds an awful lot like Dan Cachetta.
I can't remember. I'd have to look it up. I think it was somebody at the British version of Politico, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'll find the tweet and nest it. But it was very, very funny, and it's probably true as well. These countries that have proven themselves really incapable of operating aircraft carriers do tend to produce a lot of models of them. I don't know whether that's compensating for a lack of military ability or what, but Russia certainly does this every couple of years. Big model. Well, this one's going to be 150,000 tons, and we're going to have 20 of them, and it's going to be amazing. And it's just a model, so it's a little bit sad.
It's always a logistics problem, really, isn't it? Ben, can you still hear us, or do you have to the box yet?
Can you hear me? My mic
yeah, we
was
can
on.
hear you.
Sorry.
Yep, it's good. Apparently, the Moscow went down on the 14th of April. Goodness, time really flies. Time's fun when you're having flies. Anyway, so what I wanted to highlight here is that, of course, Russian aircraft carriers keep getting themselves into logistical issues because coal isn't very energy dense, and restocking is very difficult nowadays in most ports. Ever since most people moved over to other fuels for their ships.
Yeah, I mean, Okay. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I thought it was a nuclear power.
On paper, it's diesel. In reality, it seems to be coal. It's not actually coal. It just looks.
I mean, in terms of glorious naval history, yeah, they haven't achieved a lot. The carrier, she's steam powered. She's in reef at the moment. Yeah, they had an accident. They had a dockyard accident. Crane went across. She had a fire. HMS Fearless had a fire, and I was duty on the Illustrious. And we had to go across and help her fight it. That was in Portsmouth Harbour. Hey, these things happen. Again, a Royal Navy frigate contrived to nearly run down a Belgian fishing trawler not so long ago, amongst other things. And 2 American Arleigh Burkes managed to run themselves into civilian traffic. A Norwegian frigate, top end of the line, nice clear night, not much traffic in the fjord. She managed to run into a civilian ship. They tried to put her aground, and she ended up on her side, and it's constructive total loss. So, yeah, you know, it's a dangerous game being at sea, I'm afraid. Lots of people die. That Russian carrier, she's going nowhere fast. She is in refit. She will come back out. But the flagship's currently Peter the Great. She is nuclear powered. She's effectively a battle cruiser. And, you know, looks the biz. Of course, with Russian kit, we simply don't know. But the Russians, in terms of submarines, I'll say again, they're completely different. The Russians are very good, it seems, at the submarine game, to the extent that flag officer submarines publicly stated a few years ago they're catching up fast, and they are a real threat. And that's the serving Rear Admiral Royal Navy submarine saying that. So I suggest he's probably a man to listen to rather than naval pundits on Twitter, to be honest.
Was this pre-Ukraine comments or post-Ukraine comments?
This was pre-Ukraine, but the game's very different for our friends in the submarine fleet because they are effectively on a war footing 24/7. So they, you know, it's play for keeps on the surface. We rock up, escort the odd Russian warship. They come and interfere in the exercises, but it's all sort of very nice and very civil. The submarine service, well, let's just say the secrecy around the submarine service that continues to this day is tells you enough to know that they take no fucking prisoners playing underwater. And as I say, flag officer submarines come out and say that, you know, and this is a former, I think he's former perisher teacher, the elite submarine training course. When he says things like that, you probably want to listen to him rather than someone who spent 40 years in university in Oxford and thinks they know naval warfare.
Gunny, can I ask your opinion on what went down in the Adriatic the other day?
I didn't really, I didn't really see much, to be honest with you. People kept pinging me, but I was a little bit busy. So I've not really had a look. If someone could just DM me the, you know, a quick description of what happened. But I mean, I know the Adriatic, I spent an awful lot of time there, but I doubt, to be honest, I doubt anything big went off.
Oh no, nothing big. But if I recall correctly, 2 things happened. The first one was that 2 Russian submarines entered the Adriatic, were spotted within hours or even minutes of entering the Adriatic, and they've put on they gave them a tail. The Italian Navy gave them a tail, namely the Longobardo, which is apparently diesel and old, 30 years old diesel submarine. And again, how they know that, I don't know. I think it's the Italian Navy letting us know that happened. But the Longobardo was not picked up by the Russian submarines and the Russian fleet until they left the Adriatic, and basically the Longobardo just popped up and said bye-bye, and that was it. So I thought that was particularly interesting because that flew straight against the arguments that you're putting forward. And no disrespect to the British submariners, but the fact of, sorry, the line, oh my god, the next submarine is so good and their submariners are way above average, etc. It's something that we hear quite often. For instance, right now with China and the new T95, T96 submarine class, they're saying, okay, yeah, they're changing everything. We basically, the US carriers won't be able to leave San Diego ever again because of those things. So it may I venture that it might have been more of a political thing, to along the lines of, you still need to invest in submarines rather than necessarily a 100% fair assessment of the capacity of the Russian submariners.
No. Short answer. Look, social media is a wonderful thing, right? And in your hand, you hold a device that gives you potentially infinite knowledge. But just because you read lots of things on the interweb doesn't mean that you're fully informed. And it's one of the biggest problems I find, even with spaces. It's been quite interesting. So I logged on at night at work the night of the invasion, and I have watched with interest people with no military background slowly evolve into veritable Rommels, Mansteins, Pattons, and Montgomerys over a few months. Some really good stuff comes out, but some, there's some stuff that's a little bit kind of, well, I read it, so it must be true. So submarine warfare, Russian submarines, different arms of different militaries may have different capabilities and different levels of professionalism. For instance, the submarine service in the Royal Navy, and it pains me to say it, mainly because I've been embarrassed by them a few times, are a cut above, simply by virtue of the job that they have to do. Because at the end of the day, on a warship, if worst comes to the worst, stick your life jacket on, you go over the side. On a submarine, things go bad, you die. That's it. So within the structure of the Royal Navy, they, I think, rightly regard themselves as more capable, a little bit more professional. SF in the British Army, well, of course they're more capable. They're still part of the British Army, but they are more capable. They're better trained. They're more qualified. They've got more capabilities. So therefore, when we look at the Russian military, there are going to be different levels of professionalism within all three branches, and there are going to be different levels of professionalism within individual services like the Navy. So say, for instance, you're tracking a submarine. When you get a tail on a submarine, more often than not, you won't know about it, right? Are the Russians as good as us at anti-submarine warfare? Probably not. In fact, almost definitely not. Are they competent? FOSM says that they're competent and know their stuff. FOSM has done Perisher and was teacher on Perisher. FOSM had decades in the Royal Navy, multiple trips on boats. Therefore, FOSM is someone who you want to pay attention to. In the Adriatic, diesel boats, yeah, absolutely. Diesel boats are quite well suited to places like the Adriatic because they're smaller. They're better for kind of littoral warfare, although there are nuclear submarines down there. We've certainly had, I think, Ambush sailed pretty much straight from trials and staff sea check and basic sea training. She pretty much went straight down there. But the fact that a Russian destroyer was trailed by an Italian frigate, I think Trenchant followed us around for 4 weeks on an aircraft carrier, and she was under our hull, and we never got a sniff of her, and we were hunting relentlessly for her. And we had 9 anti-submarine helicopters on board and a mixture of escorts. So the ASW game is very secretive. you will not get a lot of details. That's why no one really talks about it. But starting kind of I think it was the mid to late 1970s, with the introduction of the Victor class submarine, the Russians really started to close the gap. And they were called the Vicious Victor. They were kind of the start of a bit of a Russian naval service renaissance. They lost an Oscar, and the crew were killed. But the Americans have lost 2 nuclear submarines. All right, not recently, but it has happened. So you can look at all the stuff on Twitter. You can just come, by all means, come to that overwhelming viewpoint that the Russians are just shit, got no fucking idea, and that we don't need to worry about them. And you can do the same about China. I would respectfully suggest history teaches us, he who thinks the opposition are a bunch of fucking idiots invariably gets bent over and gets his ass tanned. And in the military, we tend to err on caution, even worst case scenario, because it's better to be over prepared, train hard, fight easy, than to be under prepared and end up evacuating your blokes off a beach in rowing boats, aka Dunkirk. So, I would just exercise caution. As I say, stuff like you rip the shit out of the Russians having a fire on board an aircraft carrier. I sat and watched Bonhomme Richard burn, and they couldn't even put a fire out. I mean, a small fire in the US Navy could not put out a fire on board a ship in refit. French submarine fire in refit. The flood on, I think it was Prince of Wales, which was diabolical. I mean, people stood around filming it, giggling as a mess deck flooded. Appalling optics, appalling training, and an embarrassment all around on the global naval stage. So yeah, nobody's white than white in this game, Ben. But navies do learn. The Russians will learn from this. The Chinese are avid naval learners. They chuck money and assets at this game like it's going out of business, building mock-up aircraft carriers on shore. When they get their ships to sea, and I've seen the footage, they are coming along at a pace with carrier ops alone. Therefore, common sense dictates we don't underestimate them. We take it for what it is at face value, and we have to assume, if we want to beat them in the future, which we probably will have to, that they're a very capable enemy. That's just common sense in the military way, isn't it? Unless you want to end up somewhere like Izumwana, and that didn't go so well. And there's a stunning example of underestimating your enemy.
Yeah, I mean, there was just okay. Okay. We're not fighting fair here. You know your shit inside out, and I'm just poking you to the best of my ability, which doesn't mean much. I was just I have to say that when I read that thing on the Adriatic, I was surprised because I was remembering you telling us that those submarines that you could spend days that submarines were so silent, so discreet that they basically most of the time avoided detection. Apparently there's a famous case of an Australian sub sneaking during an exercise under an American aircraft carrier and just pinging it at the last minute. And had it been for real, the aircraft carrier would have been down. So that's where I was coming from. And then suddenly I'm being told that the Italian Navy on a Sunday managed to find two of those Russian submarines that I was expecting to be at least very discreet and difficult to find, and they found them within hours. So that what I was pointing at was a discrepancy between one and the other. And
yeah, I mean, what I would say is the Italian submarines didn't find those two submarines. Those two submarines have been found already. Someone else was tailing them, and then they were handed off. You won't know about it. I won't know about it. But the idea that 2 Russian kilos were diddling about the Mediterranean without anyone knowing where they were, and then they came into the Adriatic and suddenly an Italian SSK found them. Cobblers. Sorry, that's utter rubbish. They were tailed from the get-go. There will be other boats there. And what happens is, for stuff like this, we tend to hand off tracks to other assets, be it another submarine or maybe maritime patrol aircraft or something like that. And then the original tailer, gets retasked to go and do something else or return. So, get alongside in jib and the boys and girls can have a few pints or whatever. So it didn't really happen like that. As for finding a Russian, let's say you find a Russian destroyer. Was it a Russian destroyer looking for submarines? Because, warships don't sail around looking for submarines 24/7. You're not there with the Toda A stream pinging away with active sonar, your helicopter laying sonar buoys, all that kind of good stuff every time you leave the wall. A lot of time you're just in transit. And also, by transmitting on sonar and doing all these things, you're actually giving away a bit of intel. So, and the Russians know that. So if they're just in transit mode, sonar shut down, sonar control room closed, probably judicious use of radar because they don't want to give too much ESM away, standard cruising watch. How would they know there's a submarine following them? They wouldn't, would they? We wouldn't know. If you're just doing a straight transit in a carrier down to Gibraltar or something and there's a Russian submarine 10 miles away, unless she's being tailed by a NATO asset, if no one knows she's there, you won't know she's there. That's kind of how the game works. So,
Gunny, I'm so sorry, and I'm so sorry for Nina as well. I do have another question for you that you just pointed to and that I found infinitely fascinating. I remember you saying at some point that it was every Monday, if they wanted, NATO submarines could go through the Bosphorus, go through the Dardanelles, and never be picked up by the Turks. Did I completely imagine this? Is it the same for Gibraltar? Can you cross from the Atlantic into the Mediterranean without being picked up by the Royal Navy? And can you expand as well to the Baltic? Can a Russian submarine leave Kronstadt, go through the Gulf and Finland, and then through the Straits of Denmark without being picked up?
No, so I said you couldn't get through the Bosphorus. Ryan Ramsey, who was he's former Royal Navy T-boat captain, he was actually on the space a few months ago. He said he reckoned he could do it on the basis of it was done by an Australian Royal Australian Navy boat back in 1914. It's a bit of a legendary story. He's well versed in it. He said, and bearing in mind this is a sub-driver par excellence. I mean, this bloke knows his stuff inside out. He reckoned it is possible to do. Could the Russians do it? No. I would, although a kilo class boat is smaller than a nuke. So I'll caveat with, I don't know. I've not met any Russian submarine commanders while I've been shopping around Waitrose, so I don't know the level of their expertise, but there will be good drivers in there, in the Russian fleet, particularly the Northern Fleet. So I'd imagine no, the seamanship difficulties are considerable, and it is there's probably some kind of sonar net there. So it would be quite an ass. But hey, if Ryan Ramsey says you can do it, who knows? Reference jib, yeah, there's all sorts of goodies in the Straits of Gibraltar. So no, transiting is a no-go. What happens is when Russian boats, it's a bit Red October, but when Russian boats sail, inevitably someone tracks them. There is a NATO asset. And the Russians try and do the same to us. We've had Russian attack boats off the coast of Scotland for, there's been quite an uptick in activity the past few years, and they try and track our continue at sea deterrent, our V-boats, as they sail from Faz Lane. That's why we have to sanitize the route into the Atlantic, us sometimes with NATO allies, because there is always a Russian boat there, because they dearly want to track nukes, and they do the same to the American Navy. They're desperate to try and track Ohio's V-boats. The name, I forgot the name of the French boats, Triumphant class. So it's just kind of a game, but there's always a tail. So it's a big game. Everyone tracks each other's boats. I would be astonished if a Russian boat managed to navigate around the Baltic without being trapped by something. We know that they're there because we've seen German P3s and the odd P8 every now and again, but mostly it looks like Germany and the UK are doing that. There's been some activity over the North Sea, so there's an obvious uptick in activity, and everything tends to be tracked, or at least we try and track it. But the thing with submarines is if you don't find it, you don't know it's there usually, and you'll never know. That's that's the problem with them, and that's why there's such a bloody pain in the arse on exercises, because they have the advantage straight away. But again, going back to the Russians, we've had exercise. I remember Teamwork 92, I think, a Sierra interrupted the exercise and kind of popped up out of the middle of nowhere. And the exercise went a bit hell in a handcart because everyone was scrabbling to track this Sierra because it was, they were quite a rarity. And we didn't know that she was there until she decided to announce it. So if they could do that in 1992, I doubt they've got worse. They're pretty competent. Again, as Fossum says.
Oh, I guess Tim has fallen asleep. Nina, you've had your hand up for.
Thank you, Ben.
I'm still here. Sorry, I was just listening to Gunny. It's fascinating. Thank you, Gunny, for your input. It's always a pleasure to have you up.
Yeah, thank you, Gunny. I'm sorry for teasing you.
Nina. And Gunny, hang back because I want to ask you about what different ships are, because I forgot again. Nina?
Thank you. Thank you, Domin, and hi, Gunny. Yes, really interesting discussion. And I have a question, but before that question, I have a mini question, which is, what is the tail you are talking about after a submarine?
Somebody following it.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, what happens, Nina, is how do I explain this? Say you're in a submarine. Submarines produce noise to varying degrees. Some are louder than others. So a nuclear submarine is usually louder than a conventional submarine, mainly because of the circulating pumps for the coolant. It's one of the problems. Now they're soundproof to a degree. You raft the machinery, so you put the engine and all the noisy bits are put on a raft that sits on rubber shock absorbers, so the vibration isn't transmitted to the hull. You can use tiling. Rubber. It's like rubber. It's not actually rubber, but we call it anechoic tiling. There's all sorts of things you can do. Noise is the enemy of submarines, because that's how primarily you find another submarine. And you can also get a lot of information about submarines because they can be very distinct, subtle, distinct differences in them. So you might be able to actually identify a hull number from a submarine. So trailing each other's boats is as much an exercise in intelligence gathering as it is in testing their ability. Because obviously, if you fall in behind a Russian submarine and he's got a towed array out, and suddenly he starts maneuvering violently and pinging you with his sonar, you've been found. Therefore, you know that they can hear you. That's bad. And you note that down. If you're happily tooling along behind a submarine for 7 days and they never get a sniff of you, then you know that acoustically they're not particularly great. They couldn't see you, and you have an advantage of some kind. So tailing, be it often by submarine, sometimes we'll just use maritime patrol aircraft, and they will drop sonar buoys in the water and listen. And then that information is transmitted up to the aircraft. Or even, I don't know what they call it now, it used to be towed array patrol ship or fleet ready escort, or just a warship with a towed array sonar out, tooling along a patrol line up north, listening for submarines and ships, but submarines, and gathering data that way. So it's, for the submariners, it's very, let's call it kinetic. There have been collisions. There are a couple of famous instances where NATO submarines have physically run in to Russian submarines, and both have sustained damage. Anyone who watches British TV, Channel 5, the thing about the Royal Navy destroyer, the Russian submarine they were tracking ran over a towed array, made quite a big noise. So it's kind of a game for keeps. So it's a very dangerous game, and that's why I come back to Royal Navy submariners. They kind of consider themselves to be, well, all submariners consider themselves to be, a cut above. They also get paid far too much money as well, which is frankly disgusting, which is why they're all wadded. But then they have to sit in a metal tube for 12, 16 weeks and spray each other in links every morning. So, pros and cons for the game, not for me though.
Yeah. Thank you, Gani. Thank you for explaining me that. And then I have this question that now when Ukrainians have or the Russians have been smoking cigarettes on Crimea, if the Sevastopol port would be somehow, if they would smoke there too, and where the submarines are loading what they need, stuff there, what can they do if that's destroyed?
So I've always said I would hit a Russian naval ammunitioning facility with due caution, unless we've got solid intelligence of what they're storing there. Naval magazine. Well, you've seen ammunition dumps going up. Just have a quick look at Google. There would be considerable collateral damage. The Russians had a magazine explosion in the Northern Fleet back in the 80s, I think, and hundreds died. Of course, it was the old Soviet Union then, so details never came out, but it was one big blast. Do the Russians just have conventional weapons there? Well, the Moskva was a warship that could carry nuclear anti-ship missiles. Is it beyond the realms of possibility that those rounds, maybe some nuclear depth bombs, are still in storage in the magazine? It's not beyond the realms of possibility. Would they go off? No, not at all. But hitting nuclear weapons with conventional weapons can spread quite nasty stuff around. It is a civilian city. We don't want to be killing civilians, particularly because it's full of Ukrainians who are temporarily under Russian control. I would suggest that that's probably a bit of an own goal. If you want to force those kilos out, I would go after some ships that are rafted up. In particular, there's a little creek area where they've put their assault ships. It looks like they put a barrier across it. They're rafted up. I think if you hit them, chances of collateral damage are a lot less, and you'll compel the Black Sea Flotilla commander to move all his assets east anyway. The fact that the Ukrainians haven't done it tells me that they're probably a bit, is it worth the hassle? Because they could just run from the naval base to the east, and it's a speed run of about 24 hours at most to get back to where they're operating now. So there's probably higher priority targets. And as I say, plus the danger of hitting an ammunition dump that's in a field and having a nice big fireworks explosion is one thing. Hitting an ammunition dump in a functioning city, probably a little bit too much danger of mass casualties, which Russians would just jump all over. And the Ukrainians do not want public opinion swinging against them because they hit a magazine facility and 200 civvies were killed. Because pound to a penny, Russian camera crews will be all over that shit. You'll have pictures of dead kids lying in the street, burning buildings, and the Ukrainians rightly would say, well, it's a military target, so it's fair game. And the Russians would bleep, what about the civilians? So, I just can't see it at the moment.
It is worth noting here that Ukrainians have hit many ammo dumps that were within occupied cities, right? Because Russians kept putting ammo dumps next to the train stations, say, with Novokakhovka and various parts of the occupied city of Donetsk, etc. So it wouldn't be the first time an ammo dump is hit inside a city. The difference is probably the ammunitioning facility or the Black Sea Fleet being more of a permanent installation, right? A thoroughly permanent installation is likely to be a whole lot more, what should we say, better kitted out, and with a lot more stuff there, and that's more of a risk. The one thing I'm thinking of is I don't know how much of a likelihood it is that they would be keeping anything particularly nasty, beyond conventional explosives in those facilities in Sevastopol. Because why would you need to have lots at hand at any given point? It's a thing that's either on the ship already, or like it's not something that you would put on the ship and then take off the ship and then put back on the ship exactly regularly, I would have thought. And why would you have it at such an exposed forward basis of Sevastopol in the first place? That just don't think it's likely to be there. I know they're weird and silly and not exactly cautious, but that's kind of.
Yeah, well, first of all, it's an ammunition facility, so yeah, you can store nukes there. Lots of countries do it. We have ammunition in facilities. We don't keep stuff like NDBs in Plymouth and Portsmouth ammunition facilities now, but once upon a time we did. That's why places like Portsmouth used to shut down, and you would transport the NDBs through the city to load on board. So they had a cruiser. The cruiser was capable of carrying nuclear weapons. Have they removed those nuclear weapons from the ammunition facility if they're still there? I don't know. You tell me. But would you risk it? Until you get firm data, I would err on the side of caution and go, well, let's just assume that they are. That's just sensible, isn't it? Until we get anything different. It might kind of explain why they've not gone after shipping at all. They're hitting air bases. They've probably got the reach now to hit actually in the port area. Or why haven't they? The ships are launching cruise missiles into Ukraine. They go back alongside, they ammunition, then they come back out. Why aren't you Ukrainians hitting them? I mean, a warship alongside is a fairly easy target if you can get past the air defense. So why not hit why not hit the ammunition facility? It's not purpose built. I've looked at it. It's basically just looks like brick buildings, wooden doors, buckets of sand outside the fucking door, buckets of sand in red buckets. So yeah, you're right. It's not high tech. It seems to have a sprinkler system, but it's just above ground buildings. There are no bunkers or anything like that. What are the potential implications of, I don't know, let's say 50 cruise missiles, maybe 1,000 rounds of 76, a load of 30mm for the AK 630s, a stack of RBU anti-submarine rockets, and maybe some anti-submarine torpedoes. What are the implications of that going off in the city? Again, I respectfully suggest that is a massive own goal. We can shout and stamp our feet and go, well, they hit civilian trains, and we're absolutely right. But the minute you lose that moral high ground and you kill 200-300 civvies in a city which you have stated you intend to liberate, that's going down the wrong side of the track, to be honest with you. And that's why I don't think they're going to do it. If I was them, again, I would probably go over some of the ships that are rafted up probably dead ship routine, so not many ships company on board. Particularly if you use an airburst munition, ships are particularly vulnerable to that kind of thing. You could probably trash 3 or 4 ships alongside. Nice merry fires, and then the Black Sea will have to move out because you know the Rhine will be on the wall then. So again, why haven't the Ukrainians done it? I just think that it's low down the targeting priority. I think they've got bigger fish to fry in this. And as far as they're concerned, the Black Sea Fleet, whilst bravely sortying to shoot cruise missiles at high-rise buildings, it's probably something Ukrainian air defense is coping with pretty well, especially around the Odessa Oblast. Again, I say whoever the air defense commander is around in and around Odessa, they have got it all in one sock without a doubt, and they've probably got some extremely Gucci kit we haven't seen yet. So I think the Ukrainians are probably prepared to bear with it and go after more important stuff, particularly on land. But we'll see. It might be proven wrong. They might put 4 into the kilos when they're all alongside, and happy days. You know, who knows?
I think you're right about the priorities, because genuinely the Black Sea Fleet just hasn't been able to be much more than, as you noted, an organization sowing terror among civilian populations in Ukraine, and they've done very little. They've done very little else as of recent months, right? They destroyed some civilian buildings, a resort town in Zatoka, and that's pretty much it for now. Ben.
Yeah, I'm receiving messages from a smoking Romanian that shall remain unnamed, who has a question for Gunny. Do you have the stomach for it, Gunny?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. So he is asking me what, or she, asking me what type of ship would fit the Black Sea. In practice, I think what is asking is that, is the Black Sea too small to put there, what do you call that, a carrier, a cruiser, and then he goes down the line, and then he has a special question regarding submarines, saying that apparently after 200 meters depth, there is some hydrosulfuric acid floating there, which may be a bit of a sub-trap, potentially. So he wanted to know your opinion about this. And of course, I'm assuming that he's talking about Romanian ships, so there's no problem with Montreux for the moment in the discussion.
Yeah, acid layer. No, I mean, I was above water warfare. There are layers in the sea which there's subtle temperature changes, and these can facilitate the transmission of noise. So remember, I said you hunt submarines primarily by noise, passively. So you listen for them. That only gives you a range. That only gives you a bearing. So what you have to do is you have to maneuver around a little bit, and then get different bearings, and then that will give you an approximate, you know, a working range. Although, interestingly, the Russians have been looking at wake detection technology, just as an interesting side thing. They've got these funny little mini fins. I think we're also looking at it as well, where you can actually detect subtle changes in the water just from the wake of a passing submarine, and these hang around in the water quite a long time. I don't know the exact specifics. So yeah, flowing layers of acid, I don't know anything about that. You get all the usual currents, you get thermals. So if you go under a thermal, if I'm hunting you with an active sonar, that thermal can often bounce sonar waves back up before they reach you. And conversely, if you're making noise, because you've got a thermal over you, that noise will go up and it will refract off the bottom of the layer, and then it will come back down. So it kind of operates as a protection and a hindrance. But obviously vice versa as well. If you're under the layer, you might not, the sounds of ships might not go through the layer to you, if you know what I mean. This is ASW, which is kind of a little bit out my wheelhouse. nautical term. The problem with the Black Sea is effectively it's a big lake. So think of it as like the Persian Gulf. So it's surrounded by land. Therefore, on land you have airfields. Therefore, on airfields you have things called aircraft. And aircraft fly and sink ships. So carriers, very redundant in places like the Black Sea. We've used carriers in the Persian Gulf, but only when total air dominance has been established and all the surface batteries have been negated to one degree or another, and then you can operate a carrier then, but only in the south. So if you're asking what the ideal size of a ship is for the Black Sea in future, and particularly Romanian Navy, it's not a big sea, so range isn't a problem. You won't have to worry so much about refueling at sea. So you don't need something with incredible endurance. So a cruiser is far too big. That was just putting Moskva in there was just a dick waving thing, to be honest with you, to say, look, we're the big boys on the strait. Practicality, because they didn't use her properly, it was a bit of a waste of time. So if I was the Romanian Navy and the Ukrainian Navy in the future, I'd be looking at maybe something about the size of the LCSs, the American Navy, which haven't been fabulous in terms of build quality and reliability. But the thing is, the difference between navies like the Romanian Navy and navies like the US Navy and the Royal Navy is that we drive the ships hard. You are at sea every year and you're doing long stints. So if you're not pushing those ships particularly hard, this is why we sell second-hand Royal Navy ships to countries like Brazil, because Brazil doesn't push them nearly as hard. So there's less problems with maintenance. So if I was the Romanian Navy and Ukrainian Navy, I'd be kind of thinking along those lines: littoral combat vessels, so something 1,000 tons, maybe, nice and heavily armed. You don't have to worry so much about habitability because you're not going to be out for 30 days, 60 days, so you can cram a few more weapon systems into it. Something with good long reach, anti-ship capability. And probably not worry so much about air defense because, say you're Romania, you've got Romanian airfields, so you can use shore-based aircraft to provide, a modicum of air cover. And that'll be the same for the Ukrainians as well. So hopefully they'll go down that line. It would be nice to see the Ukrainian Navy at the end of this maybe buy something like the Arrow 140 design, something like that, or even the maybe a couple of Type 26s or more Type 31s, the new ones that we're getting, but we'll have to see. There's going to be a lot of spending priorities. They're going to have to rebuild the place. But yeah, it will be good to see the first entirely Ukrainian manned frigate down in Plymouth commencing basic sea training. That'll be a fabulous day, and I'd be really pleased to see that Ukrainian frigate at anchor in Plymouth Sound.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Ben, would it be okay if you took over for the next, say, 20 minutes or so together with Tim? I need to fetch a ladder and this smoke detector that's going off.
Yeah, I can send you a hammer as well if you want.
No, that's fine. I just need time away from here because it's very annoying and it's very high up. No smoke. It's just smoke detector. Anyway, Ben, take it away.
I'm glad to know that's what it is. Actually, for a second, I was afraid Domin had bought one of those unbearable parakeets. George, shall we start with you and then we go with Nina? Tim, you think that's a good plan?
I think that's a good plan. It's always nice to hear from George. And Nina, of course, but also George.
Good morning. Good morning.
And George,
yes.
I'm so sorry. I need to send you an article about Kalamata.
Okay. All right. Good morning or good afternoon, depending on where you are on our fabulous globe. That's overheating. But anyway, back to the navies. So would you call what the Ukrainians and what the Romanians need is what they call a brown water navy?
Yeah, we don't really, as far as I know, we stopped using those kind of terms when I left, when I transferred. So it's nice terms like literal warfare are used now. So the Persian Gulf, that's a literal environment. So do they need carriers? No.
No, yeah, obviously not. So they would need something like the LCS or something even one size smaller, because that would be for the Romanians, right? Because all they have to do is pretty much protect their shipping routes, right?
Yeah. So the Romanians bought 2 batch 22 frigates off us, but they're not. They took the Seawolf system off. I don't think they've. I don't know if they've got Harpoon, anything like that. But they're kind of they're not equipped for a stand-up fight. Put it that way. I like the LCSs in terms of concept. For the Black Sea, I think an LCS design would be perfect, but as we know, the problem with the LCSs they've been a complete fucking disaster. The US Navy's decommissioning them. Sometimes 3 years. I think 3 years, the longest has been in commission. Maybe 4 years, because there's problems with build. There's real issues with reliability. From the sound of it, they don't have enough ships company on. So workloads within various departments, despite the automation, is quite excessive. If they could rework them, modify them, sort out the problems with ship's complement, and rejig them slightly for navies like Romania, I personally see that as a real option. It'll probably have to be bargain basement price, but at the end of the day, it's better than scrapping them completely. The flip side of that is they sound very complex, so the Romanian Navy will have to they'll have to bang through quite a few personnel and get the shoreside. The thing that people forget is the shoreside support side of it, the logistics, the docking repairs, essential defects, all that kind of thing. But I think it's an option. It would probably work out cheaper than fresh builds. Is there the appetite within the Romanian Navy? I don't know. Is there going to be the appetite within the Ukrainian Navy? I think there will be, but it's going to be more down to finance. I'm not worried about the training side, because the Ukrainians have just taken over one of our Sandown class minesweepers, and they're smashing their way through the MCMV course. So clearly, again, they can do it. It's the old thing, isn't it, mate? Money, money, money.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, because the United States has a ship called the Cyclone class. It's a little bit smaller than the LCS. It still has a missile launcher on it, and even a Stinger for air defense, and some other kit. But yeah, when you're talking about money, they're a lot cheaper than the LCSs. And like you said, I think when they built them, they overcomplicated them, because they've had so much problems with not only the electronics on board, but the machinery, right? They've had issues with engines and propulsion systems on them. So
yeah, I think the problem will be with this, that Russia will probably cease to be seen as a viable threat for the next 5-10 years. And we all know what politicians are like. If they get convinced by someone that that's it, the Russians are done, they're not going to be trouble for 10 years. No one will spend till 9 years, and then the penny will drop, and then there'll be a sudden frenzied expenditure, and the kit won't be there, and then they'll start losing again. I mean, let's say we're all used to that.
I don't think the Ukrainians are going to take that approach any time ever again. It'll be a money crunch for them, but I don't think it will be a will to have the ships. I think it's just going to be a money crunch for them. In all seriousness, there's no way the Ukrainians are going to be like, oh, they're defeated, they're not coming back. I mean,
well, I mean, if I was Ukrainians, because of the size of the Black Sea, I think I'd like a few surface vessels. I'd dearly like a pair of diesel electric boats or AIP submarines. That's a big aspiration. You don't magic up submarine crews. It takes years and years and years to get there. But is it anything that they couldn't achieve with shoreside missile batteries? Some really long range systems, which are going to be infinitely cheaper. That will be something that they will have to hammer out. But I mean, if you could get your hands on a 300-kilometer anti-shipping weapon, and you could, more importantly, this is the important thing, get your hands on the ability to detect, track, and target things, because the best missile system in the world is no good unless you can see the enemy. If you can get that capability, maybe maritime patrol aircraft, long range,
exactly,
and then do it via truck mounted anti-ship missiles, maybe a system that's got dual capability for land attack. I suppose the argument goes that is a hell of a lot cheaper way of establishing a measure of sea control certainly over the West Black Sea.
Yes, I think you're right. They should definitely concentrate on like naval aviation, like ASW helicopters, and just maritime patrol craft. If they have those, it would be cheaper than trying to field like 5 or 6 surface vessels that are new.
Yeah, but then I suppose the flip side is once they're in NATO, they're going to want to be an active participant. So wouldn't it be nice to see the naval exercise up in the Barents Sea, and HMS Queen Elizabeth with a Ukrainian frigate running as goalkeeper close in?
Sorry, is there any way they would, once they're in NATO, isn't there any way they could do like a combined patrols like with the Romanians? There's nothing that would, I mean, that would be an option. They could combine forces to patrol, their vital waterways. I mean, it looks like Romania and Ukraine are going to have this war. Is forcing them to have bigger economic relations right now, because the Ukrainians can't export the grain as fast as they can from the ports, and they're using ports in Romania. So that would be an option, wouldn't it?
There's all sorts of options. So they're going to want to mine countermeasures capability. Probably at least 3-4 mine hunters. Probably a mine layer as well. That would make sense for them. I've got it in the back of my head. I think Russia's going to be in sufficient a state after this that the Black Sea will be one of the first naval forces to be hammered as they try and reorientate their finances. Probably look towards the Pacific Fleet, Vladivostok, and back to the Northern Fleet, which has always been their kind of premier striking force. I just think after this, after they've been rocked back on their heels, are they going to want to maintain, quite costly units there, which will be unable to achieve very much? Will they pivot them round to the Mediterranean Fleet, where they can achieve a lot more strategically, because the reason they want a warm water port is so that they can threaten Suez. You know, there's no bones about it. You shut down Suez, the damage to economies is going to be absolutely horrendous, and you can do that plausible deniability and drop a few mines outside the entrance. You know, they'd be cleared fairly quickly, but we saw what happened when one container ship blocked Suez. You know, it was hands to panic stations, wasn't it? So will the Russians pivot from the Black Sea to the Med? Yeah, I suspect so. Northern Fleet will probably they're all going to suffer, but I just think the Black Sea, after all of this, they're just going to kind of throw their hands up in the air and say, you know what, we can spend our money on better things, and then just cede it to NATO countries. So I mean, that'll be Ukraine. Ukraine will have the northern Black Sea covered, and Romania the west, and well, I mean, you could say Turkey to the south, but you never fucking know with them, do you? There's a lot of fart in the wind which way they blow. So
Thanks for space.
Yeah, who knows? All depends how bad the Russian finances are going to be, and if they pour everything out the Black Sea, then there is no naval threat. And as I say, then the Ukrainians can probably cover it with land-based anti-ship missiles and fixed-wing aircraft.
Thank you, Gani. Thanks, George. I just want to tell everyone the good story that as soon as I brought the ladder in the vicinity of the smoke detector, it shut up after half an hour. I clearly intimidated it. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Roman. Actually, I heard this alarm behind you, and I thought the alarm was in my apartment.
I'm sorry.
He's not. Yeah, and
I initially thought it was a bird outside. So you know.
Yeah, I was walking here, and where is the problem here? Okay, anyway, Gani, I understand that this is far-fetched thought, but I'm thinking of every possible thing that could help Ukraine if it would go wrong for the Russians. And I don't know if you have ever been inside of a submarine. I'm thinking, you told me that they are out maybe a couple of months, and let's say that one of those guys gets sick, or one of those guys, when they are in Sevastopol, gets COVID, and they all get COVID. Can they? How are they handling the situation if somebody gets sick, or mentally sick, or physically, or something?
I can just tell you from intercepts that the Ukrainian security services published. There were cases where a whole Russian barracks got very ill. Might not, different illnesses, doesn't really matter what, various, easily spreadable illnesses. And they literally just hushed it up and told everyone to pretend they're fine. So I do wonder how that would be done on a ship with any sort of easily spreadable things, COVID, foodborne illnesses, and the like. But I would just guess, on the basis of how they do it in the land, they probably don't necessarily always do it very well. I know, Gary, have you heard of any specific instances?
Yeah, I've been on a destroyer where we had D&V and it ran through the ship. It was so bad we had to anchor off Portsmouth. We didn't go alongside. We sat off for 3 days. If you get something like that on a boat or a ship, it's horrific. So what we do, so if you remember during COVID, submarine crews, the boats were coming in, they weren't allowed ashore. They were maybe allowed on the jetty. They would restock on all the essentials, and then they'd be straight back out, even though they lived, they lived maybe 2 miles away. Some of the boys and girls on the boats could see their houses overlooking the dockyard. They weren't allowed ashore because of the danger of COVID. And they'd been out kind of 3 months, 24 hours alongside, and then they were back out for 3 months. So that's how we do it. They're okay because they're in the Black Sea. So if anything happens quite severe, they can just surface and make a speed run and then go back alongside. So just as an example, I doubt it's changed now, but Royal Navy ships, if you were on a Trident boat, you get your family gram. You used to get something called a family gram, which was maybe sort of 60 words or something. You know, I'm okay, kids okay.
Sounds like a tweet.
Yeah, essentially, because the whole idea is the submarine has to remain undetected. So even sticking a mast up, you know, increases your chances of detection. So you had the option of, if there was a fatality in the family, because they couldn't get you off the submarine had to stay at sea. Did you want to know? So there are anecdotal stories of people whose kids died on a patrol. They elected not to be told at the start of the patrol, and by the time they got back alongside, their child had been buried already. That's one of the reasons they earn the big bucks, because you can't just surface a nuclear, particularly a strategic nuclear submarine, and start transferring people on and off. So that said, there have been instances where there have been serious medical cases and we have managed to get them off, but it's quite a big exercise because you have to get the submarine to somewhere. You have to confirm that the Russians aren't around. So you need lots of assets to sanitize the area. Then the boat might come up, and if there's a ship in range, you'll get your helicopter. You'll do a helicopter transfer and winch them off, and then get them shoreside. So it can be done, but for submarines, remaining undetected is key, and that means there are certain things that you can and can't do. So if the Russians have had, say, an outbreak of COVID on the boat, they're different because they can do a speed run back to Sevastopol and get everyone off. What's been interesting is, why haven't they been staying at sea for particularly long periods of time? That's something that I've been scratching my head over. Is it they're firing off all their missiles, so they'll have a minimum number of torpedoes. They'll probably stock up on cruise missiles. Are they just blatting off all the calibers and then having to make a run back to rearm? Or do they have mechanical issues and the submarines literally can't stay out for more than, between 5 and 7 days before they come in, and they have to do docking and essential defects? Or is COVID such a massive problem, essentially they're putting boats out and people are getting sick maybe, and they're managing to stay out a few days, and then they're having to do a speed run back in and then turn over crews? We simply don't know. I suspect probably it's a mixture of all three, to be honest with you, because they are capable of staying at sea for very long periods of time. They do it. They just, the kilos in this case just seem to be a little bit averse, apart from one that was sat off Romania, we think, early on, and she was kind of parked up for quite a long period of time. But mostly they seem to be in and out, in and out, like a porn star,
Cheers, Genny. Smooth.
Yeah, just have to collect my thoughts when Gunny's talking about porn stars. But okay, I'll recover. I have a question for the Navy guys that are tracking ships away from the Black Sea. Does anybody, maybe Gunny, have any news or any information where the USS Kearsarge right now is in the Baltic Sea? I'm just asking because living here at the Baltic Sea, I could see over my house 2 waves of most likely Venoms, Super Cobras, and Blackhawks helicopters this morning. So I was wondering if the Kearsarge is nearby anywhere here in the Baltic Sea. So anywhere near would be in northern Germany.
If she's not on ship tracker, I wouldn't tell you anyway, mate, if I knew. So if they transmit on ship tracker, that means that it's the same as flight radar. NATO want someone to know where the ships are. If they're not, probably best for us to say, well, the battle group's knocking around the Baltic, and that's probably all we need to know. But they'll be exercising continuously, because that's that's what you do. You the minute that you sail, even when I was in, the minute that you're off a wall, you start talking to other ships and you start doing air defense exercises or tactical data link establishment, or electronic warfare calibrations, or anything. You know, you're at it from the minute that you sail, and that's what's going to be happening in the Baltic. The boys and girls are going to be very busy, because that number of ships and aircraft in a fairly constrained area. Oh, officers love it. Oh, they'll just be sweating themselves silly with the possibilities of doing serials. They're probably in defence watches. They're probably working straight 8 and 8 or 6 and 6. And every waking moment will probably be full of some kind of naval serial dreamed up by an officer, especially if reporting period is up, because naval officers love training. So that's all that you're going to be seeing. There'll be flying serials on every day, some kind of exercise, either with the Germans or the Danes, definitely with the Swedes and the Finns, because integration is going to be moving at pace now. Although we all sing off the same song sheet roughly, there's going to be interoperability things that will need to be slightly tampered down on to make sure everyone understands each other. But you know, that's going to be pretty minor. It's just going to be a really good opportunity, especially for the Finns and Swedes to play with NATO probably, and really test each other. And we'll be going at it big guns at each other, just to see where we're all at operationally. It's just what happens.
Yeah, thanks, Gunny. I know I couldn't find her on the ship's radar website, so I'm totally with you. It was just quite interesting because I, even though living near a Navy city here in northern Germany, I haven't seen that collection of most likely U.S. Navy or U.S. Marines helicopters here around here. So I was just curious, but thanks.
Yeah, just be aware with those shipping trackers. Sometimes they're used to spoof people as well. Occasionally you'll see Royal Navy warships magically appear somewhere hundreds of miles away from where they actually are. Or in one memorable case, I think somewhere near the Bull Ring in Birmingham, which, you know, I mean, navigating officers in the Royal Navy can be pretty stupid sometimes, but I don't think even one of ours could get a Type 45 destroyer into the Bull Ring shopping centre in Birmingham, although never say never with Royal Navy officers.
Ben.
Yep. Did I forget what I wanted to say? I probably forget what I wanted to say. I'm sorry. I'll be back in a minute.
Very well. Brian.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Doman. A question for other Navy man there, a dog called Gimpy. I was asking this question quite a while ago, and I'm afraid my knowledge of the current ASW systems, I'm afraid, is limited to the period of my service in the Canadian Navy in the mid-1980s, so that's practically ancient history. At the time, we were just beginning to think about passive sonar arrays and getting away from using direct signals that gave away our position. And of course, as I understand it, they're also able to detecting the anomalies of disturbances in the magnetic field as a submarine passes through it. So there are possibilities, and perhaps with sonobuoys to detect a submarine's presence. As for delivering an ASW weapons system when you don't have a functioning Navy to carry out complex ASW maneuvers, do you know if there is such a system been developed? So there's quite a follow-on from what we had at the time with the improved Restigouche class destroyers. I think it was called ASROC, sort of a rocket-launched delivery system for dropping a sonar guided torpedo into the area. And of course, you don't need pinpoint accuracy for that. well within the ballpark is good enough if you know something's down there to let the torpedo carry out its search pattern. Is there a system which could drop a sonar guided or precision guided torpedo into the the area if you don't have vessels nearby to do it for you?
Yeah, so you were mid 80s, so yeah, we were doing towed array then. 2031 sonar was fit to Cleopatra. That was my dad's last ship in 84, 85, I think. But we already had the Type 22, so they were already equipped with towed array. ASROC, we had something similar called Ikara. It carried a Mark 46 torpedo. Apparently it wasn't amazing. The Australian Navy used it as well. We got rid of it start of 1990s, I think. One of the things they can look at, one of the things the Royal Navy's looking at is UAVs, carrier UAVs. Because currently, if you haven't got a fixed-wing maritime patrol aircraft, use your helicopter. So an aircraft carrier will have anti-submarine helicopters, and they can either drop sonar buoys in the water, which will either listen or actively ping, or they can hover and they can dip a sonar. That's why we used to call them dippers. Now, what the Royal Navy's looked at, probably with a nod to the American Dash program in the 60s, which was cutting edge but ahead of the technology of the time, is unmanned aerial vehicles. So if you imagine a helicopter's got a crew of 4, that's 4 people plus all the equipment needed to keep them alive as extra payload. So if you have an unmanned aerial vehicle, all it needs is the engine, the payload, and the ability to transmit data, and the ability to land and take off. So that might be an option for the Ukrainians in the future. UAVs will be cheaper. There's already a maritime patrol version of Predator. I think it's called Sea Guardian or something like that. I think the Romanians have been using it already. We kind of watched one or something similar flying around off Constanta, and the way it was behaving looked like a classic anti-submarine search box pattern. So we think they're in theatre already with the Romanians. That could be an option for the Ukrainians as well. So you'd need 2, I would imagine. You'd need one as your sensor platform. So it would have a thermal camera, some good optics, because you want to look for periscopes, snorkels, things like that, because conventional submarines still have to come up for air to charge batteries. And sonar buoys, passive and active sonar buoys. And then your other UAV will be a weapon carrier, carrying a lightweight anti-submarine torpedo, like a Stingray or the new Mark 50, I think it is. So yeah, that potentially is another cheaper way of mitigating the subsurface threat. So you could kind of see, if you want to do it not on the cheap, but if you want to do it because money's a little bit tight, if you combine that capability with some fixed-wing maritime patrol aircraft, which have other uses as well, because the P8, we know that the P8's been used for signals intelligence, and its radar's good enough that you can actually use it for collecting data on land as well. It's a fantastic radar. So if you mix it with that and land-based anti-ship missiles, you've pretty much got all bases covered. Throw in a squadron of MCMVs for mine countermeasures. Yeah, job done, isn't it? You've mitigated the submarine threat. You've got mine countermeasures vessels to counter the mine threat. You've got your land-based anti-ship missiles for killing warships, and you've got your maritime patrol aircraft, which can be used for everything from counter-narcotics through to actively hunting submarines, through to providing targeting data for shoreside missile batteries. So, yeah, I mean, that sounds like a fairly good option to me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hadn't thought of that. You're right. That could feasibly function. I mean, I was on a Salaron class destroyer escort. It was ancient. It was commissioned in 1956, still going in the mid to late 80s. In the early 60s, they were refitted, and they took the 3-inch 50 mount and one of the triple-barreled Limbo ASW mortars off of the quarterdeck and built a flight deck and a hangar onto the aft part of it. And on these tiny vessels, we were carrying around a Buddy Great Sea King. I mean, that was our ASW weapons platform, with using torpedoes and dipping soda.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like, well, you know, the Black Sea, the depth of it and everything, it's arguable that, you know, systems like Limbo have still got a place, haven't they? Because if you're chasing a submarine, as you and I know, if you're chasing a submarine that's coastal and close, there's nothing like a 3-barreled anti-submarine mortar to let you really get in close and really shake them up a bit. But yeah, you know, I mean, that to me, if they don't want to go down the line of a surface fleet, that there are advantages to having, you know, a couple of frigates or whatever, because it will allow them as a member of NATO to participate in global operations, which is always a good thing. But they're going to have to rebuild a country. They're going to want the Black Sea to be secure in future. It's going to be a case of bang for your buck. And I think MPA, shoreside batteries, that kind of thing, maybe some minesweepers that they can commit to standing naval force, like the standing NATO mine hunter group. And of course, things like P-8s, maritime patrol aircraft, they can commit those as NATO allies, pretty much globally. So yeah, it seems to me that thinking about it, that might be a better prospect for them than a you know, reasonably sized surface fleet, I think, given the pressure that the Treasury is going to be under.
Yes, that makes absolutely perfect sense. What are the subsurface assets that the Russians have in the Black Sea? I think somebody said they're Kilo class. Are any of those equipped with, or supposedly equipped with, sonar absorbing cladding to mask their signature?
We'll probably do a shipyard on for that. I've not seen any close-up photos with stuff missing on them, which is a perennial problem with anechoic tiling. Getting these things to stick on the hull actually is, for some reason, it's proving to beat the best engineers. That's why when you see American and Royal Navy boats coming in, they've got funny little gaps in the hull, square gaps, and that's where the tiles are falling off. I haven't seen that on the Russian boats, so either they're not tiled or they are, and they've managed to get an adhesive that works, and they're not out long enough for the salt water to start messing with it. But probably, if we can get Shipyard on later, he'll know better. But yeah, I've not seen anything to suggest they have or they haven't. Because getting close-up photos, unfortunately, when we see them in Sevastopol, the guys who are supplying the photos are invariably having to take it from behind the other side of the creek. So the camera, you know, it's difficult getting really good shots of the hull to see where they are.
Right, understood. As far as submarine detection or submarine personnel detection when they're on land, friend of mine, submariner friend of mine, we were using the Oberon class diesel boat, said, Ryan, you want to find the submariner in a room when you're in a pub? Use your nose. Diesel fumes are coming out of all pores. Cheers, thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, so we go to Eric.
Hi, I have a question for, well, Gunny or Tim, or any Brit with military experience in the room. I just listened to an interview in Times Radio with Richard Dannett, or something like that, a former British general and chief of the armies.
And that would be General Sir Richard Dannett. He was former chief of defence staff.
Yeah, and I was perplexed because he had a much more defeatist attitude than I usually hear from high-ranking NATO or ex-NATO officers, saying that the time for Zelensky to start sitting down in the negotiation tables now. Ukraine will not be able to throw out Russia, and so on and so on. I have to say, a really bad interview and a really simplistic analysis, but maybe I didn't have time to go into details. But still, I was wondering, is this a man of stature in the military community, or because I have to say he didn't come across as that good, and maybe it's because he said things that I was surprised and disappointed at. But I just want to touch your pulse about this guy and what his views are coming from. Thanks.
Well, I mean, I assume you're talking about the interview he gave, I believe, 2 days ago. I think it was to Sky News.
No, this was Times Radio. This was
Times Radio, right? I'm not aware of that interview or what was said. In terms of General Sir Richard Dannett, he is a retired general. He was chief of the general staff from 2006 to 2009. I mean, he's a retired chief of the general staff, so that is his stature. He's held a number of very high-profile commands across the UK and the NATO system. In terms of his reputation, I would defer to others on that. I think perhaps Gunny might have a view, but he does. General Sir Richard has opined on a number of things related to Ukraine. Not all of them consistent. And so, yeah, I mean, I would ask Gunny for his take, because his tenure as chief of the general staff predates my service by some years, and so he's not somebody I'm particularly familiar about. He does seem to be wheeled out on telly quite a lot. But Gunny, do you have a view?
Disclose, I have a problem with retired, very senior officers. I need to sort of say that, primarily because they tend to wait until they've retired before they start saying things that they should have said when they were bloody in. That's tri-service, and I suspect that's probably true across the board. The Greasy poll does not allow for disruptive people in command, put it that way. And some people were very free with their opinions once they've actually taken the uniform off for the final time. And sometimes I wish they'd been so forthright when they've been in. We might avoid some of the absolute clusters that we've had to put up with. Look, all right, this is going to be unpopular. Most wars finish with negotiation. World War II finished with negotiation. Yeah, they were over the saddle with our arse cheeks bared, but there was still a degree of negotiation. So as has been said before, unless we're thinking a Ukrainian mechanized brigade fighting its way into Red Square, there will have to be negotiations for this to finish. Negotiations can be the return of Crimea to its rightful owner, re-establishment of pre-2014 borders, fair and reasonable financial recompense for damage to infrastructure, and the handing over of all personnel suspected of being complicit in war crimes from the very top to the very bottom, be that Putin or some lance corporal who pulled the trigger on a missile that hit a school. But it's still negotiation. So when people kind of stamp their feet and go, there will be no negotiation, there will be outright victory. No. There's going to have to be talks at some stage, be it if Putin is mysteriously suddenly shot in the back of the head, or there's some kind of civil uprising, highly unlikely, or the Russian army simply exhausts itself, and we get to the stage where they think, right, it's time to cut and run, and they start making peace overtures. If, as and when that happens, the UN will be involved and everyone will have to get round the table. Ukrainians will make their rightful demands and the Russians will have to accede to them, but it's still a negotiation. That said, yeah, Tim's right. He kind of, I've seen a couple of his interviews, and he's not the only one. He sometimes goes from overconfidence to kind of a little bit, well, let's sit back, wait and see. I think that's probably because there's a lack of movement on the ground. I mean, well, there's not a lack of movement. There's going to be boys and girls in shell scrapes right now under artillery fire, and I doubt that they'll say there's a lack of movement. But I think the problem is with a lot of commentators, the spectre of this becoming a stalemate and countries having to be in this for the long haul, constantly supplying weapons, is a spectre that's kind of rearing its head a little bit. I don't think that's true. I think the Ukrainians are just preparing the ground, and they're not going to be drawn into carrying out a major operation until they're content that the maximum chance of success is there. But also, I don't know what you think, Tim. I think commentators, sometimes at kind of our level through to retired officers, like to hedge their bets because they're very wary of being caught out. I think the fact that this invasion happened at all created huge omelettes on, inverted commas, experts in geopolitics and military matters. And a lot of people are terrified, I think, on social media and especially on news platforms of committing themselves to an opinion and saying, right, this is what I think is going to happen. Because I think if they're proved wrong, their reputation is going to be damaged in some way. I think that's complete bollocks, to be honest with you. I think if you're not willing to hang your hat on an opinion and a prediction, like I did yesterday, I thought yesterday was going to be a massive weapons strike, and it didn't happen. Happy days. So it just means more people are still breathing today. But I think he's probably guilty of that. He kind of one way, then the other, and he doesn't really want to commit to any predictions, lest he appear to have got it wrong. And of course, when you're retired and you kind of sell yourself as an expert on military matters and you do speeches and you do consulting work and stuff like that, you're not going to get as much work if you got something wrong and publicly made a prediction that was subsequently proven to be, not quite the case. That's my opinion. So I really won't put too much stock in it. The only opinions that I would care about, if I could listen to them, would be head of Ukrainian armed forces, and probably what NATO advisors are on the ground in Ukrainian HQ giving them advice. I think they're the people that count. I think, to be honest, everyone else, including me, we're just talking heads, giving it our best guess, and I won't put too much stock in what a retired officer said. That said, he was chief of staff. He has held some big posts, and he did do his time. So he's got an opinion as much as anyone else. I just wish he'd been more forthright when he was actually in uniform.
I mean, that's I would totally agree with that sentiment, Gunny. But you have to, as you say, you have to put yourselves in these officers' position. If when they're brigadiers or major generals, they get a reputation for being politically awkward about whatever the political party du jour is doing with the armed forces, then they're not going to get a top job, right? If they've got their heart set on CGS, they're not going to get that job if the people who basically control their career don't particularly like them, and they're running their mouths off about policy all the time. So they're kind of in a bit of an awkward spot. I think a lot of this stuff, and this is kind of a question for Eric, really. Something I found with interviews like this is that the interviewer will ask a stupid question and get the only possible answer to that question. So, for example, it will go like it would often go something like, excuse me, something like this. So the interviewer says, "Do you believe there will be a negotiated settlement to the war in Ukraine?" And the interviewee goes, "Well, yes, all wars are ultimately ended by negotiation." And then the headline becomes, "Oh, General Sir Richard Dannett or whoever believes there should be negotiation in the Ukrainian war," right? So you're taking what is the only answer to a stupid question and you're making it into a policy position that perhaps didn't exist in the answer in the first place. Would you say that's what happened in this interview, Eric?
As a former journalist, I can only say that no journalist would ever do such a thing. Just joking. No, I wouldn't, because not in this case, because he was. I completely agree with that, and that's something we see all the time. But in this case, his comments just felt defeatist, and he made the point repeatedly that he didn't see a militarist way forward for Ukraine, and which was again slightly perplexing. But I'll send you the interview. I found it on YouTube. I think it was published maybe just 2 or 3 hours ago, and then we can discuss it later.
Please do. I'd be very interested to read that because I want to give an honest assessment of his remarks. But I
Cool.
think, yeah, I mean, I think again, he is a soldier. You know, that is what his career. That is what his career has been. That is where his expertise lies. So we need to listen to him when it comes to soldiering, and perhaps not set as much store by what he says when it comes to policy. But again, as Gunny says, the people who are in a position to comment on authoritatively on whether or not, you know, how this military campaign will go, I would set more store in the opinions of senior Ukrainian officers than senior British officers. But again, I've not seen the interview, but if you could send that to me, please, I would really love to hear it.
Maybe just a slight comment, because the reason why I'm asking is that when you look at retired US generals, the level of difference in their views when it comes to this is mind-boggling. You get everything from the I mean, almost pro-Putin camp to the ones we listen to in this space. So that's why I wondered if the same dichotomy exists in the UK, that you have I wouldn't say political leaning in the foreign British officers, the comments, but that there are different camps, because you can definitely see that when you look at US military commentators.
Sure. I mean, you ask different people. I think you're going to get different opinions. I mean, they are just opinions at the end of the day. But again, I don't want to besmirch anybody, and I don't really want to comment without having heard the interview. But if you could send that to me, that would be great. Gunny, you had a counterpoint?
Yeah. It's a little bit unfair, I think, comparing the US military retired officers' opinions to UK military, because the US military is by far and away bigger. And then therefore Sod's Law says you're going to have a larger number of complete idiots. And the military has its fair share of idiots. I absolutely promise you would be astounded the number of admin vortexes cutting about. Therefore, there are going to be retired senior US officers who will hold quite disagreeable political and geopolitics views. That's just the way it is. Everyone's entitled to opinions. Where you're not drone in the military. It's just that sometimes when people take off a uniform, they feel more confident in expressing some quite unusual views that they certainly would have kept them, to themselves when in uniform. And yeah, Tim, I know the greasy pole. And it works at a lower level as well. That's why I ended up on a promotion ban for a year, because something really grated my ethical, moral compass. And despite my boss telling me just to pick your fights and you'll lose this one, I decided to pursue it regardless. And I paid a bit of a price for 12 months. But that said, it still annoys me Probably not. Yeah, it's not something to get into. But I think moral compass and the willingness to stand up and actually express an opinion, and put your career to one side. I think a little bit more of that, and a little less greasy pole. And I think, maybe you'll agree, we'd all be in a damn sight better place, because there's nothing more disenchanting than having a boss who's entirely career minded and doesn't care about his people. And I saw far too much of that, and it's probably why I went outside, just on the cusp of achieving what I really wanted to do, to be honest.
Another side to that would be as well is that the military involvement in actual politics in the UK is such an enormously taboo thing, right? I remember reading, for a serving officer to express what is essentially a political opinion publicly, I think would cause an enormous amount of outrage in the UK, because they're there to do, they're not there to make policy. And I remember reading an article. This was during the referendum, the faux referendum, whatever it was, in Catalonia, in Spain. And there was, I can't remember the exact details, but there was a kind of unofficial illegal referendum, and then there were a series of demonstrations and riots or something. And the police ended up sending in the guards. The Spanish ended up sending in the guards to calm things down. And there was an interview in, I can't remember which publication, one of the news magazines, with a serving major general in the Spanish army. And this serving major general in the Spanish army was asked, well, what if Catalonia does become independent? And this serving major general said, the army will not allow that to happen. And you just think, that idea of, a general expressing such an opinion on such a contentious topic, I mean, it would be absolutely unheard of in the UK. This is just something that wouldn't happen. And I think even at a fairly minor fairly minor policy level, when it comes to explicitly military stuff, I think there is likely, and in my view, quite rightly, a serious taboo around senior officers expressing such views, because ultimately it's not their job to make policy.
Although you've got to admit, if a senior British Army officer came out and said, well, in the event of Scottish independence, it's time to dust off the muskets and give the jocks a bit of cold steel again, and it would just be worth it, just for the complete meltdown on Twitter, wouldn't it? It'd be his career gone, but I would sit down and I would laugh uproariously. It would just be immense.
Absolutely. And of course, we don't sing that verse of God Save the Queen anymore about Marshal Wade crushing the Scots for some reason. But that's another matter. Anyway, Eric, please do send me that interview. I'd be fascinated to hear that. And then maybe once I've done that, I can come back to the space with a proper view on that, because I don't want to be talking out of turn.
Yep, sure.
Brilliant. Thank you. Ben.
Yep. Sorry. I wanted to apologize to everyone, because what I'm going to be saying is going to be upsetting. You might break things, so step away from anything you value at the moment. It's
Ben,
and to be,
we are tied to our phones.
Yeah. Well, then lie down. So if you throw the phone to the floor, at least it's not gonna break or anything. So evidence has emerged that, well, you know what? I'm just gonna read the beginning of the article from Le Monde, the French newspaper, because I'm not gonna top the first paragraph. It says it all. Only one paragraph, I swear. In Russia, Total Energy, so a French, mostly oil and gas company, does not just export gas to Europe, as it often says to justify its presence there. Total is one of the companies that has refused to step away from Russia. So unlike BP and other Anglo-American companies, the the French energy company Total has not divested from Russia in any meaningful way, and the way they're explaining it is, well, we're just doing innocent business over there. We don't need to step away. The French oil and gas giant and its local partner Novatek manage a gas field whose product, once transformed into kerosene, is used to fuel Russian fighter planes engaged in the war in Ukraine. So there. And apparently the French government has launched an investigation into this because there would be a breach of French law. So that's the good thing. The bad thing is that Total is the monster within the French economy, and you don't go so easily against them. Yeah, I recall what we're saying about Leffe, the Belgian beer that was still being produced in the south of Moscow. Of course, compared to this, we are several levels of magnitude higher. I'm personally extremely angry, extremely disappointed. This is the sort of things that should not and cannot happen. And the relationship between Total and Russia is long, complex, shrouded in mystery. It's worth remembering that it's soon going to be 10 years ago. The CEO of Total unfortunately had a plane accident while traveling in Russia. And I think there was something along the lines of a young worker at the airport had made a mistake. Too bad. So the situation of Total is complex in Russia. They're involved deeply with the regime, as they are involved in a number of extremely despicable dictators all across the world, especially in Africa. So they could be the worst of the worst in a competition that includes a lot of really, really bad actors. So I've contacted my representatives. I hope they're going to come back to me very, very soon. And I hope that it's the French media are not going to drop this. Unfortunately, while Le Monde published it, it's not even on the first page at the moment. But with a bit of luck, it's going to raise a stink, and Total is going to have to step out. But yeah, that's it.
Now, this is not a new story, right? I remember seeing some graphics about this a few days ago.
And you didn't share it with me?
I'll see if I can dig it out. But that's very interesting. I managed not to throw my phone across the room. So thank you, Dermot, for reminding me to hold on to it.
I think the new part of the story is the fact that the Russian jets are using the fuel, because that's what was highlighted in Sweden, at least when this broke this morning.
I can confirm that I saw it on the news, on some news channel in Germany yesterday, talking about the jets.
Jet fuel being refined by Total for the Russians. Lovely.
Jet fuel being refined by whom? I didn't hear that. Sorry.
Total.
Total. Oh, yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. What about this this million man army the Russians want? Is that a legit release from from Narnia Kremlin?
I mean, they're already recruiting, 50-year-old men to fill their existing recruitment drive. So, I mean, I don't know where they're going to get these guys from. Where
if they're getting 50-year-old men in Russia, that's nursing home age. So, it mustn't be very good. What's the lifespan of the average Russian? 60, 61. No, the reason why I laughed when I saw it. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for just jumping in. Like a bull in a china shop. Yeah. So The situation is this. I'd love to see where they're going to pay for that, right? They can say numbers all they want. They don't have 1 million extra helmets or body armor, boots even. It's a bit surreal. I mean, I guess every Russian museum is going to be stripped bare. You know, they're going to have the exact same problems the Ukrainians had at the beginning of the war. They're not going to have the equipment, socks, boots, uniforms. It's a truly incredible claim. If this is true, I'm referring in our back channel. We had a quote, a tweet, a picture, some document that shows that Putin is saying that by January 1st, 23, they'll be, you know, they'll want to increase their military for 167,000 or whatever number it said to
137,000 by 137,000.
By 137,000 to 1 point something or other million.
15 million. Yeah.
Yeah. Where are they gonna? I mean, I don't think they have the number they say they have anyway. If I'm being honest. So, right? I don't think they have a 1.3 million size army. Where are they? So it'll be interesting because hopefully we'll get some economics types to come in and talk about the cost of employing these soldiers, because they're also just going willy-nilly on the recruiting drive. They're offering them apparently sums of money that are far greater than the average conscript or contract soldier. So eventually someone's got to pay them, right? And Russia's barely just getting by and supporting their fictitious economy with the billions in reserves that Putin has and the money he gets from oil and gas. But you know, anything outside of that, I mean, he's going to run out of funds as it is already. The question is how long, I guess. And yeah, just food for thought. I don't know. Throwing it, give it away now to Tim and Doman.
You don't have to pay someone that's dead. I think that's the point.
The point I was about to make is that they're promising them what, $3,000 or something like that, but only after 90 days. I mean, if we look at the life expectancy of a Vatnik conscript, I mean, I doubt it's 90 days.
Well, how much does a ladder cost though in a sack of potatoes in Russia?
I'm sorry, that's lost on me.
Well, they're gonna have to buy ladders and give away sacks of potatoes to the families. There's gonna be some fee, some costs incurred. They're not gonna be able to meat grind 100,000 conscripts and not have a revolt somehow without people getting some form of compensation. I see that happening.
Oh, ladder. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I thought you said ladder. I was going to say ladder in a stack of
ladder. Oh, it was a rainy day. No, Lada, the supremely efficient and high-end motor car.
Without power steering or windows or anything. Because they can't get the parts.
You're just too soft. All right, real men don't need power steering or airbags or car brakes. That's just silly.
Okay, we've got a few hands up.
We have Daniel next, but I would just say this to Daniel instead of writing to him. Okay, Daniel, you're reading the document wrong. It says 2 million members, of which 1.15 million soldiers. So the addition is just over 100,000, 137,000 compared to the number of soldiers they currently claim they have. So it's 2.04 million members, of which 1.15 million soldiers. That would be the new size after the next year, after January, according to the order of the President Putin. So sorry,
why don't you
Daniel,
explain the delta?
So the delta is one. The delta between what? Soldiers and members, or between current soldiers and future soldiers?
Soldiers and members.
The delta is almost a million. It's going to be 850,000. Is going to be the delta.
No, what do they explain them? Who are they for people who are uninitiated? We're talking about civilians, enablers of the military.
I am uninitiated, even I don't know what they count in there. Cooks, truck drivers, whatever.
No,
I don't know.
Cooks are usually uniformed, and but they can employ many departments of defense. Employ tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of civilian employees that do a job, perhaps maybe a job that is not good to rotate people out of. So you might have someone in a job that's a civilian and they understand it well enough, they'll stick around in that role. Do you see what I mean? So
Yeah, I
whilst
get it.
they're employees of the Department of Defense, they might not be uniformed soldiers, you know, authorized to fire weapons, carry guns, things like that. That's my working assumption, right? Every minister, you know, when you have like.
We lost Yehuda again, haven't we?
Yes.
I think he might have gotten a call as well. Anyway, I'll sort that out. Daniel, you go ahead.
Drop him to listener real quick, Doman.
Okay.
He thinks he's
the law signed by Putin, in my opinion, is what we call here a Romanian job. In fact, he know what he's done. He made a decree increasing the numbers of the employees of the defense ministry, which is a paper great for the morale to say the people, look, in 1st January, waves of Russian soldiers will invade the Kiev and destroy Ukraine. In fact, what he is doing, he's promising some numbers. I work in administration, and in administration you have the posts, the number of posts allocated for, I don't know, a department. This doesn't mean you have that number filled. It's just the number of posts, because from that number of posts of working areas, to say, number of theoretical employees, will give you the number of bosses. Understand? And in this way, you have more bosses than a blue collar worker, for example. Yeah, he has a smart way to act strong for internal audience, look threatening for external audiences, but in fact is non-activity. If he made something seriously, he will declare martial law, and every male 18 to 65 will be ready to be recruited. So he didn't do that, but he done something which looks similar, but is not. My question is, Ghani is still there? It'll be nice.
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Okay, Ghani. I love it a lot, you talking about littoral ships. Let me tell you something interesting about ships here. For years, two companies fight each other for the bidding of Romanian 4 corvettes to be built. And here in my city, in Galați, is Damen Shipyard, the Dutch guys. They made corvettes. They sell to Dutch armed forces and United Arab Emirates, not for Romania, because Damen lose the bid with Naval Group. And Naval Group signed with us a contract in July 2019 to deliver 4 corvettes to upgrade the 2 ships buy from you, that crappy ships, and to make a development center. And the bidding was something like this. In 3 years, they need to deliver 1 corvette, this meaning July 2022, and the other 3 to be built until 2026. Guess what? We are in August and we don't have the first corvette. And I can guess Naval Group, because they are French, will say force majeure because it's war and Montreux. But we don't see the corvette. And I love bashing French.
Yeah,
I don't understand the question either. Is that a question or a comment again?
Well, first of all, we didn't sell you 2 crappy ships. We sold you 2 batch Type 22 frigates, which were designed primarily for anti-submarine work.
No, Gunny. The deal was made from the most ugly guy, prime minister you had, the guy from Iraq, with most corrupt prime minister from Romania. We know the commission was 20 million. And in our press was legendary. We paid this to this prime minister so we can get in European Union or NATO or something like that. Was a shady deal because that ships come unarmed in Romania and they stayed 10 years unarmed because it was just a deal for politicians to make some money.
Right. So what happened was the 2 Type 22s. First of all, you didn't need Toda A on there, and for some reason the Romanian Navy decided that they didn't want them outfitted with Seawolf, which was a fantastic system. Probably because the intention was to refit them more in line with the Romanian Navy's needs in the Black Sea. So if we give you 2 frigates, it's like it's like selling the 4 submarines to the Canadian Navy. If we supply you the kit, it works, and then you fuck it up, we're not really responsible for that. We sell the kit.
No, it's Tony Blair and Adriana Stas, just that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know Type 22s. They were phenomenal ships. They gave us really good service. Actually, you got 2 at a bargain basement price there because they weren't very old. I think you got London and Coventry, didn't you? They were
exactly Coventry because my sister sitting with mine.
Gentlemen, I think you're going down a rabbit hole that is leaving all the rest of us confused.
Yeah, I think Daniel's talking about a bit of a conspiracy theory that that's prominent in Romania, that there was a backroom deal, and it was junk ships that were given in. Tony Blair made $20 million. Yeah, so let's I don't know, that's kind of beyond the realm of what I would be willing to accept. What about you, Gunny? Was it a big scam? Did they give them canoes with guns on them? I don't think so. It's not my understanding. But I'm not a Navy.
They were 2 good ships. They were actually not very old. They were retired as part of the peace dividend because they were primarily they were designed for Cold War, hunting Russian submarines. The Romanian Navy decided that they didn't want certain systems installed. We said, yeah, fine, okay. So we removed them. Probably the intention was to rearm them more in line with the Romanian Navy's needs. And for some reason, that rearmament, re-equipping didn't happen. I can't say as to why. That's a Romanian military problem. I would say if you're talking about procurement in general, we were supposed to get 12 Type 45 destroyers. We got 6. They ran about 3 times over budget, and they were 6 years late. So clearly, it's not just a UK problem. It's a perennial problem across NATO countries. And if you're asking me about defense expenditure in NATO, I would say one of the first things we need to do is get a grip of defense as an industry and give them a bloody reminder that the military is the customer, not the other way around. And if you can't provide on time, on budget, there was an admiral called Jackie Fisher long ago in naval history. He fined businesses every single day that a piece of kit like a warship was late, and he fined them if those ships did not meet operating specifications. And he kept fining them, and shipyards went out of business because they were rubbish, and only the best ships were built for the Royal Navy. Maybe in defence procurement, we should all look at that model and stop blowing money against the wall. Because if you want an increase in defence expenditure, first of all, let's spend the money wisely. Then let's increase it when we stop spaffing it up against the wall on silly projects that don't come in or don't perform. We can do it. We've got the engineering know-how. We produce fantastic bits of kit. It's just that people in the military get the wool pulled over their eyes by sharp salesmen in business suits, and that needs to stop.
Gani, imagine something like that. After 15 years, that frigates don't have weapons. And we take the bid from Naval Group to rearm them 3 years ago, and they didn't do it also. You understand me? It is not funny because it's war in Black Sea. And July 2022, we needed to have this first naval group frigate, which we don't get it. The Type 22s are not rearmed, and we look to American Navy, to British Navy. Maybe they sent a destroyer when Black Sea was not closed, and that is a shame. And what I said about Tony Blair and Năstase, Adrian Năstase made it 3 years of jail for corruption in Romania. It is no joke because they affect armed forces. I'm very happy we have HIMARS, but imagine I listened today our Minister of Defense, and he said he's afraid Ukraine will lose the war. And I wanted to just strangle this stupid man because he's a sociologist. He's not a military man. And he said this declaration, and probably all the politicians will go to say, no, he explained wrong, he made a mistake, and things like that. Because they are corrupt, guys. You cannot get two corvettes from British Navy and don't take the weapons. You can just buy the hulls, and 15 years you stay without weapons is outrageous.
Just to jump in there though, so if the deal is made and the Romanian army, then our military says we don't want the weapons platforms on there, the British, because obviously the British also have to resupply it and maintain it and provide the technical support, and they decide they don't want it. It's not really the UK's fault if the Romanian Navy didn't use them, right? I mean, it's not how it works, right? You buy things and you might say, I don't want this, or I don't want you to know what we're doing with it, so we're going to strip it and do a different kind of, there'll be different signal intelligence capabilities. That's our business. It's pretty normal. It's actually pretty normal to buy, anything, whether it's an aircraft or a ship, and kit it out the way you want it. The fact that I think the implication here really is, Daniel, that I don't know how much longer we should talk about it, but it looks like the Romanians made a deal. They weren't sure how they wanted to employ those vessels after, and there was internal squabbling. It happens sometimes, actually. It even happens in other navies and other armies. I'm not sure the point of it, though. If it's to say that Tony Blair made $20 million off this deal, I wouldn't really buy that. That's just me. But yeah. Sorry for your
Pretty sure
loss,
our
I guess.
prime minister made the money, not Tony Blair.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't think Tony Blair would have gotten involved with with the Royal Navy and the Crown, representing the Crown would accept a deal where a politician would make $20 million knowingly. That's just my understanding. I could be wrong though.
I'm pretty sure it's not Tony Blair's fault. It's our fault, our politicians.
No, but I'm just saying Tony Blair's got a bunch of smart people working for him at the time. If they knew that, the price is this, and then all of a sudden there's another $20 million, I'm not sure how your prime minister would have snuck that into a deal. It just doesn't. I mean, you guys are the ones paying the money, not the other way around. So anyway,
let's jump
ahead.
on to Thanos, and then we'll go to Daryl, and then I want to talk about some other politicians with Daniel from some other country. Thanos.
Well, I love talking naval weapons, so just a quick couple examples to back up what Yehuda was saying. The Oliver Hazard Perry class FFG-7 that we used to operate, we retired way too early. A bunch of them went to Australia. Some went to Taiwan. They have a lot better kit on them now, courtesy of the Taiwanese and the Australians than they ever did with us, including massive missile upgrades. The F-35s right now, the ones that Israel is operating, arguably better kit on them than even the F-35As that the U.S. Air Force is working. So there are examples of foreign military sales, whether it's new construction or it is retiring old hulls that do see a new lease on life when they get sent overseas. It all depends on, the country and their willingness to invest in those systems and to bring new life to them. And also, there is something to be said for technical competency, which brings me to my next point, which is the MiG-29Ks that have been retrofitted with the AGM-88 HARM missiles, or the anti-radiation missiles. This is a tremendous coup. And I've mentioned before how impressed I was with it, but now the story is starting to come out in open source. And what is happening is that near Area 51, that whole Nevada area, where a good chunk of the state is actually, unbeknownst to most, a U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy flight range. Red Flag is there, a bunch of other things are there, Nellis Air Force Base. We operate what's called an aggressor squadron. An aggressor squadron is made up of foreign planes, some U.S. military planes that have been modified slightly, but amongst them are MiG-29s. Now, Lockheed, Northrop, a bunch of engineers from many companies there had to spend a significant amount of time dissecting these planes as part of what is now NASIC, or the National Aeronautic, Intelligence Command. And what happens is then that they gain so much technical competency through understanding reverse engineering that they were then able to send these engineers, some of them are in their mid to late 60s, over to Ukraine with ideas on how to integrate NATO weapon systems, such as the AGM-88. Now, obviously, the AGM-88, a fantastic piece of kit, a standoff weapon that is able to home in on the radiation that is emitted from the S-8, the S-300s, S-400s, and then to destroy the actual radar emitters. That's a tremendous capability that Ukraine did not previously have. It brings into question what other pieces of kit may be integrated in the near term. And I think that's when you're going to start to see the potential for AIM-120s, AIM-9Xs, whether it is a radar guided missile such as the AIM-120, which is extremely capable air-to-air missile, or the AIM-9X, which is a IR, dual color IR seeking weapon, a derivative off of the 1970s, 1980s AIM-9 Sidewinder, but really it is so many generations removed from that system in terms of range capability. Also has a really cool ability now that you can actually do over-the-shoulder missile shots now, where if you have the right helmet set up, you can look behind you and pickle off a missile, and it'll fly forward and then take an immediate 180-degree turn and pop the aggressor that is right behind you. So really exciting time for Ukrainian aviation integration, even as they're working right now to potentially get A-10s, working now to get F-16s and spooled up. The new lease on life that the MiG-29Ks are getting is tremendous, and it's only going to spell bigger and better things as a force multiplier, as the Ukrainians, who are still obviously well undermanned compared to the Russians, but with these superior weapon systems, are constantly able to attrite the enemy air defense systems, as well as to continuously now attack those supply lines. And attacking those supply lines and the discipline that Ukraine has shown in their strategy of attacking those supply lines over and over again, I think that's going to be the winning strategy. So thank you.
Very good.
And it's, of course, great to see the integration of Western weapon systems with these airframes as well, right? There's a lot of people wondering, how did they manage to do this? Forgetting what you just raised, Thanos, that American engineers have been. Can you talk to this more? Are you allowed to?
Yeah, so very quickly, the AGM-88 has its own what we call its own electronic support sensor. So how an anti-radiation missile works is not that much different than how your radar detector works in your car. Radiation is emitted. An antenna is able to receive that. It is processed through your receiver. It is analyzed for certain characteristics: pulse repetition interval, power density, pulse repetition frequency, waveform. All these different characteristics help to let you know a bearing to the emitter, a potential range. If it's good enough, you can get that from power density. If you're able to identify that emitter, you're able to get an angle of elevation or declination. And if the beam is what we would call steady state or a stare, if it has you locked up, you can ride that beam all the way down to the source. Now, the AGM-88, because it has its own sensor, it has its own ability to detect an emitter. You would want most likely a larger electronic support pod on your airframe that can detect that radiation at a further distance. So if you have a bigger antenna, a more sensitive antenna, a better receiver, you can detect those smaller traces of attenuated radiation at further ranges than you otherwise could if you have a smaller antenna with a smaller transceiver that would require you being closer to the source. This all makes sense to anyone who knows who has a big antenna for television, with a signal amplifier versus a small antenna that does not have an amplifier. So what you need then is either a Soviet era or a Ukrainian electronic support pod, and then a pylon adapter, so some means of actually mounting that missile, and probably what we would call a federated or standalone fire control system for the AGM-88. Now, some people get hung up on weapon systems. They think, oh, I need to be able to, press the pickle on my stick, and then the missile has to ripple off, or it has to be integrated into my heads-up display. Not at all. Not at all. For ease of integration, the most important thing is that you can mount the weapon to your hard point, that you have a means of knowing that your target is out there, which can be federated, and then you would turn on the sensor to your AGM-88, confirm that you have target acquisition, and then you release it, and then it's a fire and forget weapon. It requires no additional coordination from the MiG-29K's own combat system, and you're good. So there are many weapons like that. Now, an AIM-120, a little bit more complex integration. I'd like to see how that might work out. But an AIM-9, another good fire and forget weapon that you do not necessarily need to have mated up to the rest of your combat system. You could argue even a simple haptic, such as hearing the buzzer or having a vibration, would be sufficient to let you know that your AIM-9 has acquired its target. So going forward, there are a lot of potential for close to cutting edge to even some Cold War era weapons can really see a new lease on life being integrated into the MiG-29s because of their overall simplicity and lack of requirements for hard software integration. It's a very exciting time.
Yeah, it's. I'm glad that wasn't so technical. We all can understand that, Dennis. No, I'm just kidding. I think I'd love to ask you though, because that's very sophisticated reply. I understood maybe 2%, but I'm not in the Air Force. There's something that when you talk about this, really, what I'm hearing, what I'm really interested in, is the capability and the reasons behind the capabilities, like the rationale. It's amazing to me that what I'm hearing, because I don't understand the technical parts of it. I don't think a lot of people did, but can you maybe speak more broadly and generally, just as a follow-up, we'll get to Daryl in a second. What does this mean for Ukrainian capabilities? What has to exist for them to be able to do this? It seems there seems to be a far greater there's more lateral movement in Ukrainian engineering, like the engineers in the military, those who are planning all this. It looks like they're really adapting and overcoming and learning, where their shortfalls are and trying to find workarounds. They remind me of the Israelis in a way, where they have a situation, they know what they've got, and they're doing their best to augment those platforms. So without getting too technical, what do you think some of the reasons are? Why are the Ukrainians able to do this? Does it have to do with the modernization? And it's speculation at this point, but does it have to do with the modernization of their military, where they have a more forward-thinking group of officers and NCMs that can, be told, hey, here's our problem. We need to do this. This is the effect we want to produce. How can we make it happen with what we've got? I don't want to sound hyperbolic and wave the flag and say this is all about democracy, but I think the opening up of their culture has led perhaps for an explosion in innovation. What do you think?
I completely agree, and I would say that there are a lot of great parallels here towards Israel, in that when you face an existential crisis, your best engineering, your best scientific minds, when confronted with their own mortality, will gravitate towards the defense of your country, and that your strategic thinking, everything that you claim in your war colleges to teach, and this is how we are going to identify requirements and tie them to our strategy and shape our operations in such a manner that there are no squiggly lines, that there are only straight lines, and that all of this makes sense, not just on paper, but in the field. This is what you are seeing. And so in terms of why integrate the AGM-88 missile, the answer is because the Ukrainians realize that they have certain limitations, but that it is absolutely essential to evict the Russians from the homeland. And that the only way you can do that is to be able to cut the ease with which the Russians, who have consolidated their positions, can resupply their forces. The challenge is that there are still significant air defense capabilities, as much as the Russians are not operating their gear or even maintaining the gear as well as they should. Those S-300s, S-400s still put up a formidable challenge that must be overcome. And so by utilizing these anti-radiation missiles, they've taken an asymmetric advantage, right? Because the Russians don't really do combined arms very well. The asymmetric advantage was that the Russians could prohibit the Ukrainian Air Force from operating, and they've taken that off the field. So now those lines of communication, or those logistics lines for the uninitiated, are now vulnerable in ways that they haven't been. And so you have not only the ability to attack from the air against those lines of communication, but you now have the ability to strike at artillery, which may be providing counter battery against your M777s, against your HIMARS. So the Ukrainians, just like when they utilized the Harpoon missile strikes against the Moskva, they open up tremendous new lines of attack, new vectors of attack. And it's not just two-dimensional in terms of, for example, the attack on the Moskva. It's now three-dimensional. The Ukrainian Air Force, which has been quietly in the game, can now come back into the game in a much louder, much more direct manner, which is very exciting. And this bodes well. So while there is still going to be a numbers disadvantage for the Ukrainians, because they have been extremely disciplined and not wasting their forces, sending them into the meat grinder the way that the Russians would do in Stalingrad or Leningrad during World War II, you're going to start seeing some effects really pile up. And every time Ukraine is able to hit a weapons cache, a supply depot, a fuel farm, that has tremendous effects which exceed far beyond whatever forces were caught on the ground.
Incredible. Yeah, I don't know. We can talk about this all day. There is another question I want to throw at you about the F-35s, the Israeli F-35s over Iran. But Daryl's had his hand up. Daryl.
Oh no, continue on. I'm good with my question. My little comment. It'll wait. Come on, let's go.
All right. So So again, for a lot of the people, and it bothered me to hear the former British Chief of Defence Staff, who I've quoted before, General Dannett, the Lord Dannett. He gave another interview and he spoke about Ukrainian capabilities and counteroffensive, and spoke quite highly of the possibility of success and when it would be launched, and then followed up with another interview recently where he said, we have to accept that the Russians will win this. Oh no, rather the Russians will not lose. And if you listen to the whole interview, it was a little clickbaity. He's basically saying that Russians just being such a massive force, he doesn't know Ukrainians can overcome it in sheer number. And I want to point out that, in 1967, the whole world thought Israel in a similar position there'd just be no way they'd be able to defend themselves. It just wouldn't happen. And the whole world was wrong, and all the talking heads and all the generals were incorrect, with the exception of the U.S. The Pentagon had a pretty good idea. They got it wrong by a week. They thought the war would last 2. But at any rate, when it comes to capability, what I see as a force multiplier, and it's hard to nail down, is that Ukrainian ingenuity. We've seen some people aren't aware, when the M777s came over, and they were ordered by the president pretty quick. There's a department within the Pentagon that deals with the coordination of this equipment. And as they were moving the M777s, they recognized that there were no agreements in place to ship the fire control support system, or fire support control system. It's a computer that really sits on the gun, and without it, the configuration, in military terms, is called iron and glass. It just means the weapon itself. Ukrainians got a heads up that system wasn't coming, not because the people in the Pentagon didn't want to give it. It's just they were ordered to move them now, and they didn't have the paperwork to move the electrical, the computer, the brain of it. Ukrainians, before the M777s arrived, had reconfigured their existing computers that go on different guns, and seamlessly integrated it as the first ones arrived. That's shockingly that's really, really incredible. So those M777s didn't get to Ukraine and have to wait a month or 2 for the brainiacs and the computer geeks to go bleep blah bloop. They had it ready to go. For anyone who's ever been in the military, the efficiency, that level of efficiency is almost unheard of. Obviously, it goes back to that existential threat. With the Ukrainian Air Force, I suspect the same kind of vigor is being undertaken. What for a layperson, Thanos? What actual effects will that produce? And we know that the S-300s and S-400s are formidable. I do suspect that the Ukrainians are quite well aware now of their weaknesses. But what can we see? Can we see more close air support for combined arms maneuvers? Is that a bridge too far? Are we looking at attacks on their naval assets, Russian naval assets, more frequently? Are we looking at attacks in Russia itself? I guess what I'm asking is, what's the so what? So
Yeah,
what?
great question. So the first so what is that the operators of the S-300s and S-400s are going to be scared to radiate. And we know that it's not a very disciplined force, the Russian military. So they're going to think twice before they're told to radiate. The other thing is that they are probably not going to be radiating unless they are tipped off that there is a incoming raid. So some form of early warning on A-50 uniform airborne early warning aircraft, for example, saying, hey, incoming raid, start radiating your radars. What that means is an overall increase in Ukrainian kind of operational security for their aircraft maneuvering, and less less situational awareness for the Russians. ISRT, or intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and targeting, is everything in 21st century warfare. And if the Russians are going to be scared to radiate, given their lack of satellite-based ISRT, the inability of them to maintain persistent 24/7 airborne early warning, they are going to lose a lot of that knowledge of the enemy's positions, potential intentions that they would otherwise have by maintaining their radars up as much as possible unless they're down for maintenance. That is a massive so what. That can lead to second and third order effects. Some of them you've hinted at. The potential for air raids on naval assets, air raids on the Crimea naval station, air raids on some of the positions within Donbass, the potential even for air raids further inland in Russia. You know, whenever something is hit in Russia or in occupied Ukraine, it has a tremendous morale killing effect. It's why the United States did the Doolittle raid in World War II, right? It wasn't necessarily the greatest strategic coup ever in terms of hitting some of those Japanese industrial factories. Yeah, we hit some. Did they have an effect? Maybe a small one. But what it did was it told the people in Japan, hey, we just brought this war home to you. This is real. This isn't just something you're sending your sons off to great glory and they're going to fight for the greater Southeast Asian co-prosperity sphere. You started a war and here it is right on your doorstep. So I think that it opens up a tremendous amount of options, many attack vectors, many new targets that could not have been considered. I think the combined arms may be a bridge too far for now. I'm sure that there is a lot of training going on, a lot of coordination training, definitely a lot of training happening by the British and the U.S. of upper echelons of Ukrainian forces, probably within the United Kingdom and other places, teaching them combined arms theory. Combined arms, though, is something you don't want to really learn on the fly because the potential for a danger close mission, obliterating your forces, even when you're the United States, it's hell. And really, the Ukrainians don't have the forces to spare. So I think you're going to see a lot more preparation of battle spaces with airstrikes and maybe less very close air support raids. I just don't think it's a good idea at this point. But I think who knows? The Ukrainians have picked up everything so fast and they've impressed the hell out of all their instructors, as many folks have said, not even taking a tea break, that they may show me up yet. I wouldn't be surprised.
100%. CJ was in here. He's the RD Ranger O, and the RDO from the Rangers. He said that watching Ukrainians fire off the guns he's used to, he goes, they're doing it better than we do. He goes, I'm shocked at how good they are and how fast. And that's really heartwarming for someone like me, who's not an artillery person, to hear. So yeah, no, that's really awesome. One last, just because it's part of the conversation, we did have an Israeli reservist up here, and as people are aware, Israel's involved in a proxy war with Iran over Syria. A lot of pick a name, pick a flag. They have a ton of terrorist groups in Syria operating in support of Assad, and it's well known that there are 2, 3, who knows, at least 2 or 3 Israeli air raids on these targets that are funneling missiles and ammunition over to Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Israelis take them out. And there's this accepted truth that the Israelis are dealing with the Russians, and they inform the Russians that they're going to be somewhere over Syria to shut off their air defense or to check their fire, and then that's how Israel can operate in Syria. But there's always been an underlying assumption that in fact there is no agreement. The Russians just can't stop the Israelis because they have countermeasures and they're quite good at what they're doing. Obviously, for people who are unaware, it sounds like that the Israelis have the capability of skirting those systems. And the reservist made a comment that at one time an F-16 did get lit up, and there were dozens of anti-air assets targeting this aircraft, and it made it back in one piece, and it had some damage, but it wasn't destroyed. So it kind of leads to I really kind of want to ask your opinion. Are these S-300s, 400s, are they really as effective as the Russians are saying? We've just had the Israelis leak, I think the Saudis did it, that the the F-35s have been in Iran for the last 2 months, just having a time going for Sunday drives, and they're not even getting picked up by radar. Is that just an amazing Israeli capability, or is it that and really a big overestimation of Russian capabilities in the air defense world? What do you think?
Well, the F-35 is an extremely capable platform. The Israelis bring unique capabilities that fit their mission. So when you're talking about the F-35, you're talking about radar cross-section. And you're it's a bad thing, right? You have a bigger radar cross-section, easier to detect when you start loading things onto your pylons. We call that a dirty bird. Like any other kind of fighter bomber that carries internal weapons. However, when you have a mission that has ordnance, bombs, or missiles that can't fit in that weapons bay, or, and this is for the Israelis, you don't have a mid-air refueling capability, or you just need to carry more fuel to get to and from your target, your radar cross-section goes up. So it's no longer enough at that point to have just a really small radar cross-section. Now you need to have an active jamming capability. And so, the Israelis have different requirements, or a mission has a different requirement. U.S. has plenty of electronic attack capabilities. Israel's are a little bit different. I kind of like theirs for some reasons. On some missions, I like ours for some reasons in some missions. I think that the S-400 is a very good system. Electronic warfare is really, really hard. It's hard to do. It's hard when you're a victim of it. It really comes down to operator skill. And the more you understand about the physics and the math, and the better you can stay cool under pressure, the better you will do. The Israelis have had to get good at electronic warfare because they're a small country and they only have so many jets. They can't afford to lose them. That's why when, the Israelis would go raid a nuclear reactor in Syria many years ago, for example, they would be flying with prowlers and they would be throwing so much, energy into the air, they could make your lights go off. And it's really quite impressive what the Israelis do, but it is all a function of necessity. So I think the S-400 is a great system. I think the Israelis are possibly as survivable as we would be against it. I think also the Russians realize that if they're going to light up an Israeli aircraft after the Israelis have coordinated a time on top with them, that they're going to lose that S-400. Just like when the Turks coordinate with the Russians, and the Russians still send up a Sukhoi or a MiG against one of their airplanes, flying into Syria to conduct a raid against either our Kurdish friends or their Syrian enemies. You're going to see that Russian aircraft get shot down. That's just the way it is.
So then is there something? I mean, I don't think they're superhuman. So obviously they're wizards with the EW, 100%. Is there not stuff that you guys, the Americans or Israelis, can offload to the Ukrainians that can assist them in this, or has it already been done, or you won't even get into that conversation? I think there's something to be said. I suspect that there has been some transference and sharing of capabilities or technical knowledge. It's kind of what I was getting at. I don't know if you want to jump on that, and then we'll open it up.
I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
All right, I'll stop. Yeah, fair enough. All right, well, listen, that's really, thank you for that. That was, I think we communicated that, or mostly you, in a way that the audience can pick up, and that's really awesome because it's a pretty technical topic.
Yep. Hopefully I didn't lose anyone too much, but thank you for the conversation. I enjoy it as always. Hope everyone has a great day. Slava Ukraine, and I'll be signing off. Take care.
Thanks, Thanos. Good times, I think.
Thanos,
Yeah.
hey, I was just hoping he had time for one question. It was a techie question.
Up to him. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanos, you there? No, he's gone.
I don't know. He says he's there, but he might be gone.
Okay. Well, I just got one question. When they were talking about all these additional troops that Russia was quote unquote calling up, and my thing to that is, where's transportation at? Because we know they don't have enough trucks to move that number of troops. So my question is, where's transportation? What transportation doing? Because they don't have it. They can get all the men they want. If you can't move them to the front, they're worthless.
They probably can. Across Russia, it's by train anyway. They still have train lines. Apparently, the ones leading to Crimea have been fixed, and through Crimea have been fixed. A few thousand a day moving, even that's manageable. I guess.
So they can. I mean, they get to the Kerch Strait and they have to truck over from the Kerch Strait, correct?
No, there's a rail line as well.
That's
There's
something
a
I didn't
there's
know.
a there's a rail line across the Kerch Bridge for now. There's a rail line that leads from Kerch Bridge to Jankoy in the north of Crimea, and from there you can go either to the northeast towards Melitopol, northwest towards Kherson, or southwest towards Sevastopol. There's trains. Now, a couple of weeks ago, or a week ago, there was lots of speculation that rail line is no longer usable because there was an ammo dump that was about 8 feet to the left of that train line that went up in a series of explosions. But only a few hours later, they were already apparently running trains past there. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I think Gunny had his hand up too. Yeah. Oh, he jumped out. Well, I think the takeaway message from that talk with Thanos is really the ingenuity and the innovative abilities of the Ukrainians, because they're taking what they have, making it work. There's no expectation they're going to get a bunch more, so I think it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, just to add to that, I know a lot of times when you're trying to we do a lot of integration with what I do, and a lot of times it's having the computers and everything talk to each other and having them synchronized. That's usually the largest part of the problems that you have, even down to the wave signs on some of the electronics. If they're not of the same wavelength, and that was one of the questions I was going to ask Thanos, is that had they had any problems with whatever the power systems on board the MiG-29 were compared to the requirements of the systems that they adapted to it. And so, just something small in the electronic wavelengths can create issues. And so, them being able to do all of that was phenomenal without having the real issues, unless they worked it out a long time ago. Did y'all lose me, or did I lose you?
No, we have you there. Just trying to figure out how bad the thing that Total is doing in Russia really is. and it's breaking my brain a little bit. Ben, can you help me out, maybe?
Yeah, same thing here. Do you have a question?
So, what are they actually doing? So, are they involved in the refining process? Is that the clincher? What Total is doing?
It seems that their subsidiary, or at least a joint venture company, to which they're part of at 49%, called Novatok, is involved in transforming gas into kerosene. I didn't know that could be done, but apparently that's what they're being accused of. I didn't know you could turn gas into kerosene. I don't know how you do kerosene, to be honest.
And are they the only people capable of making this within Russia, or the only ones doing it anyway within Russia, or are there several producers? Because what I do remember is something we were talking about in sort of early March a lot, was that Russia doesn't really produce a whole lot of jet fuel in the first place, and that the bulk of the jet fuel they send as crude oil to Germany, it gets refined in Germany and then sent back to Russia, because they don't have sufficient domestic capacities for even the commercial airlines that fly from Russia.
Okay, if that's the case, I will get this bazooka.
Yeah, just make sure you mount it to the tractor. Morning, Dryfly.
Good morning. I was going to ask, is that natural gas to kerosene? Is that what the article is? I just am getting going in the morning.
Petrol.
Oh, petrol. Okay, yeah. Well, that's actually fair. That's not terribly difficult. That's basically, they call it a reforming. It's done with catalysts, and it's done in almost every refinery in the world, modern refinery in the world, where they're able to restructure or reform the molecular length of the hydrocarbons.
It's just refining is another term for it.
Well, it's more than
right?
refining. Refining usually means separating. So you take like a C8 from a C6 or a C12 or whatever, and you separate it using a distillation. But what they're doing actually is taking a C6 and maybe making it C12 by sticking it together. That's basically a chemical reaction, not a separation. And it's an integral part of modern integrated refineries. It's technologically more difficult than simple distillation. So if the Russians were really stretching and kind of weak on their technology, they may just do distillation. But there's a lot of companies in the West that have strong research and development programs in catalysis, catalyzing these kinds of reactions. And you can see them in companies in the US like UOP and others, where they bake basically huge units that will allow refineries to do that. So for example, you hear people talk about how the refineries in the US are geared toward heavy dark crudes, and they're having trouble now with the light crudes. The reason is that they have all this capacity to move molecules around to break them in two. So because you can go either way. You can take big molecules and make them smaller, or you can take small molecules and make them bigger, whether you're cat cracking or reforming. So
Yeah, sorry, I was just speaking the general concept.
Yeah. Well,
like from crude to anything, you call it refining. There are obviously steps in between.
Well,
just taking big picture.
There is a subtlety there that's important, and the importance is that refining again is just separation, and it's easy. Okay, the Russians could do that like breathing air. Reformulating is hard. Chemically, it's a much more difficult process. So they still have to refine the product after reformulating to get the molecules sorted back out. But that is a much more difficult process. Okay. And if you need kerosene, you need jet fuel, then you need to have someone who can help you reformulate, because that is molecular length that's not common in most crudes. And so I think there's a significance there that was being missed, and I will listen.
No, Dryfly, I think you're exactly on point. That's exactly it, right? That's why Russia produced very little jet fuel before the war, and that's why it's significant. Probably what Total is doing, or at least their subsidiary joint venture, whatever it is that is operating in Russia, the Total isn't winding down because they do have technical capacity that Russia otherwise lacks. And I wouldn't say they're necessarily the only ones, probably not, but right, when you have very limited supply of these fuels and aren't really able to easily import them from elsewhere like they were doing previously, this is certainly significant.
It is to me. And like I said, I was just doing my morning kind of ritual things and I caught that. And yeah, that's significant. If they didn't have jet fuel, because the molecular length of kerosene, diesel, and jet fuel are very similar. The polishing and the removal of additives and some of the things that are done are slightly different, but they're basically the same molecular size. Okay. And that's not a terribly common size in most crude oils. So if you want to get more of that per barrel, then you actually have to make some of it, not just separate it. Refining is almost all separation. This is different. This is an actual chemical reaction and
But
formulation.
let's talk about what's the big picture. So without getting into chemistry lesson, right? I mean, if you want to talk about carbon having a valence, certain valence, and there's a certain amount of connections that different atoms make with other connections, 12 being the greatest with carbon. I don't want to get too specific in that. When I just said for the sake of the audience, I'm saying the process of refining, starting from whatever base product you get out of the ground, and as some people are unaware, right? So different oil has different consistencies and different properties as it comes out of the ground, and from that state to an end state, there's a certain process. For the sake of learning, I call that process refining. It doesn't really, I'm not talking about the steps in between, but I think the big point that I think you're getting at, and I'm gonna word it a little differently, is that there exists processes to take what comes out of the ground or the sea and to make it into a product, whether it's your 87 octane gas at the pump to fill up your car with unleaded gas, whether it's jet fuel to put in your 747 so you can fly to Vegas for the weekend. There's a process, let's call it refining for just the sake of the discussion. And however, there are, the more, let's call it sophisticated the end product is, the more difficult and comprehensive the refining process is. So what's the so what there? And that is that not all countries or companies or concerns want to go the extra mile to make the more complicated fuel. Let's just say sometimes it's money, sometimes it's technology, sometimes it's both. So there are countries that produce a lot of oil who refine none of it. There are countries that actually make oil, they get oil out of the ground and ship it out of the country to become a product they can use, because you don't just dig oil out of the ground and then throw it in your car. So the process to make jet fuel is quite and I think that's what Dryfly was getting at, is a more complicated process, and not everyone has to do it, and so they don't have those capabilities. Russia is one of them. A lot of countries who are modern, even in advance, don't refine certain types of fuel, don't create that end product. They rely on these big multinational billion-dollar corporations that began the process, that actually probably created the blueprints for the factories that do this work. So for the audience, what that means is, if Russia is no longer in the international circle, they're not in the circle of trust, like in Meet the Parents with Robert De Niro. They're not in that circle of trust. That means, do they have the ability to get to the point where they can make their own jet fuel? Sure. Is it going to happen overnight? Heck no. Will it take years for a normal country to do it? Absolutely. How long would it take for Russia under sanctions to do it? Who knows? Maybe never, but it's possible. So why we're talking about this, because I'm getting some questions, is that Russia obviously has to find a workaround to get fuel to fuel its air force and its aeronautical industry. And it has to make a drug deal with someone to say, okay, we don't have the capabilities integral. we don't have the technology or the understanding or the experience. So we need to partner up with someone to do it. And that's a big picture of what it means for people on the ground. Is that a fair assessment, do you think, Dryfly?
Yeah, I do. I think and the only thing I would add is that it's analogous to what's going on with the manufacturing of components with Siemens. Russia can make lots of crude metal parts, okay, but they can't make sophisticated metal parts or specific metal parts that they need for their jet engines and their higher end munitions. So they use someone like Siemens to bring in technology so they can make those parts. And then they need Siemens to manage that. Well, guess what? There's analogies to that in chemistry, and that's where they hit their head. So I'll listen. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And just for the audience, the way that Western intelligence agencies are able to determine usually how far certain countries are in doing naughty things is because all of these companies that produce these very specific items, they make their products to an infinitesimally small margin of error. So a ball bearing or a piece that goes into a centrifuge in a nuclear reactor isn't just made in, a run-of-the-mill shop, tool and die shop. It's made in a very, very controlled environment. When those products are done, then they're sent to a third-party testing company like KPMG or SGS. They have an international ISO 9002, or who knows where they're at now, standard, and they have people look at it and go, yep, this is, this is within a 0.001% range of accurate, because if you have a ball bearing or a piece of metal in a nuclear reactor, it's not exactly right. Things overheat and break and people die. So there's a lot of understanding as to what Russia can and can't do. There's a lot of understanding as to where they're going to get that stuff from. So in other words, for people to say, nah, they'll just do it on their own or they'll find a way, it's not that simple. When you get to the level of technical experience and expertise required, there aren't that many companies in the world that do those things, and there aren't that many companies in the world that certify those products as legit and good to go. So if North Korea is doing something shady, I can guarantee every Western intelligence agency tracks the companies that make this particular part. And since they can't go into the companies and demand to see this and that, they'll just see where orders are going. This is something that could be used dual purpose. It also goes in a nuclear reactor. Gosh, let's take a look. Well, there's about a shipment of 100 units of these that never went anywhere normal, right? And then they end up going to a toy factory in Zimbabwe. And you're like, well, that doesn't make sense. You don't need those to make Zimbabwe toys. And then they realized it went to the toy factory, and then it went onto a ship, and then the ship met another ship in the Indian Ocean, which then started making its way to North Korea, which met another ship in the Taiwan Straits. You see where we're going with that? Like, that's how these things get tracked, because at the end of the day, someone responsible, it's like a mob fight. And then in New York, 50 years ago, and someone gets shot, little Vinny the tiger gets shot. He's got to go to a doctor at some point. So the police are going to want to go to doctors and, disgrace doctors that don't have licenses and ask them, hey, did you see, a guy that looks like this? And it's a picture of Vinny the tiger. That's a way to find them, because eventually you can't just do it on your own if you're a bad guy. You need to get buy-in from experts. I don't know why I used that example. I thought it was a good one. Daryl, what do you think? So am I making sense?
Absolutely. Having sailed a bit, you got pirates out there. You got all kinds of nefarious stuff that happens on the high seas that a lot of people you wouldn't believe. You would think that was something that was of the 1800s or the 1700s on the high seas, and it still happens out there. So, yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. My question for Dryfly is, what type of does Russia have internally the capability to produce the inputs to make that jet fuel? In other words, the cetane or whatever material.
Yeah, they would have that. They'd have that. They would have the feedstock. What they don't have, I can tell you right now, is the catalysis and the process engineering behind the catalysis. People don't realize how sophisticated the companies are that provide the catalysts and the catalyst systems, because it's not just a matter of giving them some kind of magic foo-foo dust. It's knowing the temperatures, the pressures, having it in a mechanical structure to be able to do the flows through, and not just do it at a, you know, at a couple grams on a bench scale, but to do it in tons and tons. Okay, so the catalyst vessels I've seen when I was still in chemical engineering, I mean, they were sometimes 4 stories tall. You know, they were larger than a farm silo. Okay, and so to have all that stuff in there consistent, so that the pressures and temperatures are consistently correct throughout that whole unit. I mean, that whole unit may cost $25 million, $50 million more. I mean, I've seen units that can cost $100 million. So it really depends, you know, on the process. But yeah, they'll have the feedstock coming out their ears. All you need is the refining for that. But then to do the chemistry, the reformulating, that's much, much trickier. And that will require sophisticated engineering. And quite frankly, Yehuda hit it right when he said, you know, whole countries don't have that technology. Yeah, there are modern countries that do not have that technology. There are modern companies that refine oil like crazy who don't have that technology. They rely on suppliers like UOP, Universal Oil Products, and some of these other companies to provide that technology. You know, just like the aviation company, the companies that build jets don't necessarily make chips. They buy the chips. Okay, they buy that technology. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at all to find that Russia lacks that technology, and that now they're caught in a jam because they're going to need it.
Why would they get it? Why would they, when they could buy it cheaper from another company as opposed to building their own integral organic organization to do it? They just didn't do it, right? They're like, oh, we might as well just buy it, because they didn't probably expect that this would happen.
Exactly. I mean, Exxon doesn't develop a lot of that stuff. Exxon, when they build a big chemical plant and they're saying, oh, we're going to produce this, you know, this cetane or whatever it is, or we're going to hydroxylate this or do something to that, you know, they go to people who do that. There are whole industries. You go down to Houston. Houston is one of the centers of, you know, petrochemical processing in the world, but they don't actually produce as much petrochemical there as they are the technology center for it everywhere in the world. And there's a handful of spaces in the world that are like places that are like that, and individual companies. You know, so you'll see a bunch of it in Europe, in Germany. You know, Axel's talked about BASF. They're a big hitter in that. You know, there's a bunch of that in Houston. There's a lot of it you see in Chicago. But yeah, your Russia doesn't come to the top of my mind when I think, gee, I'm going to go there and get, you know, catalyst technology. They may be the place you go to mine some of the minerals, because the minerals can be goofy. They can be palladium and platinum and all these different, you know, metals that they use for the formulation. But then they take those metals and put them on carriers and do all this crazy processing outside of Russia somewhere, then ship it around the world to wherever they're going to do it. Yeah, I would absolutely expect they do not have that technology.
A lot of people don't realize that these huge companies like the ones that do, and they're all specialized, as you made a great point, Dry Flag. Just even Exxon, you know, everyone thinks oil. Exxon, you would think that you could just go to Exxon and get any type of fuel, hydrocarbon, energy source you need, you can get from Exxon. You can't. They specialize in specific things because it's such an intensive and laborious process that even you know, some of these oil these refineries, these companies that do this work, that if you were to go into, you know, they would have, if you went into a chemistry lab at a leading university in the world that's famous for it, it would look like that times 100 in terms of equipment, in terms of personnel, in terms of knowledge. That's where all of these, you know, I've got several friends, you know, my academic background is molecular biology, but I worked with, you know, friends who did their chemical engineering degrees or masters in them, and they get scooped up by these companies overnight. If you're good at that, they steal you and they bring you, and they're like, what did your old lab look like? We're going to make it 10 times better. The money is no object, and you're going to be refining and doing this and this. The money involved in the research and the maintenance of the business is really, really incredible. I've seen it myself. I think Dry Fly has too.
So Dryfly, you're saying that they may have, so the technology that they had to import, this could come under a restriction if it wasn't already in country.
Sorry, Roman, we got a hot mic from Subham Verma. He's just about to go to listener. Sorry about that, Daryl. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at Total may be under flouting the import bans or the embargo, possibly if it wasn't in country prior to.
I would
Because they would have
guess
to
that's
ship.
accurate. Yes, I would guess I would be. Let's put it this way: if those kinds of processes aren't part of the embargo, they ought to be, because they're very much war effort related. That kind of chemistry processing. I mean, the Germans did that same kind of chemistry, taking coal and turning it into fuel. That's the Sesol process. It's Haber, not Haber. It was Fischer-Tropsch chemistry, where you take coal and you basically turn it into a natural gas-like system, and then from that you make benzene, and gasoline, and diesel fuel and gasoline out of it. But jet fuel is similar to diesel, kerosene. Those are all similar molecular weight. So yeah, I mean it's really important chemistry for a war effort. So yeah, if we don't have that on the if that's not part of the sanctions, by God, it ought to be.
Would those be classified as reactors?
Yeah, it's a type of reactor. Yeah, that's exactly right. Because typically, when you think of refining, you think of distillation, and that's separating, chemical A from chemical B. Okay, these are taking chemical A and turning it into a chemical B, and usually it's a messier soup than that. So it's like mostly chemical A, but there'll be B, C, D, and E. Then you have to refine that to get what you really, really want out of it. Okay, and then you'll recycle that other product, the waste products or the byproducts back and try to process them again. And that's why refining and reformulating are so integrally related. But not all refineries reformulate. The processes that reformulate, though, all refine. So it's one of those A proves B does not prove A type relationships.
Yeah, my dad used to work my dad worked in a chemical plant for Booz Allen, and they took pine oil and turned it into all kinds of weird stuff. And so that's why I was like, sounds like a reactor. What they used to use to do it with.
Yeah. What they were doing, I know exactly what they were doing, and it's similar. But what the only difference is that this utilizes catalysts, very sophisticated catalysts, I might add, to target the end product that comes out of the reactor. And those catalysts are vitally important in knowing the process parameters, the temperatures, the pressure, all of that stuff has to be nailed down. And then there's a whole bunch of maintenance stuff that goes into it. Like when the catalyst gets poisoned, how do you clean it? Can you clean it? Do you dump it? I mean, that's stuff the Russians aren't going to know. I mean, that stuff, like I said, Exxon doesn't know. Exxon calls up the catalyst companies, like UOP, and say, what do we do now? And so, no, I can easily see how A, Russia's in a jam, and B, how this is something that the West ought to sanction, period. And I'll listen.
Yeah, and it's not strawberry. John?
Yeah. Cheers, Doman. Yeah, I mean, to swerve away from the technical, which I've got no idea of whatsoever, Total is obviously not owned by the French state anymore, but it very much is an adjunct to French foreign policy. And to demonstrate that, you just got to look at what's happened in Yemen over recent days, where the Foreign Legion have been sent in to protect the Balhaf LNG plant in Shabwa, down on the south coast of Yemen. Because they want to basically get LNG production back up and running and secure it from there. So I mean, Total doesn't fart without the permission of the Elysee. So the fact that they are still in Russia, they are still doing what they're doing. They're doing so, if not at the direction, then certainly with the consent of the French government, which I think makes this even more infuriating, to be honest.
I just want to say thanks, Dryfly, for those answers, man.
You bet. No problem. I will listen.
All right. Tactical pause. While we're at it, please do follow and like MryiaReport. As you know, we've been here 24 hours a day. There's a new article published about us in a French publication. I don't have the details on me right now, but it highlights our work here. I thought that's pretty neat because it helps promote what's going on in Ukraine and our support for her defense of democracy and freedom. So if you, I think it's on, I don't know if Doman has it or someone has it.
We'll put it up somewhere in a moment.
Well, there you have it. Echo. All right. So do check it out. And we have some great people coming up this week. I don't know when, depending on, fighting a war. We're going to have Malcolm Nance show up, and he's going to be here to talk about the work he does in Ukraine. And we're also going to try to gin up a few dollars for his group with some equipment. And we've got Ghost 51 working on the information cards to be posted. You get to see what it is. Some of these items are just 20, 30, 50 bucks a piece. If we can get people supporting, we will make sure that we purchase those items for Malcolm Nance. You might know him. He's an American intelligence officer, a former, retired. He's sacrificed his comfort and happiness from living in the States and gone to Ukraine to fight the good fight. So you might want to check him out, and please feel free to do so. And over to you, Doman.
Thank you, Huda. I have people just coming up and then deciding to leave immediately. Don't know what's going on with them. Maybe it's a
Who's on
request.
the account? You can co-host me for a little bit if you need help.
Yeah, it'd be great if I can raise those who can affect that. But we are getting Jerry McDonald up. Hopefully he doesn't drop off immediately. Hi there, Jerry.
Hey, Doman. Mic check.
Loud and clear, Jerry.
Perfect. I think you're going to be satisfied that you'll get somebody from Ukrainian Railways to speak and be interviewed.
Oh, we are very excited about that. Yeah. It's very much lined up. We don't have a card for it yet, so stay away from the announcement. But I'm very excited to be talking to someone from Ukrainian Railways very soon.
Good. Very exciting, and I'll be here for that.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so we have the next guest is up in just a few hours' time. Just under 3 hours from now, actually, we're joined by Olga Tokaryuk, who's a Ukrainian journalist, also a researcher with the Center for European Policy Analysis, the one think tank that Peter Dorn, friend of the space, used to head not long ago as well. So she'll be joining us in just under 3 hours now. I'm looking very much forward to that as well. Ben?
No, sorry. That's I wanted to talk about the next guest as well. I'm currently just deep into that total nonsense. I mean, the total energy nonsense. Trying not to cry my eyes out. I don't know who mentioned the fact that the total was just an extension of the. Oh, John. Okay, I don't know whether I agree or disagree with you. I don't know which one is the dog and which one is the tail. To what extent Total does, and then the Elysee Palace only has to follow, and to what extent the French policy is deciding anything, I'm not quite sure. Honestly, I wouldn't be entirely surprised if it was the Total guys who had the opportunity to basically tell the Elysee Palace to stuff it whenever they want. I don't see what type of leverage the guys from the Elysee have. It's a bit the same as with Schroeder. Total is one of the main providers cushy jobs for ex-politicians. They're very well introduced. A lot of the guys that are currently leading the company are good friends from back from schools with the leading politicians. In France, they also have a massive impact on employment on some key circumscriptions. Sorry, on some key areas for politics, and you don't go against Total that easily in France, regardless of your political clout. You would have to be either not wanting to be reelected the next time round, not afraid of a massive political backlash in the press, or completely suicidal to go against Total. They are virtually the most powerful company in France. But of course, it also works the other way around. So I don't know. But it is not that simple.
So how come they didn't exit, together with the other oil majors from Russia?
Well, I think that one thing that does explain it is the relative importance of Russia and developing markets for Total. Unlike the big four, the American, English, and Anglo-Dutch companies, Total is a bit of a newcomer in the business, a little bit the same way as Eni is. Don't get me wrong, they're ancient. They're probably the company itself is probably already 100 years old, but it doesn't have the sort of historical links with the great powers in the world of oil. So the result is that they constantly have to look for the sort of slightly more difficult fields, slightly less palatable deals that the American and the British companies can turn their nose to. And as a result, I think structurally, a place like Russia is a lot more important for Total than it is to most of the other companies, with maybe the exception of BP. But I recall that for BP, when was it? About 10, 15 years ago, there was a massive amount of discussion. Should we get in bed with Russia? Shouldn't we do without Russia? There was a lot of discussions because there were alternatives. I think the going with Russia won, but I also believe that within the company, the let's do without Russia has remained a plausible option and a potential go-to scenario. On the other hand, when it comes to Total, the option of doing without Russia is not really there. I was reading that when it comes to, for instance, their LNG capacities, transformation capacities, Russia is already 30% of their total portfolio, and could soon evolve into 50% of their total portfolio. The consequences of stepping back would be enormous for them. At no point am I saying that they shouldn't do it. I think they should do it, but it's also true that it is a more difficult decision to take for them than it is for the Americans. It could be a little bit suicidal, because then again, if they lose more money and a higher proportion of the money they have by exiting Russia, that might also imply that they have less opportunity to redeploy elsewhere, and as a result, they might leave the what can I say, the select few big companies and become a medium range company. Again, I don't think that the soul of the employees and the soul frankly, the whole country that they're tied with is worth that decision. But again, a slightly more difficult decision to take than it is, for instance, for McDonald's or IKEA, for whom Russia is an appreciable source of business, but nothing crucial.
John?
Thanks, Doman. I mean, I'm not going to argue with Ben on the numbers. I mean, he's obviously dug into it and he'll know more about Total than I do. I would note that BP ate a £20 billion loss to exit Russia at the beginning of the war. They had to break a deal they had with Rosneft. And most people don't know that BP is actually majority American owned. It's not actually British Petroleum and hasn't been for a long time. But in terms of the tail and the dog between the Elysee and Total and which is which, I would just say that I can't think of another major oil company in the world where a national government would deploy troops into an active war zone to protect its facility at the request of the oil company if the state didn't have a very serious interest in what that oil company was doing. And that's what's happened in Yemen. But again, you know, Ben could be right in terms of which is which, but I think that's quite significant, to be honest.
John, again, I don't disagree with you. I just think it's a slightly murkier picture. And one excellent example in terms of numbers is the amount of money that France has spent in military operations over the past, 40 years, 50 years by intervening in Africa. West Africa, I think from the top of my mind, there've been 17 military operations in West Africa over the past 60 years, something like that. This represents an enormous amount of money. This represents an enormous amount of political capital. And all that for what? West Africa represents, again, top of my mind, something like 3% of France's external trade. 3%. So sometimes the numbers don't really add up. And they're just, for me, from a purely, I'm not a specialist of the question, but as seen from afar, it looks a lot more like a bunch of old men able to weaponize a state through extremely efficient lobbying, rather than a state using a company for its own benefits. Again, could be wrong. It's just personal impression.
Ryan, you know a thing or two about oil, right?
Just a little bit, not a lot of it. Pretty much everything Ben just said is right on track. The only addition I would make to some of the key summary points that he made was that historically speaking, and he mentioned that they're a 100-year-old oil company, but Total doesn't have a whole lot of domestic oil fields. There's not a whole lot of drilling and production that happens in France. Hydraulic fracturing is actually banned in France. So they have been forced to look overseas to invest in other emerging markets, whether those be developing nations or joint venture partnerships with energy producers here, even in the US, for example. I previously worked for an oil company. I'm sure I've mentioned that before. Worked for a couple of them. One of them had a huge joint venture partnership with Total, but Total usually takes a minority stake in these investment joint ventures or whatever you want to call it. And like he highlighted, they're heavily dependent on these foreign investments. So it's not nearly as easy for Total to write off their Russian investments and walk away as it is for somebody like BP or Exxon. For like a little more industry picture, shale oil and hydraulic fracturing has become an outsized portion of the energy portfolio or hydrocarbon production, and a bunch of the old majors, as they call them, or the big oil companies, which Total likes to consider themselves one of, a bunch of them did not invest in shale gas reservoirs years and years ago because it was thought to be an unprofitable section of the market. They knew that there were hydrocarbons trapped in those geologic formations, but they were just considered too expensive to harvest or bring to the surface. So how it's been explained to me in the past by people who had much higher positions on the pecking order than I did was oil and gas is essentially a game of capture the flag. And if you can run out there and secure unproduced reserves, you win the game. And Total, just like Exxon and a bunch of other people, were late to that game. And now shale production, or at least about a decade ago, was considered the swing producer in the energy market. And by swing producer, I mean they had the ability to turn on new production or curtail new production enough to swing the energy market. So they became a big threat to these larger producers like Saudi Aramco, or just to summarize it all, OPEC. So there was an OPEC and shale producer competition, or they called it, basically it was a war. The OPEC countries started trying to outproduce the shale producers and drive them into bankruptcy. And essentially they played a Mexican standoff game, and the OPEC folks blinked first because the shale producers are by and large owned by companies that operate in highly diversified economies, and those economies did not rely exclusively on hydrocarbon production, while many of the OPEC countries are essentially glorified gas stations that call themselves a nation state. And with that, I will hush. Thank you, Ben. You did a great job. Are you sure you're not in the energy business?
Yeah, pretty certain. But Ryan, I've got a quick question for you. I always thought that the majors had not invested in domestically.
Well, that's part of the peak oil thing. I've heard people say before that, peak oil was called in the 1960s or 70s, but peak oil has been called multiple times over the last 100 years, and it's always been wrong. A bunch of those majors diversified and started looking for sources of hydrocarbon production overseas a long, long time ago and started investing. That's how Saudi Aramco came to be. There was a point in time when people thought that Saudi Arabia would never be a place that you could produce oil cheaply and efficiently, and oh, how wrong they were. Saudi Aramco wasn't always Saudi Aramco. It was foreign companies that came in and started the oil business, and slowly but surely Saudi Aramco took things over and pushed those foreign producers out. And I cannot stay on terribly long. I've got an appointment here in about 30 minutes, and I still haven't even left the house to go to it.
Thank you for jumping in, Ryan. Eric.
Yeah, hi. I don't know if you see it, but everyone is flashing now that Zaporizhzhia power plant, our nuclear power plant, has been completely disconnected from the grid. It's freaking flashed. AFP is flashing it, and some other news sources. I don't know the implications of that, how big that is, and I know that it was expected. Now it's happened.
I'll just note it's pretty big in terms of, in order to run a nuclear power plant, you need electricity. And now it's just even less clear what's going on there. Ben, do you know more?
I don't know exactly what's going on, but apparently there are forest fires all around the region. And I think this morning already there were several areas of the Donbass around Donetsk that had some serious electricity blackouts. So it could be related to this.
There's an emergency or there's an extra news alert going out now. I will just listen to that and then come back.
Thank you. So apparently 3 power lines there are 4 power lines leading to the power plant. 3 apparently were damaged by the Russians, and 4th was disconnected because of the fires. So fires probably have something to do with it, but it's probably not all of it. there are, of course, diesel generators at the plant and then backup generators for the backup generators, and should be fine, really. But just so that you know roughly what's going on. So it's not as though it was necessarily shut down, but if it was shut down, it is disconnected. That's all we know.
What was that, Domin?
The nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia, just outside of Enerhodar, has been disconnected from the grid. It's been disconnected intentionally on 3 of the lines, and a 4th line is apparently out due to fires. Now, obviously, it's producing electricity still to the best that we know. But let's look a little bit more into it. Martina, you go ahead, and I will try to figure out a little bit more detailed information.
Yeah, does somebody know? Because I read like many messages about that plant, but does somebody know? Because like Russians, they seem to have not so much knowledge. So is there like the people who used to run it? Are they still there, or is it just like Russian soldiers who now somehow try to figure out how it works, or are there still like experts?
So they were keeping the employees there. On top of that, there were so-called supervisors brought in from Rosatom. Rosatom is the Russian nuclear administrator, right? Sorry, Russian company that runs the Russian nuclear power plants, also manufactures a lot of nuclear power plants.
Yeah, because I read several times like messages that employees have been sent home.
It's a little bit more subtle than that. What happened a lot of the time was employees were not allowed to come in, and only the minimum, the minimal staff was basically kept at Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. So it's a little bit more subtle than employees just being sent home. There were suggestions that employees were going to be sent home, but that's not necessarily quite the same thing. Now, obviously, they're not operating according to protocols, right? Because protocols, among other, include not shelling the nuclear power plant, not putting lots of troops in the nuclear power plant, not occupying a nuclear power plant, of course. But
yeah,
those are all the constituent parts there.
Yeah, I all the time have to think of when the one soldier said we are lucky that they're so fucking stupid. So maybe in this case it could be a disadvantage.
Quite. Ben?
Yeah, I wanted to underline the fact that, and I don't know exactly how many people work in a nuclear plant, but I think it's quite many, and quite a few of them have extremely rare skills. And I was reading somewhere that the probability that Rosatom has personnel able to take care of those nuclear plants just hanging around in Russia is extremely limited. So they cannot really do away with the Ukrainian personnel. They have, on the other hand, I think shot at least one person, but they need the Ukrainian personnel on location. Otherwise, they cannot use it for. They cannot handle the plant. But there's also questions. I think that it's gonna bring up the question. I think we talked about it before on the space of where this electricity is going to go, because if it, let's say, it goes down and then it goes back up, I mean the grid. I don't mean the plant itself, but to which grid is it connected, and to which grid are they going to connect it, and is it whatever is happening right now, is it going to be used as an excuse to disconnect the Ukraine, non-occupied Ukraine, from the nuclear plant. This is one of the questions that is often asked, because we saw already that, for instance, gas supply in Ukraine are extremely limited. I think right now the reserves are only 20% full. The electricity is one of the rare sources of energy that that hasn't been too affected by the war, and if it was to be affected in the coming few weeks or in the coming few months, that would hamper very simply the life of the Ukrainians. That would make it more difficult. I don't know to what extent it would have much of an impact on the military itself, but where it would have an impact would be on the fact that until now, Ukraine is gearing up to become an important exporter of electricity, which is particularly important this winter, as you all know. Among other things, the French nuclear energy authorities have declared that the fixing of the French nuclear plants that was meant to be done by September has been pushed back to November. So at the beginning of the winter season, at a moment of enormous use of energy, which is a big problem. And if the Russians manage to remove the Ukrainian electricity away from Europe and from the European grid, there would be yet another problem. I don't think it would be a sort of it's not that I don't think it would not be not even remotely a sort of a checkmate move, but at the very least it would create some extra problems. And also all the money that the Ukrainians can derive from export of electricity would not enter the state coffers.
I just want to flag real quick. Dryfly, please check the last tweet in the nest. There's something interesting going on with barges, and we should turn our attention to that once we've covered as much as we know about this nuclear power plant. Martina?
I have another question, if you have any information about this. So I heard that the official authority, and I forgot how it's named, but they wanted to inspect it. And then there was some discussion whether they would travel over the Russian territory or the Ukrainian, and that seemed to have been basically like a deal breaker for this visit. Do you know anything about it? I think I read that a couple of days ago, so I don't know if that's even the latest and greatest. But somehow I don't think the authority was there to check the plant. Do you know anything?
No. So the plan was that they go sometime next week, I think, in the end. I think that is still on. It was at least 2 days ago. Unless they changed it, then that is still planned to go on. Is the IAEA is the authority that you're looking for, but now I don't seem to be able to find the dates on which they should be going. But the reports were, yesterday or 2 days ago, the reports were that they're scheduled to go. So I don't think that has been changed or will be changing.
That's good news. Thank you, Norman. It's amazing that you guys always know everything about whatever I ask. You seem to know the answer. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you, Martina. Okay, so a little bit of an update. It seems that something not to do with the power plant, a bit further downstream. We'll look more into the power plant and figure out what's actually going on. But what we do have video evidence of is what the Russians are doing with those barges. We were talking about, are Russians using the barges to move stuff from one bank to the other? Apparently not. Apparently, what they're using the barges for is to make a bridge out of barges, which is interesting. I'm a little bit confounded by it, but Dryfly, how does that look to you? Because they seem to basically have welded the roofs shut and then put sort of wooden sleepers on the roofs to act as sort of a roadway to drive things across on the barges.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. In fact, I was having a internet convo last night with one of the guys who follows your site, and they're very optimistic that'll work. I am very optimistic that will not. That those things to me look like they're imminently sinkable, and once they sink, you're going to have some serious problems with them piling up into the structure of the bridge itself. I mean,
I think they're downstream from the bridge, right?
Well, I was looking at it, and to me, it looked like it was upstream of the bridge. Unless you can, show it, unless it's the other side. Now, if it's downstream, yeah, then it's not as big a problem for the main bridge, but it still sinks and pulls it away. I mean, the current will pull, if those things sink.
Are you
got a
saying
problem.
that? Are you saying that they're propping it up against the pylons upstream?
That's what it looks like to me. If someone could clarify, I would like to know. But if you even look at the picture, okay, of the bridge on the side, it looks like the waves are kind of popping up against the wall of the bridge or against the wall of the barge. And that suggests to me it's on the upstream side of the pylons. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just wind waves. But to me, that's what it looks like. It very much looks like that's the case.
No, it is quite windy. It's hard for me to tell for sure which side they're on, but I think you might actually be right. Sadly, there's no real good sort of wide angle shots to be able to make out the landmarks, but I think you're right. I think they are upstream from the bridge. Sorry, are you saying this could hurt the piers that the bridge is on? Surely they're strong enough to sustain this, no?
Well, the bridge could possibly sustain trucks as long as, I mean, as long as no one punches holes in any of the barges. I mean, look at the pictures they have of the bridge itself. Okay, with how the artillery and or HIMARS punched holes in reinforced concrete with pre-stressed rebar in it, and they just punched holes in it like hole punches in paper. Okay, now you're gonna hit that bridge, that pontoon bridge, with one of those, two of those. You say, oh, but it's being protected by the bridge. The bridge doesn't overhang it that much. There's no, I mean, it'd be no problem for HIMARS to go walk right down the middle, sink like 4 or 5 of those things. Then all of a sudden you got the bridge sagging underwater, catching the current, pushing it up against the main bridge. I mean, there's a lot of interesting stuff that could happen there. I think the reason the Ukrainians aren't doing anything about it is they're going to wait till they're done and then hammer it.
I mean, it's fascinating, isn't it?
Yeah, I've had guys tell me that, oh, but they're going to have like sand inside them so that you can't punch holes in them. Hell, you could just hit the side of those barges. That steel is not that thick. So, I mean, special forces could sneak in there and pop it with a javelin on the side of a couple, 2 or 3 of those. The sides of barges are not, I mean, it's not armor. They're not armor plated. So you punch some holes in those things at about waterline, they start filling up. And I don't care what's inside them. It's going down. So, I mean, I get what the Russian military is doing. If they don't do something, Putin's going to haul them out behind the Lubyanka and ventilate their brains. But I don't see this as a huge threat. I look at it as an opportunity. Let's put it that way.
It very much feels like we need to do something. This is something, therefore we should do it, rather than anything that would otherwise be recommended to be done. Darryl?
Yeah, looking, if you can notice, the sun, looks like early morning sun is on the east. It's in the east. And so that would, if that bridge is north to south, that would mean it's on the up side of the river. If you look at where look at.
Yeah, right.
So and like like he was saying, if those barges will go down quick. One will drag. One goes down, it'll start dragging the other ones, especially if they're connected. It'll take some. It'll prop up. I mean, it'll take enough.
We lost Darrow to Twitter box, haven't we?
Yes, but he's right. He's 100% right.
Dryfly. I'm sorry. I've got a quick question for you. Wasn't there an option for them to keep those barges moving? Wouldn't it have been a lot easier, like maybe less efficient in terms of transportation, but at least they wouldn't have been hit?
Yeah, I think that would make sense. But the problem is pushing barges like that. I mean, the reason they got them upstream, on the upstream side of that bridge, is because they don't think there's any way that they can hold them in place other than a small number of barges. Now, if you look at that other picture, they show pontoons, right? So the pontoons are carrying some trucks. Notice how low they are. Okay, they're also not very deep in the water, so you don't have a lot of. They don't catch a lot of current. So here you have these barges that you're trying to push sideways against the current. Okay, and if you have a lot of them connected together, you're going to need one hell of a big tug to push it, and to push it against the current, or with to the side of the current with the current pushing it. I mean, that you're going to be fighting current like crazy the whole time. So I kind of get what they're saying. They're kind of why they're doing it. They're doing it because they don't think they have the logistical strength to be able to manage crosses back and forth, to be able to supply an army on the north side in an assault, in an offensive. So they're putting in basically a structure that will allow them to maintain that position, to resupply it, and to possibly go on the offensive. That's how I would read that. And they're just going to be disappointed because I think that pontoon bridge is going to get blown up. I see it's just way too vulnerable.
But I was also looking for sort of a quick and dirty calculation. Strange. How long would it take them to cross, for instance, 100 trucks, to make 100 truck go across with barges, like with ferries, to ferry across 100 trucks, compared to the same number of trucks on this sort of pontoons? Because is it even worth it as a bet?
As a as a bridge, it absolutely is worth it if you can keep the bridge floating and your object is to significantly resupply the far side. If your goal is to get lots and lots of stuff to the far side, then you need a bridge. You won't be able to do it with a ferry. The ferry might be able to bring some across, but the problem with those barges, they don't have power. Okay, they're just big tubs in the water. So if you're going to push more than one of them, you're going to need a pretty big tug, a boat that pushes them. Okay, and those boats in the river have quite a bit of power. They use a lot of fuel, and if you're going sideways to the current, you've got to push it pretty hard because you got to kind of angle it upstream to fight the current, but you got to maintain position too. So you're pushing it across kind of, against you're fighting the current and you're fighting the weight of the tug, of the barges. I mean, you've got all kinds of things you're fighting. And so if you're going to do one or two, I mean, you're just going to be going back and forth. So yeah, I get why they want to do the bridge. I mean, I don't see how they can supply a large army on the other side of the river with just barges running back and forth. I think that's why they're doing what they're doing. They haven't given up on holding Kherson. I think if people are reading it any other way, I think they're reading it wrong. I mean, to me, that tells me they haven't given up on it. They've got their hooks in that, and until that bridge is sunk and they're threatened, they're going to continue on that mission. And this is just for evidence of that, in my opinion. And I don't think it's going to work. Just saying, that's what those pictures tell me.
Okay, and if they if they were to suddenly retreat and leave Kherson,
Yeah,
would
sure. I mean, it could, but I think they could. It depends on what they're trying to get out. I don't see that. I don't see what they're doing as signs of a retreat. Okay, I just don't see them going to that effort to put in a bridge that's significant to retreat. Again, Putin said a month ago he was going on the offensive in the south. Lavrov said he copied it. I've heard nothing on the contrary since then. It's just been the West that's suggesting they're going to leave, not anyone else. The Russians have said nothing along that line. He's given basically the equivalent of the 227 dictate, no step back. So, I mean, until we hear something different, I would say that this is evidence that they're planning to stay, and the plan ought to be to push them out. And I think the step number one is to sink the damn bridge.
But what I meant to say was, could they retreat quickly on just the barges?
Sure, if they don't get hit. If they're not getting hit with HIMARS all the way across. I mean, if you were a Russian soldier, would you feel comfortable running across there knowing that at any moment, it could be HIMARS could be raining down on it? I mean, they would have to almost negotiate a retreat. Okay. And if that were the case, you could probably arrange the bridge to do it. But what do you let them retreat with? Walk across? I see this as evidence that they're trying to resupply Kherson. I think anything else is probably wishful thinking at this point. That's my opinion. And I know that there's a lot of guys on that panel who look at this and say, oh, they have to retreat because it's the logical thing to do. I don't think logic is playing a major role in this. I think this is a lot of dictate.
Thanks a lot, Dryfly. Okay, we've got a lot of hands up. Imperius, is it Imperius for you to speak right now? Can I let Raven speak first? Raver, speak
If
first.
you want to let him go first.
Raver, you can send your tank forward.
10-4. So I absolutely agree with Dryfly. Dictators don't give up cities. They see them as embodiments of their own will. And so he's not going to retreat. He's going to have to be kicked out or starved out. So your barges are basically replacements for trains. They can move, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 tons at a time, but it's all concentrated. It's all right there. It takes a while to unload and disperse. Whereas your pontoon bridges are weaker, more inferior versions of a highway bridge. To move what a highway bridge can move in an hour, they're going to need all day, 2 days to get it done, because the traffic across the bridge is so much slower.
Oh, that's brilliant. I have no idea about this. I thought that a bridge was a bridge, and as long as it was there, you could drive on them at 90 kilometers per hour, and you'd be fine. But you say that's not the case.
No, because when you put your front axle on that first pontoon that's in the water, you create a bow wave under that pontoon that is then going to go out ahead of you. If you hit it with too much force or go too fast and you build up that bow wave, hit the other bank before you do, and break that bridge loose. So you have to time your travel to the impulse of the bow wave you're creating under you.
Brilliant. I was not aware of this. Imperius, your time to shine.
Yeah, that kind of thing was why I would say quick would not be something you could describe an attempted retreat over this bridge, given the concentration of forces on the right bank. I mean, just the logistics of it sort of boggles the mind, right? Like you need to move like 20,000 men and their associated equipment in good order over that, at a set rate that's actually slower than, the maximum speed you could like actually drive over the bridge, like, under normal conditions, because it's, just a pontoon bridge, and yeah, like, I mean, as we've seen, like, all the bridging operations seem to be to try so far. All the bridging operations seem to try to be to, increase their already anemic rate of supplies, but like it's been said, I only see this sort of just delaying the inevitable, right?
Yeah, I think that seems to be Draftfly opinion and Raver's opinion, and I think Domin agrees with this, and I've got no clue, so that makes it the general opinion. And people who know their stuff are sending me messages in the DM that seem to indicate this as well. So yeah, that's gonna be a tight spot. Although I would disagree with Dryfly one respect. I don't think Russian soldiers ever feel comfortable from the moment they put the uniform on until the day they remove it or are removed from it one way or another. Roger, your turn.
Yes, hello. I'm a former combat engineer officer from the Canadian Army. I got retired, and constructing bridge was my job. And as I see with the situation, normally when we cross a river, and the river is very large, like it's in this case, we're gonna use pontoon as raft just to cross the tactical group in order to create a bridgehead on the other side of the bridge. But those pontoons cannot be used for logistical. So when the bridgehead is secure, then we have to construct a fixed bridge, like a Bailey bridge or an acro bridge, which take a lot of resource and take more time to build. But in that case, we cannot build a pontoon bridge in that river. It's way too long, and the current will break the bridge. It will take a lot of raft with continue to working just in order to keep the bridge up, online. And as they said, when you're in pontoon, it's maximum 5 kilometers per hour. But on a acro bridge, on a Bailey bridge, it's 25 kilometers per hour. That's why we use them after that. But the fixed bridge is still vulnerable for artillery attack. That's all I have to say.
Merci, Roger. Dryfly, you got that, because I didn't understand what type
that
of...
makes perfect sense to me. And this is going to be, I mean, this pontoon bridge, it looks to me like they're building a more substantial deck surface. It looks to me like they are trying to tie them together tighter so that possibly you could get a little more speed than what Raver was suggesting. But he's right. I mean, 25 kilometers an hour, that would be tops, I would think, because if you got more than that, you could actually probably get harmonics. That wave thing that Raver was talking about, where you get a bow wave. If you get trucks going across it, like a number of trucks at a time, you can actually get a harmonic that'll look like a sine wave just from the speed. So they'll have to time it very carefully. They'll have to space people out. It's not going to be rush hour bumper to bumper. I mean, it's going to be slow going at best, but it'll be a lot faster than just trying to truck stuff across in a ferry and then unloading them and then bringing them back. So, I mean, I supply the far bank. And and I just don't see it working because yeah, like the speaker said, it's still subject to artillery, and you sink a couple of those and you pile them up into those pylons for the other bridge. You can't even remove it once then. So let's say you sink 2 or 3 of those bridge units, okay, and you do it, in sufficiently shallow water that you can't float another barge over the top. You can't just cut it loose, sink it, and then float another one over the top. You basically dam it. And I don't know if you've seen what it looks like on a river when you have what dams on the side. I forget what they call them. They're wing dams. I mean, they really build up quite a bit of resistance. The water will bubble over the top, and there's an enormous amount of force. I mean, I just don't think these guys have considered just how much force a river has. Now, yeah, the river's low because it's been dry, it's fall, but hey, in a couple of months, you're going to start getting rains, and the Dnipro is going to start filling back up. I mean, there's things that are going to happen with this, and I could easily see this becoming a real mess. I mean, the Ukrainians are probably just sitting watching and all but sitting on their hands because they want to jump on it. But they'll wait till they're done, then they'll hit it. That's my thought.
Okay, I like it. We have something to look forward before the main event. That's how it's done. I'm sure Zelensky planning everything. He's not only an actor; he also writes and directs. I'm sure he has a sense for drama. Raver, you also have a sense for drama. You're right.
Yeah, give me just a second. I got to get some fuel, so go to somebody else real quick.
No problem, William.
Hey, no, thanks. I love this conversation, and I was on the other day, and I'm really thinking that we're really looking at seeing that offensive and a real battle for Kherson over the winter. That's what my opinion is. But what I wanted to say is that no matter what the situation is on the ground today, when real solid sustained combat happens in that urban terrain, or as we start to move in closer to the city, the need to supply soldiers are going to even be greater for the Russians. When we start targeting, or the Ukrainians start targeting the smaller combat outposts, command and control locations that hold that they're trying to fill with supplies right now during the assault, the need to actually get food, water, which people don't really think about that much, is the most important stuff. Food, water, and basic ammunition. There's going to be a need to constantly be refilling, resupplying that city, and that could be a month from now. So I always think about what's happening right now, but what's going to happen when the bullets start flying inside that city. A couple of times I was in Iraq, where we kind of were cut off from the larger bases because of IEDs. This is completely a different situation, of course, but I think there's a lot of lessons learned. And to supply just a heavy infantry company and a tank company, it took a lot of supply runs, and there'll be weeks where just the limited access to a bridge over to Euphrates and Ramadi because of IED threats or increased insurgent activity really put a damper on us as soldiers. So I just think that we're going to have to see a lot more supplies, and I just don't see how on earth they're going to get those big vehicles out as they kind of squeeze this city over the next couple months.
Yeah. Well, it takes us back to another problem, which is how many people are there. How many soldiers are the Russians trying to what do you say, to feed and keep equipped on the other side? I've seen numbers varying basically from 2,000 to 30,000. So this is going to be yeah, there's a big question mark on how much they're gonna have to use those bridges. But clearly, they seem convinced that they have to use those bridges one way or another. Raver, I see your hand, and then Roger, I will go to you for a question. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, so slightly different topic. If anybody happens to know, maybe related, has the Duma released whatever their special announcement is yet?
The Russian Duma?
Yeah, they supposedly had an emergency session earlier, and were supposed to have finished up about an hour or so ago and be releasing some sort of special statement on Ukraine.
I don't know. Beside the fact that, hey guys, we've realized we're completely pointless. I don't see what it could be. I mean, except trying to coup our friend Vladimir Vladimirovich. I don't see. Imperius, can you take over just for a minute, please? No. All right. Roger. You said.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Can you take over? I just need to pass a phone call, and then I'll be back. Okay, no, apparently no Imperius. Roger, you said you were in the Canadian Armed Forces, right?
Yes.
You're a vet, or you're still there?
I'm a retired veteran.
Okay, fantastic. But you build those bridges. And I assume you also destroy them, right? Or you?
Yes.
What would it take to destroy something like that? What amount of ammo would be necessary to blow a hole or disconnect two of those barges?
Well, it depends on the tactical situation. If you are inside the enemy territory, whether you destroy with artillery, rocket, that's the best way to do it. If it's too far, then you send a commando team in order to blow the bridge by explosive. It might be combat diver that is diving to the bridge with explosive, and they have the ability in order to the type of bridge and the design of bridge. They know exactly where to put the charge in order to destroy the bridge or to render the bridge inoperative. That's the best way to destroy bridge.
Okay, good to know. And like the bridges, you said that this bridge could evolve into something else. You mentioned a word, and I'm sorry I didn't catch it. And let's assume that for whatever reasons the Ukrainians don't blow up that bridge in the coming few days, whenever it's finished. What do you think this bridge could evolve into? How would they do it?
In order to destroy it? What is your question again?
You mentioned that this bridge could evolve into something else, into another type of bridge.
Oh yes, okay. Okay, now I understand. Yeah, well, it depends a lot of factors. It depends on the ground of the river, the base ground of the river, because when you have to fix a long bridge, and a fixed bridge, it will require piers, and it will depend the depth of the river and the type of soil underneath. So it takes a lot of time, but in the army, we do have that kind of bridge in order to build within 72 hours or 4 days a bridge up to about 800 meters, but it will require about 6 or 8 piers. And those bridges requires a lot of logistics to bring there. It's all sectional, so it's easy to build, but it requires times to do it. So those kind of bridges are set up when your bridge head is secure and you have control of the land. But under fire, forget it. You cannot build that kind of bridge. Under that, it's what we call tactical bridge. There's 3 kinds of tactical bridge. There's the bridge layer with a maximum span length of 22 meters. And then you go with pontoon, where you can do whether a raft or a bridge with it. If you're doing a raft, it takes a boat in order to have the engine to cross. And if you're doing a bridge, it will require whether anchor or boat just to maintain the bridge in line, depending of the current. But there's a maximum length you cannot go over, and 1,000 meters is way too long for a pontoon bridge, for me, in my opinion. Over than that, that's the third kind of bridge, and then you have the fixed bridge, the tactical fixed bridge, which is we call MGB, medium girder bridge, and it can be built very, very fast. Depending of the length you have, you do need piers because it's a fixed bridge, and the bridge is crossed with balance. So the bridge is built on rollers, and then you push the bridge until it's on balance, and you continue to build, and then you push to go until you go to the first piers, and then you start it again for the second piers until you are on the other side. But then again, it's if you have to create a bridge head, secure bridge heads. So this is done with crossing with floating raft. Like Zodiac, and you send a commando team to secure. Once it's secure, now you send RAF with MPT and air defense in order to cross on the other side of the bridge head. Once the other side is secure and the bridge is not in sight line with the enemy, then you can start building a logistical bridge, like I said, whether an acro bridge or a Bailey bridge. Did that answer your question?
Thoroughly. Thanks a lot, Roger. Just quickly, that's the first time you joined the panel? I don't think I've ever seen you.
No, that's the second or the third time, but I was very silent.
Okay, fantastic. Well, it's a great contribution. Thanks a lot. I think with you, Dryfly, and Raver, you've managed to explain to me, who's a complete idiot when it comes to structures, what was what, and I'm sure our audience is considerably smarter than me on this subject, and it covers it. All right, Raver, do you want to? Okay, we've got Anti, Raver, and Gunny. If someone wants to talk about the bridge, please let's move forward, and then we'll move on to other subjects.
Hey, Andy, can I jump ahead of you real quick? Hey, OJ, did you ever serve under, because you said Canadian Army, right? Did you ever serve under a Canadian Chinese or a Chinese Canadian officer?
No, I served. I did the war in Bosnia. That's it.
Therefore, I got a retired friend who was a colonel in the Canadian Engineers.
Yeah, I might have known him. Don't recall.
Okay, I'm sure you can talk about your friends a bit later. Antti, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. So I believe Dryfly was asking earlier about if there's been any sort of special announcement emanating from Russia, and though I'm not sure if this is it, there was a tweet by Live UA Map. There's a attached documents that Putin apparently has signed a decree to increase the number of servicemen in the Russian armed forces to 1.15 million, and that would bring the total number of personnel in the Russian army to about 2 million. Though, obviously, this is on paper. So I'm not sure if that is the announcement that we have been waiting for, but that's an announcement.
Yeah, but that's an ukaz from the presidency. I don't think it's
That's not from the Duma. That's true.
Yeah, and just to look at the numbers quickly. So it's an increase by a little bit more than 100,000 troops. Personnel.
Yeah.
That would basically increase the size of the Russian army by 5%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I trust your math.
No, it's rough and ready, but the first time I heard this, I heard an extra million people, and I was like, "What? They're gonna recruit a million guys? That's mad." 100,000 people. I mean, they're struggling to recruit 500, so or even 100. So I don't know.
Exactly. So this is so that number is in a perfect Russian utopia where everything goes according to ukaz from the Kremlin. Yeah, but that was and also another thing that I would like to point out very quickly, that about 6 hours ago there was a I think at least the first video I've ever seen of a Gepard in Ukraine. So that's a bit of good news.
Yeah, it was pretty. It was fast. I think he was eating a gazelle or something.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, not gazelle. The gazelle is a French helicopter, so not a gazelle. Definitely not.
Oh right, yes. Yeah, but that was what I had. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. Gunny, you've been exceedingly patient by any measure, especially for you. Thank you for waiting. Go ahead.
I've got a stupid question. The Russians have a considerable number of heavy lift assets like IL-76. So a quick Google, nominal lift payload between sort of 42 and 52,000 kilograms. Given how close this, we'll call it a pocket, is, why are they not doing an airlift? I mean, what do you need? You need a strip. IL-76 is rough field performance, so you need a few hundred meters of strip. You can fly stuff in and fly it out on very short runs. In extremis, you can do airdrops. Now, I get the threat from manpads, but if we all think back to Camp Bastion, Bagram, places like that, you create your bubble, don't you? Your sanitized area, thoroughly patrolled, so that you minimize the chances of anyone getting in with a shoulder launched weapon. And you've got your designated corridors, and they are under constant surveillance. So, all right, your landing strip's going to be vulnerable, and you're going to have a logistical choke point where you get the kit off the aircraft. You've got to sort through it, and then you've got to distribute it. But that's exactly the same as a bridge, isn't it, really? You got your vehicles on one side, you've got to put your vehicles across, so you've got your mustering points either side, all of that. So I'm just wondering. It might be stupid, but they've got the capacity to do it. They could do a KSAR.
Okay, Yanni, I have.
Domin, please answer Air Marshal Goering yourself.
No, it's great. So, Gunny, they have a whole commercial grade airport, right outside of Kherson, in a suburb called Chernobyevka. And I really hope that they try to do exactly what you've described, because the last 40 times were pretty interesting. And if the 41st or 42nd or 48th, whatever it is, costs them a couple of IL-76s fully loaded, I would really like to see that. So they have an airstrip, they have a proper airport. The problem is it's like 15 kilometers from the front line, maybe 20 kilometers from the front lines. And it's, I would love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. But I think even they learned from the airfield getting hit about 40 times thus far that maybe it's not the best idea.
Yeah, I'm just confused though, because the bridge is a bad idea, isn't it? I mean, people sat in Islington are flipping on their phone and looking at the terrain where the bridge is. I mean, an airlift, an air bridge, even from a heavily invested area, is doable. It's been done in history before. They can alternate between the commercial airport and separate LZs that they can map out. Quite, you know, you don't really need a concrete landing strip for these kind of things. It's sort of nice, but or you could chuck stuff out the back of an aircraft. They can even some of their lighter AFVs can be palletized and dropped in. I'm just thinking that what their priority is going to be. They don't care about rations and shit like that. Their priority is probably going to be ammunition. They're going to burn through ammunition at a prodigious rate. So if you keep flying stuff in and just do that continuous stream, chucking stuff out the back of the aircraft, all right, it's not going to be ideal, and you probably will lose some. But I just don't see why they're not using this heavy lift capability that we've seen that they can do. They used to do this as a matter of course back in the 70s and 80s. So they're not. It's not a new concept for them. They have practiced it. I'm just wondering why we're not seeing an air bridge, and if we're not, is that telling us that they are ceding control of the airspace over the theatre because they're concerned that these aircraft are just going to be knocked down in droves and they can't protect them? Because that in itself is quite important, because if a Russian army are not doing a air bridge because they cannot guarantee the aircraft will be able to get in and out continuously, they've lost control of the air over that particular theatre. And then that tells us quite a lot about, or certainly it indicates us that the Ukrainian Air Force is probably going to play a far bigger part in operations than we've seen before, because previously the Russians are they've had their own playground over the forward edge. If they're not able to do an air bridge, that says to me the Russians have just gone, we don't control the air. And I think that in itself would be quite interesting.
There's never a bad reason to laugh at the Russians, right? Dryfly, you are next, and then we'll go to Raven.
Yeah, I got a question for Gunny, or somebody, maybe he doesn't know, but the question would be, what is the standoff, say, for those MiGs with their air-to-air? Because you may not control the airspace, but if the Ukrainian MiGs have an air-to-air missile that can shoot from 50 kilometers away and take out one of those big lumbering resupply jets, they would have to have absolute total air superiority. I mean, they'd have to have air dominance really to reduce the risk of one of those things going down if the standoff is sufficient. And the other point I was going to bring up, you mentioned Kherson. Kherson is something I remember. I mean, I was a young boy at the time. I was about 11. My dad was an ex-military guy, so he was watching it like a hawk. there were only 5,000 to 6,000 Marines at Quezon, and they were in one small area. And we were helicoptering in provisions, and they still had a hell of a time keeping that place provisioned. Okay, the reports are that the Russians have anywhere from 5,000 or 6,000 spread out over the city to as many as 30,000 over the region. That's a hell of an airdrop to support. And if you have Ukrainians just dropping in occasionally with MiGs, with air-to-air, forget manpads. I mean, you can't sanitize a space big enough to be able to do that. And I think that's why they're not doing it, is that they don't want to have that publicity. They don't want those pictures on the nightly news across Europe and North America, let alone across Russia. And I'll listen.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, sorry, just eating hummus. But they've got fixed wing. They can push out an air defense bubble. They've got long range. Shooting down aircraft is going to be a lot easier than shooting down an ATACMS or a Gimlet. It's going to be an easier proposition for them. So I don't know. Land ops aren't really my thing, but I would imagine we wouldn't hopefully get ourselves into this position in the first place. But we've done air bridges before. It would be a very short hop for them. So the aircraft are going to be minimal fuel, maximum payload. They've got the lift capacity. They've got the aircraft because, have a look at satellite photographs. There are IL-76 stacked up all over the place, and they do fly them. So it just seems to me, in concert with a bridge, it just appeared to me to be quite an elegant adjutant to trying to get stuff in by road, is also use these big heavy lift aircraft, low runs, and then set yourself up, maybe not even a regional airport, just alternate LZs, and then get stuff in, because every round is going to count. We know that. Every artillery round, every ration pack. I just wonder why they're just not throwing assets like this at the problem, and at least trying to stock up now, and get themselves some kind of reserve, rather than have all these heavy lift aircraft just sat in the pan doing the square route at the moment.
Can I ask you a quick question, Gunny, while you're up here? We were talking about the bridge earlier, and in my mind, I keep looking at the pontoon, the barge bridge. If they were to sink that, you're a boat guy. If they were to sink that thing, sink a couple of them, and to pile them up into those into the bridge supports, what kind of forces are we talking about? I mean, I'm thinking with that river current and those big barges, you start sinking them at the foot of those bridges. Could that take down that bridge? I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
So depends on the depth, on the depth of the river. I don't know much about the river. Is the crossing point fairly shallow? That would be my first question.
I'm guessing it's not real deep. They don't run ocean ships that far up the river. Okay. I mean, you go to New Orleans and I think they run ocean ships, 60 miles up to Baton Rouge. And after that, it's like 18 feet to Memphis. And then it's like 12 feet to Minneapolis, so it's those barges I'm guessing under those barges, it would be a maximum of maybe 30 feet at the center channel, and probably on the edges, 6 feet, 10 feet, 8 feet, that kind of a thing. So, I mean, I think if you sunk a few of them, especially on the shore sides, either, the north side or the south side, and I mean, you'd have one hell of a wing dam phenomena applying a pressure on those struts, on those supports. In the middle of the river, you may be able to have enough channel that you could push a lot of water through. But boy, I'm guessing on the edges, you could really build up some forces. But I don't know, because I'm not a boat guy.
Thanks. Roger, maybe you have an idea, an answer for this?
Yeah, well, normally when you're using RAF, It depends always on the class you want to have. If you want to have a class 60 raft, which means 60 ton, you're gonna have 2 ramp and three raft, 3 pontoon. So that's gonna make a 60 class. But the main battle tank can be 80, a class 80. So now you're gonna have to add up some ramps. Normally, when you use raft, it's not for wheeled vehicle because you have to assume that the vehicle is going to be on there, going to be amphibious vehicle. Why? It's exactly what you said. If you go on shore, your raft won't be able to go to the shore if it's swallowed. So the raft going to have to stop before the shore, and then the tank will, the ramp will descend, and the tank will go into the water to get out of the river. So, but for the depth, it doesn't take a lot of a tactical raft. Do not take a lot of water in order to move. Does that answer your question?
For me, pretty well. Raver, does it cover the bases?
Yeah, and my comment I've been waiting on is for Gunny.
Okay, if you all don't mind, we're gonna go to Jerome because he's been exceedingly patient. Thank you, Jerome. And then we'll come back to you, Raver and Gunny. Jerome, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize because I'm way off topic. So maybe just a quick yes. The other night, Yehuda came on with, I guess it was Tuesday night, with a large Russian loss, multiple axis attack. I just haven't heard anything since. Can I just get a yes on a confirmation on that, please?
Multiple attacks into Bakhmut, about 1,300 or so K, unknown, wounded, missing, deserters. So that's a big old yes.
Okay, great. And lots of taxing of logistics and medical services. So I'm going to add 300 dead due to insufficient medical care. Thank you.
Hey, Gunny. So I live just outside of Little Rock, where they've got Little Rock Air Force Base, home of First Nation. I see American and Allied trainee pilots for C-130s going low over my house. I can almost wave at them just about daily. Is there any evidence that the Russians have done that type of training at any time in the past 20 years? Or are their IL-76 pilots all pretty much restricted to flying what are basically commercial profiles?
Yeah, I've seen stuff of them. VDV mainly dropping palletized. What were they? There might have been I think BMP3 can be palletized and dropped. So probably purely limited to the VDV, but I don't know. I mean, we need someone from the RAF or the USAF. I mean, how hard is it to fly at maybe 150 feet and drop onto a beacon and just chuck pallets of goodies out the back door? I doubt, given they've got a very large area to play with, I doubt it would be that difficult for them. I do wonder if this is just an admittance that they don't control the airspace over that pocket, rather than the practical difficulties of it. Why they don't put combat air patrols further out and really establish a bubble so that they can do a massive air bridge, which, as I said, would be a very short flight, minimum fuel, maximum payload. All right, it wouldn't keep everyone supplied, but it would certainly help. 45,000 kilograms per drop isn't insufficient. That's a lot of small arms ammunition, say, and a lot of ration packs. So I'm really not sure. I'm just looking at these pictures. So they've taken these barges I didn't realize how big the river is. They've taken these barges and they're anchoring them to the pilings of the bridge. Yeah.
Upstream. Yep.
So how are they negating the current then? Because that's going to be a massive that'll be a massive problem in building it, because assuming that there's a current, you get halfway across and then that current is going to be redirected through the gap. So that's going to be really, really difficult. It looks like the barges are free floating, so it's modular. So you could say, well, if you put a rocket in and sink one barge, you simply replace it with another barge, but it won't work like that, because that barge is going to sink to the bottom. And then eventually that's going to impinge on your ability to replace that modular barge with another barge on a river where the current is already really messing. I mean, they'll have to anchor this like no one's business. And then, yeah, I think you'll need you'll need tugs or something to assist in holding it in place. From an amateur
Denny, it's worse than that, because if you sink one of those barges, okay, the pressure on the barge side from the current, okay, is relative. You can almost calculate how much force is on that barge by how much the barge goes underwater, and then the head difference between the upstream side and the downstream side. Now you sink just one of those and you don't even cut it loose. You just drop it down another like 4 feet or 6 feet because it's building up water. You're going to dramatically increase the surface area of the current pressure on that piece. You follow me? So it's, I mean, if they were just like blocks that, you sink one and it just drops to the bottom, that wouldn't be anywhere near as big a problem as having them hooked together and then having them kind of sag down in the water and have that increased pressure push more and more force on the side, and then that force then piling up against the bridge itself. I mean, it absolutely snowballs from a structural force dynamics perspective. You think three or four of those staggered out across the whole thing. Oh my God, I can only imagine how much force. You've basically turned that bridge into a dam, that barge bridge into a dam. And
yeah, that's what I was
going
to say. You sink one barge, you create a gate. So you've got the current, you sink a barge, you create a gate, and the water will naturally move towards the point where it can flow through freely. You've got a wreck on the bottom. It will disconnect. It's going to induce. I would imagine it's going to induce a lot of stress on that section, because anchored to the pilings. All right, the pilings either side of that will take a lot of the stress. But I would imagine if you sink one, you'll probably lose everything in between those two pilings. And if you've got the wreckage on the bottom, I mean, you don't know how the barge will sink. It might not sink straight down. Might sink one end with the other end sticking up. What the hell do you do then? What do you do?
Then it's like a sail. Then it's like an ocean, one of those sea anchors you guys use, in an emergency. That's exactly what I thought. And I live on a river that's like that. I live on the upper Mississippi, and I see what the current can do. It is just incredibly powerful. So yeah, it's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and I'm guessing they did it, one, because the pilings will provide some kind of structural support, and two, they're hedging their bets that the concrete structure will in some way shelter it from a high angle attack. I think that's pretty naive, to be honest. Yeah, we might see rounds landing on the bridge, but well, of course, suppose that kill the bridge, kill a span of the bridge, I suppose. Then you really do have problems, because you're going to have all that crap falling on the barges and to one side of the barges, and there's another dam. So if you kill part of the bridge, get that in the water, kill a barge as well. It just seems really weird. They'd have been better off going for Mexifloats or something like that and actually running a ferry service. I think.
Here's another thing too, is that people are all saying, well, you got to hit the barge right on, and so they're protected under. If I were going to sink that barge, I mean, I know a little bit about how they're constructed. I've looked in barges like that before. The sidewalls are not strong. We're not talking armor plate like on a military vessel. We're talking really thin steel relative to the size of the barge. If you dropped a HIMARS just on the edge of that barge that's hanging out and exposed, you're going to rip that steel just like it was cut, like paper torn. Okay. And then those things are breached. They're going to fill, and they're probably going to sink, like you said, on the side. They're going to sink not straight down. They're going to sink where they're going to sort of sag off and catch even more water. I mean, I look at this thing as a cluster of unbelievable proportions once the Ukrainians decide they want to take it out.
Yeah, I mean, there are things you can do. I mean, you can fill up barges with empty barrels, and that will give you a degree of additional buoyancy. They used to do that with ships, decoy ships. So if you got hit by a torpedo, you had a lot of buoyancy in the hold to keep you afloat. So they could, yeah, I mean, they could mitigate. Are they that smart? No, probably not. Like you say, these are thin holes, so even airburst is just going to chuck fragments downwards. And then, of course, if you hit the bridge when there's traffic on it, what are you going to end up with? You're going to end up with a train wreck of trash lorries, like armored vehicles burning. You've got to get them off. So that means you've got to get your dozer or your armored recovery vehicle onto the barge to push this stuff off as well. And if you keep pushing stuff off, stuff sinks to the bottom. So you're creating more obstruction. Yeah, I don't know. I see why they're doing it as a desperate act, and it's going to be quite a big engineering feat for them. The problem is, I think they're only going to have a few hours to enjoy this before stuff starts going bang on it. So yeah, I mean, if I was them, I'd have maybe gone for. I think I'd have gone for the ferry option. Use my aircraft a lot more. This is, like you say, mate, this has just got cluster written all over it. And I think their problem is they're getting away with it being built so far, and they're probably thinking we might be able to pull this off. Yeah, and the Ukrainians going to have eyes on it from all aspects, and they're just going to be sitting there going, "You silly bastards! I can't believe you're doing this." Maybe we're wrong. Maybe they're going to stack up so much air defense there, but and there will be a lot of air defense. I would expect to see everything from 14.5 millimeters all the way up to whatever Panzers, S300s, S400s, ZSU 2324s, 30s, whatever, even the S60. They will stack air defense up around this and probably put a big combat air patroller. Will it work? Proof will be in the pudding when we open Twitter one morning and there's a picture of impacts on this, and then we'll know.
At least the Ukrainians will know where all that air defense is. They'll be it'll be, it won't be hidden somewhere in a tree line.
Well, it's a circle jerk, isn't it? It's as Thanos was saying. Now that the Ukrainians have anti-radiation missiles, you're in a no-win if you're the Russians. So put lots of air defense around this bridge. How does air defense work? Well, it looks actively for targets. Okay, everyone switch their radars on. Everyone's radars are on. You get loads of harms flying your way. If you don't put your radars on, you won't get lots of harms flying your way, but you won't be able to see the aircraft. So you're going to have to rely on something else to give you your air raid warning, which will be airborne early warning aircraft, IL-76s. But we already know that they are not particularly effective at this sort of thing, and certainly no good at detection of stuff like ballistic tracks. So they're on a lose-lose. If they have loads of air defense around and they switch it on, Ukrainians will start plinking them with harms. If they leave all the search radar kit off, they guarantee that they're not going to detect any incoming air raids. So again, it's another. It just seems lose-lose to me.
Lose is actually the call sign of the Russian general in charge of the Southern Front in Ukraine. Amusing fact. I'm sure you didn't know that. But yeah, I agree with Gunny. It's going to be fun. The first the first ammo truck is going to roll over that bridge. We saw what happened in Andreyevska. It's going to go boom, boom. I think Hendrik was first, then Roger, and then Nina.
Well, as an engineer, I can tell you right now that the huge difference in velocity will be proportional to the amount that the cross section of the river is reduced. In other words, the volume through the river has to remain the same through the opening. So if you dam stuff up, okay, then it's going to be a higher velocity in the middle. I don't see any way, okay, that if you have the cross section, the velocity is going to be twice as high. So a lot will depend on the depth of the riverbed, okay, where they do this. Additionally, I presume that the foundations of the supports are built on piles. And those piles are basically designed to take a vertical load. They're not designed to take a horizontal load. So by placing the barges on the upstream side, they are greatly increasing the loading, the side loading of the bridge. And I don't know what the factor of safety is on that. The third factor that comes into play is also as you increase the pressure on the north side, okay, there's a vacuum created on the south side. So there's all sorts of loading that's going to take place. And the more they put in, the more difficult the last sections are to place. In fact, in the Netherlands, back, I believe it was 1956, when the Zuiderzee broke, the last piece had to be put in at slack tide. And that was the only way they could actually drop it in place. There will never be a slack tide on that river. So yeah, it's going to be a real cluster. It'll be interesting to watch.
Oh yeah, there's going to be. If you want to make a fortune, may I recommend moving to Hudson and saying popcorns. That's going to be fantastic. Meanwhile, so Roger, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about the Russian equipment for bridging equipment, but I know for NATO 1, normally the pontoon can't sustain damage without sinking because it literally cannot sink. Those pontoons is very light, so it's very fragile. It's made with aluminum, and inside it's filled with foam. So even if you shot it with 50 cal or something like that, it won't sink. Normally, if you want to take down those rafts, you will want to take down first the tug, okay? Because if the tug is down, the bridge will go away with the current, and then it will stop somewhere, and then will become a fixed target. So it's going to be way more easier to destroy those tactical resources. Yeah, so that's all I want to say.
Thanks a lot, Roger. Even when you bring us not good news, we love your interventions. Just for the next time, if you can perchance change a little bit your mic. What do you say? Well, the way you handle your mic, one way or the other, either your phone or you, because you're sounding like you're at the end of a very long corridor, like a good 10 meters away from the mic. That'd be fantastic. Nina, you have no problem with your mics, that we know.
Thank you, Ben. Can you hear me?
Always, ever.
Thank you, Ben. And Ben and Domen, my apologies because I have been like tied up to stuff today, and this is now I came in and I hear all this talk about, and
We lost Nina.
Yep. I think it's a phone call, maybe.
No, it's for the proxy.
Nina, you had to drop. You're halfway through saying that I was a lot more handsome than Domin. You're welcome to come back whenever you want to finish that important point. Domin, when is the guest speaker coming?
In just over an hour.
Fun.
In just over an hour will be joined by Olga Tokariuk, who's a Ukrainian journalist, prominent Ukrainian journalist, also a researcher at the Center for European Policy Analysis, CEPA. Nina, we have you back. We lost you just before you started actually asking the question.
oh dear, I don't know how long I was talking here. Anyway, yes, about the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant, and Domin, you mentioned that Olga Tokarczuk is coming up, and this is fantastic to hear her point of view.
Different.
Yeah, Toga. Huh?
She's not the nuclear.
She's not okay.
Science PhD Olga. She's a journalist. Olga.
Okay. My apologies. Anyway, I'm sure that we will get at some point somebody to talk about this other than me, because I'm not the expert. Zaporizhzhia has been pulled out from the Ukrainian, or the Ukrainian energy is not. They don't get energy from the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant anymore. Did you read about that? And
yeah, they don't now anymore. We touched upon it a little bit, but we're a little hazy on the details, so we haven't spoken about it a whole lot.
Okay, so
we'll speak more about it once we have sufficient details to be able to speak about it properly, because we don't want to do a bad job of it. But what it seems
I
to
understand,
have happened.
but can I just like continue a little
Sure.
bit? Energo Atom, who is the like provider of the Zaporizhzhia.
They're the company that runs it, yeah.
Yes. So they say that it's because of what Russians have been doing there, and they there were only 2 reactors that were working at the moment, and they pulled those out too. And so I don't know. Of course, this is the Russians what they are doing, but I would really love to hear like some expert in this what it means, because we talked about this many times what it means. But I read about it that much, that if there are only 2 reactors working, it means that the cooling system will not be like good. So
let's put it this way, right? Every individual reactor provides way more cooling than is needed for all 6 of them. That's not a problem. Obviously, the amount of cooling that is needed for the whole thing is a lot less than any individual reactor produces. Every reactor produces metric s-ton of energy. It's a special unit that's used for a nuclear power plant specifically. The s-tons. I forget what it stands for. But so that's not an issue in itself. But and there's backup generators as well. There's backup diesel generators in case everything becomes unavailable. What seems to have happened is that Russians have partially disconnected the power plant from the grid themselves, and then due to a fire, a 4th set of transmission lines was also damaged and taken out of commission. At which point there was at which point those reactors that were still operating, that hadn't previously been wound down, were kind of put into emergency protocols to kind of shut them down to as much as possible, so they need less cooling. But beyond that, it's somewhat unclear exactly what has happened, Nina.
Thank you, Domen. And the next question would be what we don't get answers to now, maybe, that how does it affect the energy flow to Ukraine?
Quite a bit, actually. Well, what it affects the most are actually the occupied regions. It seems that occupied Zaporizhzhia is completely without power at large. That might be true for parts of occupied Donetsk and at least parts of occupied Kherson region as well. Possibly all of occupied Kherson, and that is quite bad in that respect. And the Russians have kind of spat into their own porridge with it, because at once they're trying to show that they're running competently these occupied territories, but also at the same time, they don't have electricity in large chunks of occupied territories anymore. So it's odd. Oh, Nina dropped again. Nina must have gotten Twitter box again. It's odd. It's confusing, but it is how it is. It's difficult to understand exactly what the implications are of it at this point. Remember that IAEA inspectors are supposed to go there in a few days. In a few days. Also, remember something funny with Zaporizhzhia, something kind of amusing came out earlier today, this morning, I think. Maybe it was from yesterday. TASS, the Russian news wire agency, reported that the Ukrainian employees at Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant had to be punished because they were telling the Ukrainian authorities what military vehicles the Russian military had in the nuclear power plant. Funny thing is, this came a few days after TASS reported that Russia is definitely not keeping any military vehicles inside the nuclear power plant. So they've kind of called themselves out on the lie mere days later. But apparently, that is normal in an Orwellian society, and nobody cares because we've always been at war with Eurasia.
It's funny that everything is debunked so quickly.
Yes, and we've always been at war with East Asia.
Mr. Dugan, is it you? Dugan.
Oh God, don't even joke with that, Ben. I make an innocent, mid 20th century dystopian literature joke, and you have to, push it a bit too far.
Well, there's the other version, which is, what else is going to be debanked? It's the Dnipro, if they continue doing nonsense with their river.
Can there be a river without banks? I don't know. It's kind of like
marshes. Like you can have marshes.
There's still banks. Not very solid banks, but
I don't know. For me, as long as you cannot collect money from it, it's not a real bank. There.
Okay, I have something interesting here. So apparently, the fire was at the ash dumps. Now, the ash dumps are obviously not from the nuclear power plant; they're from the thermal power plant, because at Enerhodar there used to be two power plants, a coal-fired power plant as well as a nuclear power plant, and the coal-fired power plant nearby had has sort of ash heaps outside, and apparently those ash heaps, there are fires in the ash heaps, and that's where the last existing set of electrical lines was going through, connecting the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant to the grid at large. And it seems that got disconnected because of fires at the ash heaps. That is very interesting and very curious. Which, frankly, I mean, it makes sense somewhat, but it is quite interesting to have a good understanding of the specific detail here.
Yeah, it's also something I was not expecting when I started listening to the space, that I would come up with a much better understanding of how nuclear energy worked, and as well as a sort of different view on what it implied. I guess I've got you to thank for it in parts. Gunny, I've got a bit of a legal question for you. Are you Do you feel lawyerish today?
I've always been a lower deck lawyer, but yeah, I don't know anything about the
Gunny's
law.
always been a legal expert, like every other Swede.
I've managed to dig myself out of being arrested a few times, so that's about the extent of it.
Well, that's surprisingly cogent to the question I've got for you. So I've forgotten his name, but there's a guy who's famous the world over for being the Bosphorus watcher. So basically, what he does is that he takes his camera. It goes on the Bosphorus and it takes pictures of whatever ship goes there. The Istanbul is very rare in the sense that it's a massive city, which has one of the most important seaways that goes right through it. So you can have a look at it in ways that usually is impossible because these sort of things tend to be in the middle of the ocean. Anyway, so this guy, I will find his name, found out that there was a Russian ship full of kerosene, fuel for airframes. What do you call them? Planes. Yes, planes. Full of fuel for planes that was leaving Russia on a semi-common pattern and driving all the way to Syria, where, of course, we know what the Russian planes do. And he was outraged, saying that, well, technically it is a military plane. It's a military ship that should never go through the Bosphorus because of Montreux, and the West should raise a stink with Turkey for this. What is your professional opinion on this?
So first of all, a ship watcher, yeah, I mean they're like train spotters, aren't they? Probably wear sandals and cardigans. It's just different from standing on a platform. So bless them.
Don't think he needs a cardigan in the summer in Istanbul.
No, it's standard nerd outfit, isn't it? The weather is immaterial. You just got to look the part: notebook, pen, thick spectacles, that kind of thing. So it depends how the ship is flagged. Is it flagged as a Russian Navy ship or a naval auxiliary, or is it flagged as in a civilian vessel? Because if it's flagged as civilian, it's carrying aviation fuel. Aviation fuel is used by the civilian sector, so you could probably just argue that away and say, well, it's for civilian purposes, not directly for the war effort. I would imagine that's how it goes. If it's a naval auxiliary, that would be different because they don't have they're not like us. That we've got the Royal Fleet Auxiliary, which they work with the Royal Navy, but they're manned by civilians, and it's got its own separate command structures, and they have to be registered with Lloyd's of London, so they're not combatants. I don't think the Russians have that, so we'd need to know what if it's operating under a flag first.
The guy is saying that this vessel is de facto Russian Navy auxiliary, should not transit through the Turkish Straits. So I assume that it's a private ship.
Yeah, if you can send me the name of it, DM me the name, I'll have a look. But the problem is, if she's been formally flagged as a civilian as a merchant vessel, there's not really a lot you can do about it. I mean, theoretically, you could sell a vessel full of T-80s through the Strait, as long as it's not blatant. The Turks probably aren't going to kick off too much about this kind of thing. Destroyers, frigates, corvettes, submarines, no. Merchant vessels, yeah, I would imagine that's kind of hard. But if you send me the name, mate, I'll have a look. I'll try and dig out. It might be that she was an auxiliary, but she's been quietly reflagged, which is just subterfuge. But unfortunately, it is legal.
The name is Yaz, Y-A-Z, and it belongs to the company Trans-Petrocharts.
That's a Russian company.
Oh, it gets better. The company itself is under sanction. Yeah, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's civilian. She's civilian flagged, so it's not a lot you can do about that, I don't think.
Gunny, that's not the answer I wanted.
Yeah, she's definitely civilian. She's not even been seconded to the Russian Navy. So no, that is a merchant ship. White superstructure, blue hull. Is that the one? That's the one I'm looking at here.
Exactly.
Yeah, nothing can be done, I'm afraid.
Okay, I'm gonna have to do it myself. As soon as I'm finished bazookaing the headquarters of Total, I'll have to take care of that ship. I tell you, this bazooka was my best purchase so far.
Yeah, just be aware of the environmental impact. You don't want the Swedish doom goblin on your case because you
No, it's okay, Gunny, because Ben will go there on his electrical powered tractor, because tractor is the only vehicle that's allowed to be used to protest in Paris.
Talking about Swedes, Gunny, I'm afraid you've raised the Vikings. You still have a second or two to start running. Too late. Then John.
Yeah, Ben, you should be careful, mate. You just said you're bazooka in the total headquarters. So now if something goes down, problem.
Well, truth be told, I literally don't know what's the business end